I'm here. I'm here. How you doing today? How we doing, dice? Guys, dice. Speaking about rolling the dice. Holy shit. I'm still banned. Oh yeah. I'm banned. I'm still banned. Always banned. Holy shit. How you doing today? Lil Pops and Male. Hi. And Rain. Hello, my shield maiden. And Kitty Cat is here and Zephyrian. Hello. How we doing? And Yabba Dabba Doobie. How you doing? And Miyu and Valentin. How you doing, guys? And Sneeko is lurking. That's okay. As long as you just like come in and say hello sometimes. Every now and then, every now and then, that would be super nice. And Fafina, hi! Did I say hello to you or did I not? I don't know. You're like, of course, the helloing. You deserve my hellos if you say it like that. You all are. You all are. And Auntie, hi! How you doing? And Spectre, hello! How you doing? How you doing? And Thomas, hi! And Sveman, hi! Sveman, I'm banned in the main WoW chat. Well, you're still stalking that ginger guy, hence you're banned. Yes, Thomas, yes. So dumb, so dumb. Lurk check, oh that's nice, that's okay, Spectre. Watching on mute as on phone in background. Okay, hi Rick, hello, hello. How you doing? What did you say? I didn't say anything toxic at all. Final Fantasy streamer goes toxic on WoW forums drama. Yes, totally. I was swinging my stable all over the place. No, I'm actually gonna link you my Twitter where I explained what happened. It's not at all that dramatic. I actually said that my boyfriend was hot, and they timed me out for that. So I posted it on Twitter because I thought it was very funny, and then they perma-banned me instead. So that was all I did. Feels bad, man. But let's see. I can. I think I should have like a command for this because it feels like I'm gonna get that question many times. Is that a good idea? Maybe it's here. There. So here, not toxic. I don't believe you. What do you mean, Sveman? I'm never toxic. Here. Wait. Adcom banned. Why am I banned in WoW? Wait. Official WoW chat? Well, I think I do it right now. Here we go. Awesome. ASMR stream soon, yes. And I'm so fucking nervous, man. I barely could sleep tonight because I was so nervous. That was hard. That hard was for you. Yes, it was. All thanks, 90. Ah, man. That's awesome, Rain. That's actually really awesome. She was so meta about it. She even did it months before she started playing Final Fantasy. That's so meta, right? 100% meta. They're just mad because you play 2 MMOs and not one. Yeah, I think that's it. I think that is that I play 2 MMO and they just can't stand it. The thing is, the mods, I might say, if I was, let's put it like this, if I was paranoid, more paranoid, I would feel that the, I said that to my friends. If I was paranoid, I would feel that the mods in the Warcraft stream has some sort of vendetta against me, like a personal vendetta. And then I got told who the mod was, who banned me, and who's been timing me out over and over and over again in the chat. And everything made sense. This person know who I am. This person know who I am. And, well, it's just the person who shouldn't be a mod in that place. And this person have also ruined so many people's lives. So I don't get how this person is allowed to still be like working, or I don't know if it's like work or like paid work, or if it's just voluntary work, but I don't understand how Blizzard want to be associated with this person. And so it's actually not a good person to start with, if you say it like that. So when I heard that, then I was just like feeling, okay, then it's fine. Then it's kind of fine, because that explains it, you know, it wasn't me after all. Let's see. I'm a little far behind in chat again, as usual, but not too far. Any long-term plans regarding Final Fantasy Ultimate? I actually been thinking about it, Thomas. We'll see where it goes. We'll see where it goes. It depends a little on how hard it is, I guess, and how fun it is. We'll just see. I'm just gonna go MSQ, and then we'll see what I'm gonna do. Maybe I'm gonna go full RP. I'm gonna be full RP. Woke up all joined screaming at me. Ah, that doesn't feel good at all, Breaks. Damn. How dare you be Genius' girlfriend and not that person? Yeah. I think that's what it was, a little. Blizzard hiring disgusting persons? That's new. I get so smashed. Yeah, I don't know. I'm malding over here. I'm so malding right now. Hi, Priscilla. How are you doing today? Answer to both of them is yes. I'm gonna drag a Dolmas. That would be so fun, Rain. That would actually be really, really fun. I need someone to hold my hand for sure. You still have a long time. Yeah, yes, and especially in my pace. Especially in my pace, right? Speaking of RP, on Saturday is another party at our place. Originally it was supposed to be the Echo killed TOP party, but well, that didn't end well. So they didn't kill it, Miyu? They actually didn't do it? I haven't, I mean, since I'm so new into the game, I haven't at all have any clue of what they're doing or, you know, anything. But I take it as something didn't go well with the kill. Oh, that's nice to hear, Priscilla, that you're good. I'm happy to hear that. That would be so fun with some party, though, Miyu. That would be super fun. I feel like this is the one of the scenarios where they show you the reason why you don't let a toddler drive a Ferrari. How are you, Sveman? I missed you. Long time no see. Are you playing any games at all right now? Are you playing anything? Let's go, Echo. Let's go, Echo. I'm so nervous though. I'm actually nervous today. The mug is as big as my face. It's literally as big as my face. Good size. Very good size. Let's see here. To be honest here, if you like a challenge, then they're very fun. I've done a few extremes and a couple of savages on mine, and I quite enjoy them. Even if I'm not a person who enjoys soul type games at all, difficulty is pretty much as difficult as you want it. Okay, that actually sounds nice. I mean, I play World of Warcraft, so of course I enjoy challenges. I mean, WoW is one big challenge. You are, and if it wasn't for the people in the game that is so toxic, I would still play it, you know. So I do love challenges. It's not that. It's just now when I'm doing my MSQ that I don't wanna. I don't want to mix it up too much, you know, because I kind of want to have one. Hi, Rain. I'm going to Saucer. I want to have one clear goal, and that is to do MSQ with not so much interference in challenges right now. If that's make any sense, maybe I will feel like one day that shit. Let's do raid. Let's do something hard. But for now, I just feel so. It feels like I'm on a very nice vacation, and I've been starting to, you know, come into this vacation mode, and everything just feels nice and good. I enjoy streaming again. For the first time in years, I really, really think it's fun. I mean, I enjoy the game. I think it's chill. I don't have to have anxiety for logging in. Everything is just great, really. So I want to just stay in this little vacay bubble a little longer. But in the future, of course, I mean, I need to do something with all I've learned. After all, I'm fighting for the light. And Shy, hello. Did I say hello to you? I don't know if I did. Oh, there's a pair of pants. Perfect yes, it's a very good teacup. It's a very good teacup. I'm far behind in the chat. I'm gonna try to catch up. Grinding League, looking for jobs and hitting the gym. Oh, that's nice though. My life is incredible dull. That's not nice to hear though. Maybe you should come in here and hang with us more often. We actually have a really good time here, Sveman. When it gets too cringe in the chat, you can hide behind the mug. Exactly. The cringe mug. Why am I blurry? Okay. I think she'd be in danger of spilling hot tea on herself. Well, the good thing with those mugs is that the tea or coffee turns cold before you even manage to drink half of the cup. You take like one sip and then it's cold. Hi, Noxy! It's a Noxy one! How you doing? Kinda miss doing Rage Case again. Yeah, maybe you should start playing Final Fantasy, try it out. If you go in with an open mind, you will love it. I'm just saying you. MSQ and the Saucer Classic. Yes. we need to see if we are lucky today. That's important. And the thing is, we don't have time to do so much before the MDI starts. So I'm just thinking I should talk to you guys and have a fun. They start in 10 minutes. And here, this felt like this is something big. I mean, go through the first checkpoint and defeat any Sahagin that appear. Feels like this can be a little bigger quest, so I don't want to start it. That's why I stopped before. It stopped yesterday as well. See, I'm far behind in chat. I'm gonna see if I can catch up a little. Imagine in a year or so, when you're done with MSQ and you go back to WoW, it will probably feel so weird. Yeah, Valentine, if that ever happens. MSQ is a long time, girl. Lil Pups, I'm happy to hear that. I'm really happy to hear that, though. The really good thing about Final Fantasy is that even the old ARR Extremes raid can be done really... Yeah, I love that! Mike and me talked about that yesterday, that what's good is that there is content all the way up, and you can reuse the old content, as well, and still have a good challenge. I love that. And Brick Augur, thank you so much for following me. I appreciate that. How are you doing today? Chat, just tell me something. Today is the last day to get PvP level 25 to get the glamour. Oh, I don't like PvP. I hope you will get that question answered, Rain. Let's see, I'm gonna just scroll a little. Okay, I'm up to date. I've been just here lurking, using your stream as background noise from time to time. Oh, that's so nice, Liam, and I'm happy to hear that. That's actually really, really nice. How was your streaming time before compared to now? Can't relate, but I've been experiencing a lot of love from chat during the time I've been watching it. Yeah. Main saucer quest, yes. You understand me, Tib. I like you. You understand me. So, before I started stream, when I was streaming other games, I well, back in the days, I have had a pretty good viewership and stuff like that. But chat have never been super active. You know, it's been people have been talking, but sometimes chat's been quiet for almost 30 minutes, and I'm sitting here talking and no one is talking back, and I'm asking questions to like 100 viewers, and no one is talking back because they are playing themselves, and everyone is just. I think they would just like Tweeman said, had me like a background noise. So compared to not always, of course, that's not the whole truth, not always, but it have happened. So now I'm like, I'm a little shocked over the big and loving community. You know, people are so more social and helpful, but that is also, you know, a part of the game, I guess. Everyone is helpful, everyone is so sweet, everyone is talkative and social, and it's fun. And I really enjoy that. It's more fun to be a streamer who have a communication with the viewers than being a streamer who has like a monologue for a very long time because people are doing their own shit at the same time and don't even bother to write back. Sometimes I remember I stopped my stream and I said goodnight and no one replied back, and there was like maybe 100 people lurking in stream and no one said even goodnight back. So it's been it's a big change to go from WoW to Final Fantasy. It feels like WoW has so much more lurkers than they do in Final Fantasy. Let's see here if I can scroll. The maintenance tomorrow. Yes, I wanted to ask about that because then maybe it's
emotional damage.
Yes, very emotional damage. I wanted to ask about the maintenance tomorrow. So it's gonna be the whole day, right? If I am correct in the Central European summertime times. Because then that would be perfect, because then I can take a day off and plan a little around my stream, because I have something that I'm planning to do in the stream, but I'm not gonna say what just yet. But it would be a good planner day, and also a little rest day, of course. I'm toxic in PvP. When my team is bad, I do the evil nasty thing and quit out hello at the end of... I'm also toxic in... I'm not toxic, but I get angry on myself, and if someone is rude to me in PvP, no, I don't like who I become when I play PvP for sure, so I stay away from it. And Moxie, hi! How you doing, Moxie? I'm sorry, I didn't see you there. I am talking so much as usual. I hope you're super good, Moxie. And you guys, Moxie here is also a streamer, and he's a really, really, really good guy. So you should go in and let's see here, follow him. I'm gonna see if I can make a shout out here. I'm so slow, man. Here we go. There's a shout out for Moxie, I think. Maybe no. No, I fucked up. No, I did. I actually did. So go follow him. He's also doing MSQ, and he's also Sprout. And he so needs some love in his community, like all our like all streamers do, I guess. So go, follow him and give him all your love. Max is learning the game by doing Savage level raid before even doing extremes. What? Really, Moxie? Okay, that's crazy. That's really crazy. I was actually raging in Discord with you doing WoW things before. Yeah. I mean, we were raging, all of us, I guess. We're... Because you become like that, because that's a part of the community, I guess. Now, I didn't rage so much. I'm usually laughing or crying because I'm bad. Let's see. To see if I can scroll down again. I'm talking too much. We love to smile on Final Fantasy. Sneeko, I love that. Me too. I love to smile. I really love to smile. 24 hours because hardware switch. Okay, great. That is actually really good. Can't watch you on Tuesday. Aww. But I will be here on Wednesday as well. Yeah, the maintenance is tomorrow. So that's good. Okay. Thank you so... Fafina, thank you so much for helping me out with the double shout-out to Moxie. That's awesome. Yes. Now it's 1 minute left. I'm so far behind in chat. I've been fixing my sleep schedule the last few days, so I haven't been able to watch Moxie. Oh yeah, that's true. Moxie is NA. That's actually true. But yeah, my demon sleep schedule is all over the place. Oh my god, I'm waking up early. Today I actually went back to bed after I've been fixing everything with the horses. So that was very nice. I'm happy I never got clipped in this stream, at least when I was screaming. I don't know, maybe you are. There's a lot of clips from that time. That's a lot of clips from that time. To be honest, it's a bit sad because the other guys I'm modding tends to stream at night. I get it, Fafina. I so get it. MDI, let's go. Yes. They start just in a sec. Let's see here. I should start the stream. Have it in the background. So they're still practicing here in the background, so they haven't started yet. I did a jumbo. Tjena, Brush! How you doing today? How you doing, Robo? How you doing? Koala Hug, are you ready for MDI, guys? Are you ready for MDI? Yes, ASMR mode is gonna go on. She's gonna go down. My sleep's gonna scuffed as hell, which I can watch Mochi. That's so nice. You can watch Mox even though you're Scottish. That's so cool. Are you Scottish, Noxie? Are you Scottish? That's so cool. And uncool at the same time, because I will never understand what you say if we speak in voice. Hi, Sovix. How you doing? How you doing? Okay, let's see. Let's do this. Type quiet from now on. Yes. Soon you gotta need to use your silent letters. Okay. I am, but I don't
Emotional,
ready for
damn
more
it.
MDI drama. Oh my god. I'm already sweating and I'm having like triple layers of deodorant. I know, I didn't get anything from the jumbo. I am always unlucky. Look, what is this fucking crap?
Isn't there another way? He's just a boy!
Okay, middle cross. Is this one? Let's go, Echo. Okay, this one. 180. Unlucky. Next. I need to do this a little quick now. Looking at the game maintenance starts in 13 hours. Yes, Sari. That's actually really good. That's good. Maybe I should stream for 13 hours. No. No, maybe not. Part. Write down. 1, 2, 3. Same. Okay. Yeah. Thank you for the patronage you would play together. I need to start to be a little quiet here. Because I can hear that they're zoning in the background. Okay, this is the last one. So should we do this for 1, 2, 3? There's a big chance. I'm gonna do it. What? Let's fucking go! I'm just like, there's a big chance. I knew it. Yeah, same. I knew it all the time. I so knew it all the time. Awesome. Fucking awesome. Let's fucking go. Huzzah! Hurrah! Hurrah! Okay. Thank you. Now. Oh, sweating. I'm so nervous. I'm so nervous, man. Hold me. Hi, Gilbert. How you doing? How you doing? Oh my god. My poor hair. I need a haircut. I've been fucking pulling it so much. I let it scream for you and I didn't even win. Thank you, Moxie. I would have screamed for my dear guy in the background having a very, very, very important game coming up. Our inner gambler comes forth when we win. Yes. Luckily, that was the last one. That was the last one. Okay, that means that I can just skip playing any other games for forever because I'm never gonna win anything again now. Need full screen game? Absolutely, Lipops. We will have that. We will have that. Maybe we should go over. I mean, there's no reason to just sit and wait. Here, if I can. Around a little. Full screen. Sound.
Thus, the
Hi, EP.
difference in
IP,
name,
how
which
you
is
doing
the same
today?
name,
MDI
but
Wedge Party,
that's great for
absolutely.
them. I mean, it's huge
They're
to
gonna
get picked up.
change
They've done
game
such a good
to
squad for a while, so it's
Warcraft
nice
for a
to see that
while.
recognition come in the shape of being part of a big team now.
Yeah,
here's our
and the
dungeons,
bands
okay.
coming in.
Yeah,
Ooh.
bans on Temple of the Jade Serpent
We need to
and Court of
whisper
Stars.
again.
So that leaves us with AA, Shadowmoon Burial Grounds, and Halls of Valor.
Okay,
I'm
just
surprised.
a
What do you
quick,
make of it? Or anyone?
a quick note
You
on
guys go, yeah.
stats. Out of the 3 dungeons, Mandatory currently holds the fastest route in 2 of them, the Shadowmoon Burial Grounds and the Halls of Valor, whereas Echo has the overall fastest time in the Alcathar Academy. Do you think we're going to see a change, Dratnos?
We're going.
I feel like
Let's
Echo
go.
are likely to have the edge in the Algathar Academy. Yeah, I think that is their more likely map. Now they did look shaky in there against Cheese, right?
Start
They
to feel a little
nearly
nervous.
lost this map when they
Even
played
more
against
nervous.
Cheese, and if it weren't for a disaster at the very end from Cheese, they would have lost and they would be in the lower bracket right now. But their pathing and their strat in here seems fast and it seems solid, whereas Tettles, like you were saying, the mandatory comp.
This is
I'm
World of
unsure
Warcraft.
how they can fit the
This is
Affliction Warlock
WoW.
that does so well in
I
this
play
dungeon
WoW.
into their comp without making like several swaps that we haven't seen yet out of them. Now,
So-
Mandatory is a world-class team. They could do that. They could have that as their
I
plan.
think I don't
but
know. I am
it
actually
is
not sure.
By default,
So
something
the
that
thing
I'm
is,
assuming they might not
you
do,
guys
right?
who
Or
don't
something that
know,
may
my
be
boyfriend
costly
is a
for them to do.
pro
So we'll see
player
if they
in
have
World of
that ready,
Warcraft,
or if
and
they
this is
want
the
to take a
World
different approach. We saw
Championship
Perplexed
of
just use a rogue in here instead of a warlock, right? And they were a little bit slower
Mythic
perhaps
class.
as a result.
Mythic
but,
class is
it
dungeon
was
speed.
also fine.
Speed. How should I say?
couple of
Yeah,
other things.
it's a dungeon
First off,
race. It's
I didn't
speed
really
running
think Echo's
in
quota stars
dungeons.
yesterday. I
The
thought it was a little bit slower than
fastest
some of the other performers, like particularly
dungeon
Cheese and
Yeah.
Legendary
win.
had better quota stars times.
The fastest
But
team in the
mandatory
dungeon
banning
win.
that out is a really interesting decision. And on top of that too, our second map's going to be that Shadowrun Burial Grounds, which on
he
day one we
is,
saw Echo lose to Thunder.
By the PC right now, which is
I don't know
stressing
if
me.
We saw Mandatory play Court of Stars yet this weekend, have we?
Bill
I
Yako,
don't
thank you so
believe
much
we
for
have.
following
think
me.
so,
I
no.
appreciate that.
Yeah.
So
and
it may just
that's
be a
what the dungeon-
permaban from them. Yeah.
Right, I was gonna say that's the dungeon where people have been trying the 4
save the
DPS
craft.
compositions, and maybe it's a thing where
Let's
they
see,
don't
let's see,
have
let's
that
see.
prepared. I'm not sure.
Same
That's
dungeon for
obviously
yesterday.
something, but
Crest
it
posing
is
no.
interesting to see that being kind of
Well,
the
this
ban
is
from them.
actually the same. This is the same, to be honest. But
Yeah,
they
'cause they did ban that out.
they said that they
couple
have
times.
been
Sometimes you have these brackets
fixing
where you
some
can just
stuff,
ban
so I
a
hope
map in
that that
every
is true.
series. It's never your
Right.
first
I
map, and then
don't
if you do that, you have one less map that you need to worry about. Especially Court of Stars,
I
if
don't
you
want-
need to think about stuff like double DPS. It can make sense
Just
to
do it like this.
to just remove that practice time entirely and focus
At
on
least
the other
there's
maps.
sound
It does
on.
mean you kind of lose the ability to ban reactionary against whatever your
Yeah.
opponents have shown to be good at, though.
True, true.
They will
Makes
do
Echo has the
something
best
differently.
Temple Legit Serpent time
I
even
don't
over
know
Mandatory, right?
how much they will do here.
Yeah, that is true.
I think they're gonna
had
go all
12
in
minutes and
everywhere.
3
I mean, there's
seconds in
nothing
that
to
tempo.
lose on it, right?
Mandatory had 12 minutes and 16 seconds, so by 13 seconds, Echo was faster.
I'm nervous,
I
man.
mean, I
one of
guess
those
it's maybe a
things where-
toss
Go
up.
ahead.
Yeah, at that time differential, but I guess I'm kind of surprised.
I
Echo
hope
was
they
looking
took
to
his
ban
second
that
minute
as like a
monitor
quick kind
because
of
that
sort of
was
reactionary
so unnecessary.
Yeah, I'm surprised
It's,
too. I think you would have probably looked for the other 2 dungeons where Mandatory is holding a faster time than you.
See.
But knowing Echo, I mean, we kind of have to give them
No.
a little bit the benefit of the doubt, right? Knowing Echo, they
gonna
probably have
give my
another
dog
tech
something.
that
Be right
they
back.
know that they can do and be faster than what Mandatory put on the board. Whereas at Temple, maybe they felt like that was already their best route, and that was too close to what Mandatory put in.
That always seems to be the case with Echo too, is that whenever we get to these final days, we always seem to see something a little bit extra special from Echo. They always seem to have something they've been reserving, or they just take something they've been doing and they do it just that much better. Like final day of a tournament Echo is on another level. So I'm curious if we're going to see that too, especially in this first map, especially where some of the snapping mechanics and some of the island hopping gets a little bit funky with this. We'll see if they can run it a bit cleaner than we saw in that match against Cheese, but also what sort of special stuff do they have to show us here on the final day? I think that's something I always look forward to with Echo in last days of a tournament, We're waiting for the players to get into the map, and as soon as they do, we'll get it started. And the funny thing is, like, this right here could be a finals, right? This could be the finals of like any MDI. And it might be a preview of our grand finals. If Mandatory or Echo get knocked down, I'd say it's entirely likely that either one goes back to the grand finals. So this might just be a preview of our grand finals today. We'll see, Thomas.
All right.
I mean, I definitely think it's maybe the most likely scenario is that we see both of these teams in the grand finals again, but
It was
I
very
think now
sloppy.
more than
It
ever,
was, yes,
it's
sorry.
not super
They're
clear
playing
who's
now.
going to be winning the weekend because
They are
a lot
playing.
of the times you have, one team that has really dominant rounds.
Shit.
They have the best times in a lot of dungeons across the whole entire weekend. That's not really the case here. I think Makes had some numbers on it. I think it was like 3 for Echo, 3 for Mandatory, 1 for Perplex, 1 for Legendary for like best time.
my
Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
That's correct.
So that's pretty
Small words
unprecedented.
Aw,
So
here we
that's a
go.
big deal.
All right, let's get into it.
Small word.
All right, starting us
Wow.
off here, we talked about it going into this game. Mandatory not opting to bring that Warlock that we have seen so many times in the Algathar Academy, and instead, Tettles, we're seeing what I think
Let's
is
fucking
another
go.
Beast Mastery Hunter.
It's so interesting. I think that generally this is used for like snapping, but we've seen some weird stuff with like meld juggling or like stasis like across the map for snapping, but the BM Hunter has a really easy time being able to do that just with that misdirection ability. And
Let's
right
go,
off the bat, we have
Echo.
both Echo and Mandatory doing absolutely massive pulls into the Veximus trash area. They're grabbing this Ravager on top of all of these manifestations. Now, you're really worried here about the manifestation casts, and one of the things that the Warlock does provide is actually has some CC that's a bit more reliable than that Beast Mastery Hunter that we do see that RX is on. But RX on that BM Hunter, his single target damage is going to be very, very high.
Yeah, I think so too. And with the Unholy DK being taken out, you have all of those PIs for Crims, who is just loving that with his combustion, right? Same thing happening on Echo, although I do think Mirrors probably sometimes gets PI. Now check out what Mandatory is doing here. It's something we've seen from teams before, where I think that trap didn't really work out the way it was supposed to be, but they're pulling stuff up from the bridge to then take into Veximus, which I just always love. Same thing, of course, happening on the side of Echo, who started this boss just a little bit earlier. Both teams have used up their Bloodlust, so now we're looking where they're going to put it a second time, because judging from what we know from this dungeon, there will only be one more Bloodlust in the entire key for both of them.
I mean, but Mandatory off of this boss fight by already pulling this trash, we know that from seeing Echo run this dungeon a couple times, they do this thing that we like to call Priest Shroud, where they like walk up through the pack and then meld off the aggro. But Mandatory are just going to be able to mount up and just run all the way through, and so that can actually be a slight time save there for them. But I mean, just look at the count differential. Mandatory is going to have somewhere in the order of maybe 1.5% ahead. It's not going to be like the end of the world, but it is going to allow for slightly different routing, especially like later on in the dungeon.
Yeah, we are seeing a little bit of Sanguine healing on the side of Mandatory, though, during this boss fight. I'm not sure how much of that was on Vaximus itself, I suppose, and how much was on the trash. But yeah,
Mandatory
getting
pulled
close.
how much delay did Mandatory pull the boss, and they're actually starting to catch back up. And I think a lot of that's due to this Beast Master and single target damage.
Mirrors was just ramping. Veximus
Yeah,
dropping even lower for Echo here now. I do think they still are very much in the same parameter of how much later they've started. And their trash count is also looking pretty equal, with a little bit of more trash on the side of Mandatory. But this is only the first boss in this 23 tyrannical dungeon. There is so much still to happen that I think might have also been a little bit due to that Sanguine. We're going to have to check how much happened on that boss. I think it was only the foragers, hopefully.
There was also like a battle axe that delayed Mandatory even getting Veximus pulled too, because that also got stuck in Sanguine for a little bit. Echo on the left side of your screen, though, going to be able to down Veximus around 17% ahead of Mandatory, but Mandatory still has a couple of more foragers and one of those mana fiends to be able to kill off before they are able to make their way through. Now, Echo on the left side of your screen here, they pre-bop Zalia, he walks in, he fears all the mobs, and so now all of the players are going to be able to walk through those mobs while they're feared, not have combat. Zalia is going to then meld it off, as you see on screen right there, and they are not going to be combated by that pack. And so a great skip from Echo, allowing them to set up their next pull pretty fast, as they're already onto this Arcane Ravager.
Yeah, and that's a massive pull. You saw Celia use that pre-rapture, making sure nobody or everybody is a little bit more protected going into this one, as it does hurt quite a lot. Mandatory already cleared this bridge trash, and it looks like they're opting to snap what we're seeing here onto the sentry. The misdirect already being placed onto Skylark. We're going to see the rest of the team walk up, take that bridge. Arik's going to stay down, pull everything, and then with that misdirect should be able to put it onto his tank. There we go. It snapped away.
Okay, he had to watch out for Thundering there too, because if he went up too early, then he would have stunned some of the members of Mandatory with this Thundering. But yeah, like you said, this pack already
this is actually one of my favorite dungeons.
That wasn't the hardest snap ever. Like this is a pull that is actually very dangerous, especially with this Ravager Battle Axe pack. So you got to watch out for Skylark's HP here.
And of course, Court of Stars. Court of Stars is also pretty okay.
What you saw is that Zalia and Clix are going to be running off to the Overgrown Ancient area. From then, they're going to do some like weird aggro juggling with multiple shadow melds, where there's something with like a a power word shield for Zalia to get
Yeah,
combat.
you can
Okay,
see it now. Here we go.
Yeah. So Clix is going to combat all of these mobs. That's the starting parameter. And then Zalia is going to heal him to maintain threat. Clix is going to then meld off the pack. And then while he hits this wind tunnel, then he's going to regrowth Zalia to regain threat. And so with a bit of meld juggling, we're going to snap all of the lashers onto this platform for the side of Echo.
Uncomfortable.
For Mandatory on the right side of the screen, RX is doing this solo with Misdirection. Oh, he's actually using Eyes of the Beast. Wow, this is actually so cool. So he's using Eyes of the Beast to not consume his charge of Misdirection. And so he's getting the pack fully grouped. And so then once it's fully grouped, he's going to shoot one multi-shot here, or I guess it's a Cobra in this instance. And everything should be looking to snap as he feigns death. Wow, that's so sick.
Yeah, let's see. Here we go. RX is on the way over there, and the mobs are appearing. Like you said it, on the side where his team is waiting, he is going to be with them in just a couple of seconds, but we are seeing side by side the same pulls between Echo and Mandatory. A little bit of a comp difference, but the technique is exactly the same. Now, yesterday when Echo was in this dungeon, this snap didn't really work out for them. Clix going down for Echo.
They do have a battle rest to be able to afford to give here, so it's not the end of the world that Clix has died. But Echo is through a lot of the hard part of this area, right? So they're just dealing with a few small lashers. They also have some of the remaining
big
Alpha
lashers.
Eagles. Now, where are they?
No way they killed them that fast, right? I'm going to check the replay and see. Oh, there's one again.
They pulled them into the Guardian
They
Sentry.
lost. Huh?
They pulled them in the Guardian Sentry. Where are they though? Okay, maybe they're just delayed snapping. Okay, so
No, see, they're coming now. Like, they weren't dead.
Okay.
Oh, they're coming.
Well, maybe there's a chance they were dead. That wouldn't have made sense. That's a good point. All right.
I was
They
like,
have so
what
much
the
HP, you can see it on the side
Yeah,
of
I know.
Mandatory, but it looked like for a second they
I know that
snapped
he died
back
on
when
Mandatory side
Clix
too.
died.
You see
I'm
the
not
death
really sure
scene.
if that's what happened. We're going to have to wait and see what Dratnus has to say about this, but it looked like something went wrong here with that death of Clix, and the lashers disappeared, or didn't appear in the first place.
So
Yeah, what?
I'm
That's
not
so
sure.
funny.
We'll have to ask Dratnos.
Yeah, well, they're back. It's fine. Everything's fine. Now, there is a question as to whether or not all the small lashers reset, because that might not be all of them, but it also might be all of them. So if they have to do another pull in the Overgrown Ancient area, it wouldn't be ideal. But at least we have all of the large lashers in this area to be able to finish off for the side of Echo. But for the side of Mandatory, I think that they're in the lead here, Makes. Like, look at this. They already have all of the Alpha Eagles killed off. They have all of the birds dealt with. They are about to be ready to engage Croth.
little. There.
Yeah, now the question is, what we've seen so far from teams is that they buff up both
But
of
that's the
these
thing with
roles
snapping,
simultaneously to get to the checkpoint where they have a specific amount of haste and a specific amount of buff
No, the thing is,
to
when you do
get
snapping,
out, and
you're
then they
actually
throw both
bugging the
goals
game.
in quite late
So
into the
it's
boss
on your
fight,
own
where
risk.
the
It's not
Warlock
like
mostly
illegal to
is
do
going to
snapping,
send his full
but you're
cooldowns
actually
with
bugging the
Thundering
mobs.
ideally,
So
and
if you're
AI, as
if
far
you
as
get
I
the
know.
bug on your
So
bug, then it's your
Mandatory
own
not
fault.
having access to that affliction
They are
Warlock,
not. They are
are they
little,
going to
little
try
ahead,
and do
but
the same thing
that
on
is
the
so,
Hunter,
so
or will it just be the combustion
little,
from Crims
so little.
that has to
And I
carry
didn't
that
really
base,
pick up
or
what
will they
happened to
just
the
play the boss
lashers.
differently, approach it differently?
You know, it's funny. I've seen BM hunters on this boss just like on live
Okay,
do
now they
100
are ahead.
DPS, which is
They are actually
typically
ahead.
more than what you see just from like the Affliction Warlock by itself on this encounter. And so I think that like
When
with
you're
that
snapping,
CI for mandatory,
guess
they
when
might
you're
be able to
snapping,
just
okay.
have the raw amount of damage to be able to do either a
That
similar
is
strat or
bugging
even
out
potentially
stuff.
get a faster cross
Bugging
kill
the-
than something that's like as optimized as
You're
Echo's
bugging the
double
mobs.
dunk strat.
You're
Now,
not supposed to
looking at
snap.
mandatory, it looks like they're also going for the double dunk. As you see at the bottom, the goal
So,
of searing
yeah,
bows and the goal
if you
of
get a
rushing
bug
winds
on
is
your
getting
bug, then
dunked almost immediately.
it's just
Actually, it
tough
looks
luck.
like it only dunked all of the
Hi,
wind
Hunter Lord,
ones and
how
it
you
didn't
doing?
get the fire dunk. Huh.
Yeah, the buff meter is not showing right now, but maybe it's only the,
Yeah, I
the
think so
weird
too.
ones, because
Maybe
I also
rest
can't see
reset
the golds on the side of Echo. So
the mobs.
I don't know how far we
mean,
went
since
into that
Clix
fire
died,
one already,
maybe
but
that
the wind
aggro.
run definitely has been
So,
triggered for mandatory.
If he had
And
the aggro,
right now,
the
it
mobs,
looks like Macy
they
is
were
doing most of
just,
the damage here for mandatory. Echo now starting to
if
throw
hitting
some
you or
golds they
Whatever.
have the Syrian plays 2 out of 3,
Because it
and the
happens
Russian
so
wins
many.
1 out of 3, and they're going to stay here for a couple more seconds as far
But
as I'm
right
concerned.
now, Echo actually
Yeah,
have
and
a
looking at
little
this,
more
Mandatory now have their
percentage.
goals spawning again as
They
they
have a
push
little more
Croft below
percentage.
45%. Mode's holding
And
a ball.
they're
The goal of
catching
Killing
up
Blaze is
pretty
at
good
2 out
on
of 3
the-
stacks. And so Mode, whenever either cooldowns, probably like this combustion is
This
the
boss
cooldown we're
will
waiting for.
die
Oh,
faster.
and Thundering, and so now we're going to be looking
But
to
it
dunk
ain't over
and
till the
just get
fat
all
lady
of our
sings.
cooldowns paired up with the Croft damage amp and Thundering
So much
available
can
to him.
happen.
He's gonna take
It's
increased
in the beginning of the
damage here
game.
as he gets stunned. And Mandatory may be able to kill this boss like in this stun.
Yeah, look at how much damage they're conjuring right now, Croft.
Yeah,
is
I think so,
dropping
yes,
lower and lower,
If he
down
had some-
to
if he
10%,
had,
not just in the
maybe some
stun,
of them
but I
didn't
think they can
snap.
finish off the rest quite quickly,
Some of
whereas
them didn't
Echo
snap,
still
and
haven't
they went
reached
on him
that
instead.
peak that they're looking for. So
Killing
once they
aggro.
do
I don't-
activate those golds, we're going to see
be
that boss
so-
drop very quickly as well. Don't be mistaken here. But it is going to happen any second now. Zelia is ready. The goal is being tossed. The stun should come out any second
have
now.
some,
Now we're going to see how
percentage
fast Echo can take down Croft, but Mandatory looking in the lead of dungeon progression right now. You have a couple less percent.
Yeah,
I'm wondering where
exactly.
and how they're going to make up for that, but we'll see as they now move on. And you can see Echo is right behind them.
I think that Echo may have gotten the better of this exchange. Like they pulled Croft a significant amount later than Mandatory, but I think that strategy of double dunking the orb, both of the goals at the same time at 45% on the boss, is just such a unique strategy that it has allowed Echo to catch up a little bit. It looks like they still have some of these small lashers that are snapping around to them, so I don't think that Echo has killed all of the lashers that are in
No,
this room.
all the
Now, the
lashers
big
didn't
lashers are the
come.
ones that control overgrown
But I
ancients
think it's
spawning.
pretty fun.
But that clicks death. Like,
Gonna be up
there's
to
a
last
hungry
pull.
lasher
Yeah.
that's on the ground. Like, what's really going on? Maybe we missed other count for the side of Echo. It's going to be something that we're going to have to watch out for later on. But as it currently stands, they're grabbing all 6 Skitterflies and engaging the overgrown ancient on the side of Echo. On the right side of your screen, though, Mandatory already having killed off a bunch of those Skitterflies, and
Yeah,
the boss is at 60% for them.
So good.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at them go. I mean, once again, they still have to make up for that trash
I
count.
don't
I
like
think
this.
they're probably pulling one more group of Echo Knights later on. We're gonna see about that. But right now, the
gonna be
overgrown
close,
ancient
yes.
is getting it from Mandatory and
It's
Echo
really
alike.
close.
But Echo still has to deal with these Skitterflies here, and they cause a little bit of a ruckus before they go down. You need to be careful here with that sanguine healing. You don't want that boss anywhere near it, making sure that's not going to happen now.
Fucking
Dragged it
sanguine.
out here, saving
I
what
fucking hate
could be
sanguine.
fatal for Echo, and they are trying to catch up, but Mandatory is leading.
I have a question, Meg.
I mean,
So whenever you're looking at Mandatory's count, so we
Echo
know
have
that Echo
5% almost.
has been doing like the Echo Knight Invoker pull, all of the remaining
Count
trash
the
into the
trash
boss. We know
count.
that they have one pull that separates them from the end of the dungeon if it goes well.
Seems like they used blood.
Do you think Mandatory is going to do Echo's pull, but just bigger
Bloodlust.
into Echo Adorgosa? Is that what's about to happen here?
Here, they have more trash
If
count.
it is,
than
we
the-
are in for a ride, because we saw that pull yesterday escalate for 2 of our best teams. Cheese and Echo both struggled with it.
Yeah, it's called
trying to recover
Bloodlust.
it with a couple of deaths.
No
Now,
heroes
if
here.
Mandatory is
Or
opting
the
to
Horde.
make that even bigger. I'm not sure
Mandatory
how, if it's possible, but maybe they're going to try. We'll see. Boss has gone down for Mandatory. No Bloodlust, they used it.
Yeah,
Echo's
they
still
used it
holding
for
on to
overgrown.
it, so I think Mandatory is just doing one big pull here
I
and then
don't-
pulling into the boss on its own. I don't think we'll see one big pull.
Those mobs.
Okay. That seems likely
Those
with
mobs
the,
literally do
with the lust on the overgrown
nothing.
ancient.
They're not dangerous at all.
Hey, I think that fate may be in Echo's hands here. Whether or not Echo is able to pull off this Echo Adorgosa large
have
pull,
more trash
to
count.
take all of the remaining trash that they need of the dungeon, the remaining 22-ish%.
I
That's
don't
going to
know.
be the big pivotal moment here as you see Zalia sitting down to drink while now
What do you think,
and the
guys?
gang are running ahead, getting all the
Echo
passes
have
up.
so
Now, it
much
does
more
take a
trash
little bit of
count
time to set this
already.
pull up. So there is some time that's lost here, but I think the big
They're
thing
gonna
for
catch
Echo
up.
is watching out for Sanguine Healing.
Echo still
Watching
have
out for Sanguine
Bloodlust
Healing,
too,
making sure that
exactly,
nobody
so-
dies while this pull is getting set up. That's
They
one of
have
the
the
big things
Bloodlust
that happened
and
to
they
them
are
yesterday.
ahead on the
You had like
count.
invokers getting missiles off on players that weren't
now they're
swinging
gonna go
back,
straight to the
that
boss.
ended up causing players to go down.
Fuck my life.
What happen for mandatory?
Look at the details. They're getting so much sanguine healing right now on the end of that Echo Knight pull. It's looked really good. But towards the end, we had some whirlwind in one of the puddles. So really unfortunate, but they're now opting to also go in. But Echo is already there. They have one Battle Rush available. Bloodlust is running right now as the rest of the Echo Knights are coming to play. This team is throwing up everything that they have with boss and everything. Exactly, that's what's happening. This pull, it cannot be overstated how dangerous it is.
This is so fucked up.
Okay, there's a question as to whether or not mandatory might be able to catch back up here. So mandatory has done a significantly smaller trash pull into the boss. Whenever
And I'm like sitting and looking at spoilers.
You want to be prioritizing the Echo Adora Ghost damage. That's going to be the final mob that's going to die before the dungeon is over. But with all of this trash alive, it's just so dangerous.
Please
For Echo, they continue to sanguine heal the trash. Now they're doing a good job of making sure that the boss itself is not getting healed by sanguine, but it looks like the boss might get one tick, but now does a great job of continuing to move that boss. And mandatory are just chugging away at the boss on the right side of the screen. It might be a situation that mandatory with a slightly smaller pull is able to take this a little bit faster, but Echo is able to maintain that lead by pulling earlier.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah, absolutely right. It's all about that sanguine healing, and the sanguine healing on the details meter that you are seeing for Echo is quite substantial now, but we'll have to check. I think once again, most of it is only to the Echo Knights. So Echo of Dorogosa shouldn't have healed. Now the trash is done. Echo of Dorogosa at 48%, and mandatory a little bit behind that. They still have to finish off their Echo Knights, make sure there is no sanguine healing happening on their part, and try to get ahead here. Both teams are equal in terms of penalty seconds that they're getting from
Yes, man!
So there is nothing that separates them right now other than what you are seeing on screen, and that means Echo is leading this by a little bit more than 10% boss HP on
Fucking hell, they wiped.
So both teams have
Bummer, they wiped. No spoilers, no, they wiped.
At the top of the screen, there's a difference in count, and they're not
That was just like a haka for making them feel a
seconds,
little more
it's going to be redommed and like
a little stronger
very
about
late
themselves.
Time on the fight, that dominate mind will expire for both Echo and mandatory, and they are going to have to.
The spoilers.
That's also another thing that's going to be giving both of them count. I think. That
Shit, no way they
on
wiped.
either side makes this. It might tip the scales, but Echo on the left. They're killing that restore. It's come out of the dominate mind. It's the Echo Adora Ghost is at 5% HP.
Okay, now I guess you can see that.
I think that Echo is going to be
This was actually when I started filming or like looking.
Bad run yesterday.
Such a bad lie. Yeah. My nose is already so big.
Echo, able to
I wouldn't be this happy. No way they won. They won.
And they are able to take the
They
first
won.
half in the series.
Wow.
With some
that is
seconds
exactly-
on that.
It's exactly how I wanted the day to start, right? Where it's like,
Let's go,
what little
Echo.
extra stuff does Echo have? You know, just
This
a
is
little
so
bit of
fucking
extra
good.
Speed that they're
So
just waiting
good.
for the final day to bring out. And
No way they won.
right there, a little bit extra speed, a little bit cleaner run, and they win the first map. Makes like you.
I
you
guess
seem to
we are
impress
gonna just
many of us
keep-
with that. It's
keep it
pretty
to
cool
it
stuff,
small.
isn't it?
Yeah, so far the fastest Alcathar Academy we've seen in the entire weekend was by Echo with 1934. What we just saw was 1827 or something, so they underbid their own fastest time by over a minute in a setting like the MDI. That's crazy.
The craziest part as well is they could have gone even faster if things had gone a little bit better for them as well, because there were certainly some time losses in this run for Echo. But I want to start out by looking at the bridge onto Veximus strategy here used by Mandatory, getting these logs out of the way, getting a little bit of extra count early on. Different plan at the beginning than Echo. Echo have this bop on Zalia. Zalia runs through Psychic Stream. When mobs are CC'd, they won't get aggro on anybody else who runs through them. And then Zalia can meld there, and they were only in combat with him, so they drop off combat like that, and they were able to skip that bridge entirely. Then we had this
My
image.
hand.
This is RX on the right.
I was clapping too hard.
See doing this Eyes of the Beast tech
Oh, so
to grab these mobs.
TV
in,
final upper
sending
bracket,
in the
yes.
pet,
So this is the
and by
game
doing this,
before.
the pet can group up all of
This
the
is the
mobs and have them
game
be nice
or
in the
the
same
grand
place as each
final,
other,
whatever
but
you
also
call
RX
that.
himself not in any danger. A nice way for
Maybe you can
Hunter
see
to
that
make
I'm not
snap
very a sports
work
person.
out really nicely. Now here was where Clicks died. When Clicks died, those mobs all appeared to snap back. Now Clicks got rezzed and came back. Now here's my working theory on what
When
happened
will you
there.
compete in
The
MDI?
mobs snapped
I
back, but they
actually had a
didn't
Mythic
clear their
Plus
Feral
team
Druid
back in the
dots
days, and we
super
were
fast.
only
So
girls.
when Clicks got
But
rezzed,
then-
they still had those dots on
And
them.
I don't know
and
what
so they got
happened. The
back into
girls
combat
got
with
the.
Clicks
They
and the
started
rest of the
fighting
group
each
and
other,
snapped
and
back
well,
in. That's my thinking of
we never
of
got
what
there,
happened with that,
unfortunately.
but
Scary,
I'm
dude.
not 100% sure.
Interesting.
There you could see a cool little binding
Unfortunate.
shot out of RX. A nice way to group
Girls
up
drama,
and AoE
yeah.
stun those mobs.
Really
Binding
sad.
shot a little bit weaker than it used to be in previous expansions, but still really good for when you want
But it
to
went
kite
pretty good
and you
until
want to get a bunch
I
of mobs that
actually
aren't
have
grouped up to all
competed
be grouped
in,
up because they all end up stunned on the same spot.
another.
This
It
pack, you can
wasn't
see we ended up
obviously
having
MDI,
about
but
5
it
million
was
sanguine healing on the end for,
whatever the other Mythic
mandatory,
Plus
which
tournament
may
was
have been
called, and
costly
we ended
for
up in
them
12th
because
place.
Echo were able
That's
to
not
get
too
straight into the
bad.
box with all of this trash.
And I came in
I
the
mean, it's really
team,
impressive as well that
the
mandatory were
same.
so
I
close.
had never played
do
with
think
this
that if
team
the Clips
before.
death hadn't come out, if Echo hadn't had to kill those extra Latchers,
And they
to spawn Overgrown Ancient, I think there's maybe another 30 seconds or a minute faster.
lost one
than Echo
guy
could have
to a
been.
ban,
But I think
and they were
Mandatory could have easily
desperate
saved 30
after a new
seconds on
player,
sanguine
so I
healing
just
on
came
that,
in. The
penultimate
same
pull for them as
day we
well.
got
So,
the
I mean,
maps
just an
for
amazing run, right? so high level gaming.
the
between
game.
both of
Well,
these
we
teams,
got
so you're
access
really,
to
really
the
impressive.
tournament realm the same day. No.
It's the
Wait.
final day of this tournament in a
I
nutshell,
came in the
basically, where it's
same
like the
day
difference is
as the
everyone's
time
doing
trial
minute, a little bit of
started.
sanguine
That's
healing
what
there, a little
happened.
bit of a, you know,
So,
random death here,
We like
you know, one mob not
practiced
kiting the way
and
you
did the
want it to,
time
there, like,
trials
a
in
little
the same,
second or two
you know,
off and on
go.
is gonna make
And
a
we
difference
still
between
ended
all
up in
these
12th
dungeons.
place, so that's not too bad.
Stats there for the first one. Unless anyone
Not
has
too
anything to
bad.
reference on the stat side of things, I want to start talking about our
Could
next
been
map,
better
because
as well.
This is another one that's going
Or
to be
worse.
interesting. Going to Shadow Moon
Yeah,
Burial Grounds next. I don't know. Anyone want to talk about the numbers? I feel like I'm
just
forcing
wish
people to
that-
talk about the numbers sometimes. But you don't have to.
No, I don't really want to
People
talk
can
about
read.
the number side, but I do want to talk about the tech from Mandatory.
Yeah.
I really
Alright.
feel
Echo
like
is purple.
they
They're
should've
always
not
a little
lusted ancient
logs.
tree and go big like Echo does with that last ball, splitting up the Echo Knights into
12
like,
from
a
12. No.
safety ball,
It was,
and then
I don't
another
remember,
ball
but it was
onto
maybe
boss. I
100
think
teams, 200
was
teams. I
the
don't
big
remember.
difference in tech here,
But it wasn't
and
not
was
12
the
from
issue
12.
with
But I don't
why
remember
they
tournament.
fell
No,
back
it's not
towards
Great
them.
Push. It was Mythic Plus tournament.
Part of it is like they were 5% down.
I'm gonna look that
coming
up.
Off of Overgrown Ancient.
It was good.
And, like,
It was
are you
really
going to
good.
Do that pull that
Back in the days.
Echo had problems.
That was in
with
BFA
yesterday,
by
plus
the
an additional
way.
invoker
Yeah,
pass? Like,
BFA.
is that really what's about to go down? Like, what does the consistency look like for something like that? I don't know.
You
Yeah,
probably don't want to.
that pull as well. I feel
probably
like it's
don't.
kind of an
Doa have
Aflock-
changed
I feel like
background.
it's kind of an Aflock special as well, right? Like if you're trying to do that with the Beast
Tedros
Mastery Hunter,
have changed
especially
his
on that
hair.
pull, those mobs kind of get spread out. I'm not sure you're actually beast cleaving onto all of them, and you're doing a lot less than I think the Aflock is going to on it. So I think that their strategy was internally consistent. It made sense to try and get that count in other spots in the dungeon, but yeah, having to do one extra pull there.
So
of
who's your
course
favorite
not
host?
good.
What is it,
I don't know, if it
Doa
had been
or
perfectly
Automatic
sanguine
Jack?
healed, maybe they would have been able to keep up there.
Who
but
is your favorite pick
I think
of
the
the
Quick Step
hosts
was a more costly time loss for Echo, so I do think Echo had the faster
when
strat,
Automatic
yeah.
Jack were host?
All right, so now, like Doa mentioned earlier, we're into the Shadow
Nagura.
Battlegrounds
She's a
and Pulse
caster.
Valor as the next two maps in the
Dratness is
series,
also
and these are two
caster.
maps that
Tedros is also
I think that
caster.
We kind of agreed were mandatory favored. Now,
Tedros
this
is
not
still a
situation
caster.
that it's always
I'm
going
talking
to
about the
be this way
hosts.
because these are dungeons that
You
are
know,
incredibly difficult to execute
Doa
with
is a
extreme precision,
host,
but these are dungeons that
and
mandatory have looked
Automatic Jack is
phenomenal
also
in.
host.
And
He was the
mandatory
host
needs to
before.
start a reverse sweep here. They lost the
Okay, you don't know
All right,
Automatic
we got
Jack.
one mulligan. That was
Jack.
a really good run for Echo.
Maybe not.
For mandatory fans, we got to be looking at this next map, making sure that the.
But I love
first couple
Nagura.
of pulls
I love
don't
Nagura.
go their way,
And Makes, of
'cause this
course.
first boss is
Oh wow, we're already in it.
They're my woman. I
Here
love
we go.
them.
Game
Yeah,
number
we
2. Let's see if
are.
mandatory
Telos
can tie it
rocking
up.
the straight out of bed look.
All
Tella
right.
goes
We
through
are
his hair more
seeing
than a woman
this
with long
priest
hair.
out of mandatory. a
Yeah, he
combination with that
he's
fire
rocking
mage that we
the
have now
wave.
seen a couple of times.
Be quiet.
Echo on the other side opting to stay stay with the preservation ability
favorite
will not
host is
have access
MissAvantasia.
to that PI, but will have access to the greater throughput that Preservation Evoker is giving, and also the greater AoE burst that it is giving. So we'll see how that pairs out as they start the biggest of
What,
the polls
Rain?
at the beginning here onto Sedana
What?
Fury.
Don't say that.
All right,
Don't
so
say
immediately
that.
right off the rip,
Don't say that
Echo
here.
getting Sedana Blood Fury
She's a
pulled,
very good friend of mine.
maybe somewhere in the order of
The girl is a
10
friend of mine.
seconds
Don't
ahead
say
of first
that.
blood.
Yeah.
Both of the teams immediately
She's
ripping
amazing.
bloodlust
She's
here.
very down to earth and very,
Hey,
very, very
this is
nice.
a point where we
Very
see teams
kind.
actually lose some time.
Very
with
big
just
heart.
being a little bit slow on the trigger of getting the first boss pulled. They're waiting for that pack to group up. But Echo able to get this pack pulled faster and this boss
Oh,
pulled
that's
faster. This might
awesome,
be a
Tib.
situation that
That's
is
so
very strong for
awesome.
them. We know that like a good Sedana split on the weekend is like what, like 205? I think were the numbers whenever I was looking at it earlier.
Yeah.
So let's see if
I
Echo
could
is
listen
going
to
be
all
able
of
to
them chatting
improve
all
on that.
day. I love them.
Yeah. Oh, clicks going down for Echo. That
Oh.
will probably be a battle rest. And in a dungeon as short as Shadow Moon Burial Grounds, we've seen this cause
boss
issues
is
down
getting
the
deleted
line.
though,
For now,
but-
he's back with the team, but it is 5 seconds against the clock for Echo, as Mandatory has now caught up in boss DPS and is chugging along happily. The Bone Mender still needs to be kept under control here, as they haven't DPS'd that down quite far enough just yet. But boss is going to die very, very closely to both of those teams.
Yeah, I think that click step probably cost them. I mean, we see it where they're at like 2.
Sometimes I also
206 on their
think
boss
that
one
when you're
split,
watching
they could have
someone
saved a few more seconds
on
on
the
top of that,
street,
but then they also
or
have the death
you
penalty.
see them
so
like cast
around
and
the
stuff.
211 split one, that really could have been slightly better. Whereas for mandatory,
Thank you so much, Otalot. Thank you so much for subbing. Subbing the girl.
Doing something similar going on to
I
the
appreciate
area.
that.
For Echo,
HOTALOT 25 gifted a tier 1 sub to Nagura.
Thank you.
This is their first gift sub in the channel.
I think that sometimes you,
interrupting shout from the warrior
maybe
makes it a
see
lot more
someone in the
consistent.
street,
But
or
Echo
like,
is making, they have
when they're
to
casting,
be diligent with their
then you
CC,
maybe get
rotating
the
all of their AoE
idea.
CCs,
Think
things
you
such
have
as,
an
like
idea
Divine
of
Pull,
how the
Avenger
person
Shield,
is,
single interrupts on the
but
Dominators
then they are
is
completely
paramount for them, where for
different
mandatory
IRL.
they do have a little bit more leeway. But
They're
this pull is
completely
not easy
super
on either end,
awesome.
and we've seen teams have 1 or 2 players
Someone
die to these void lashes.
I've been seeing some side.
Yeah,
that maybe
absolutely
they
right. We are
misunderstood,
waiting
or
for that
maybe so
social.
many
It's now going
different
to come in
things.
a half a second faster for Echo than it did for Mandatory. They're finishing
We're all
these
different,
possessed souls,
right?
and they're going to come back. And now they have access to
She's
these
a very,
Fs,
very
to the
sweet
trash that they
person.
pulled on top of the boss
And a good
without
friend of
needing to
mine.
deal with all of those casts. It's a fun little interaction that we've now seen a couple of times on
I'm
the
so
NBI.
nervous, man.
They will use everything they have on the side of mandatory. That's combustion with PI. That's going to go into that. Make your mage very, very happy. RX does not have the army ready just yet, same as Miras. They'll have a couple more death coils to go to send that in if they want to, and they will want to get this boss down as quickly as possible. And it looks like mandatory is a little bit in the lead here.
What happened?
And I mean, Echo looked like they have this Exhumer that's off on the left. If you look on the left side of your screen, you see that Exhumer. He's going to be patrolling into a bad spot. I wonder what Echo are going to do with that Exhumer. I wonder if they're going to be pulling it in their next pull. I wonder if they're going to be forced to like invisibility potion past it. Like what is the Echo strat for dealing with that Exhumer? On the right side of the screen here, we do see mandatory. They also have that Exhumer in a weird
So
spot. Both of the teams looking to mind soothe it, but Echo lose a little bit of time there. Hey, they're just a little bit slow on the cycle makes, and they have to wait for that Exhumer to go by, whereas mandatory get a great mind soothe and are able to save somewhere in the order of 10 seconds by that.
Yeah, that was really unfortunate for Echo. They'll now try to speed on and get that group up there. They will take the spider and the bats and all of the spiderlings down the stairs, or rather the circle bridge, but I don't know what you call this, but they will grab
Circle
the spiders.
bridge.
You can see from mandatory, they
I love
actually now
Mix.
have
She's so
5
fun.
spiders. Same thing happening for Echo, and for this, I really love the Paladin. He's going to make your life so much easier. They're even adding the bats into that. On the side of mandatory, we are seeing that they're single target
fuck's sake.
focusing a little bit that first spider that they pulled. So now it's only 4 for them that remain, whereas I'm not sure if Echo did the same thing. This pull
Ooh,
is
cast one off for Echo.
so so crazy.
So
They're taking
fucked
so
up,
much
you know?
damage from the spits from the bat. They can take damage if any of the spiders go through. You can see our interrupt tracker is just going round and round, making sure that all of that stays interrupted. One more burst to go
can see
on
that the interrupt
both
tracker
sides,
is here.
and hopefully they can
That
take
is
down
when
this
you
path.
interrupt
This
the
is
casts
very, very
here.
difficult.
Not att det var det slamper.
All right, so that first worm killed off for Echo. They do still have some of these
Echo is
bats left to
actually
deal with.
ahead,
It looks like there was
if
one
they have
spider
one death.
remaining that they're going to be killing off. Ooh, a grip from Mira is grabbing these other bats out of
Mandatory
the
had a cast
sky.
go through.
And they had a gas go
Fine,
through.
no
It's on
deal.
the hell.
Just one heal.
Mommy, hold me.
All right, both of them are moving on. There's still some more bats to deal with, and I would assume that we are going to see both of the teams pull the staircase pull on to Bone Maw. Now, that is also very threatening, but we'll see whether or not it happens. Right now, it's just neck and neck between the two of them. Those 5 seconds that Echo lost in that
Let's
very
go,
first pull due to the death definitely has to hurt them right now. Zelia now on the way with that evoker utility being just super easy,
It is that
able
bug
to grab everything
Zelia
that's there and
has.
pull that onto Bone Maw. The trash will come now. On the side of Mandatory, we saw something similar happen. Both of the teams now have grouped it up and are on to Bone Maw next.
I mean, dude, this might be just a 5-second gap like you referenced earlier. That death on the first boss. Both of these teams pulling Bone Maw within mere seconds of one another. This is also a situation where if
fucking
one
go,
team is
Echo.
able to skip one of the downstairs phases by Bone Maw more than the other team, that can make a massive time differential. And you look at this, just
It's
all of the offensive cooldowns are being pumped into Bone Maw.
Actually,
The
that
tanks
Echo
on both
is
sides now in Skylark
little,
are doing a
little.
great job of being able to stay alive. This pull is not easy for your tank. And it looks like Mandatory are getting good RNG on their inhale timings. They don't even have those ads that are spawned yet. So this
and death
boss for
penalty
Bone Maw is
either.
going to stay here for an
Now it would be
extended period of
Leonor.
time, where for Echo, it might go
Be
downstairs here in
bad,
just a couple of seconds, halting their damage on the boss.
Yeah, but those spiders are still here for both of them, so they need to die off rather soon. They have them
Just
under control, and something that
Could
could
go wrong.
pose a problem to Mandatory
Mandatory.
after this is, as you call them,
This
the
is such a
blueberries,
free
right?
dungeon,
There
kind of.
are some elementals waiting for you, and something we've seen
I
from
feel
other
that
teams, and I believe Mandatory
they
as well, is
speed
that
up
they
so
focus one
much.
down, soothe the raging off, and then focus the other one, whereas Echo, with Celia, who's spec'd into Overall, is able to just
I'm trying to
AoE
compare
soothe it
the
and not
damage,
have that problem.
Yeah, I mean,
it's
the
also
raging
pretty
void pulses
compatible
are something
together.
that certainly can cause a problem. And looking
Now
at
is
the right side of
making
your screen,
DPS
Mandatory did get a little bit better
than
RNG.
Mandatory's tank.
Now, I don't know if they're going to be able to beat this next inhale. Actually, Bone Maw goes
See.
for a fetid spit, which means that they're not going to get another downstairs phase for Mandatory. Getting this boss killed off one
Yeah.
cycle faster, and that is a massive
so
time save for Mandatory. That's
This is so
probably
bad.
somewhere in the order of 15 to 20
this
seconds
is
differential
GG.
just on this
Yeah,
boss
this is
alone.
GG.
On the left side of your screen here, Echo is going to be able to get Bone
Is
Maw
it
killed
3
off,
game again?
but Mandatory are about ready to pull the blueberries.
Yeah, the blueberries are waiting in that room, but Echo, with that rescue onto Maris, is not losing any time either. They're running up those stairs, and like we said, they have the option to just focus both of them. Now, is that going to make them 10 seconds faster? I'm not sure about that.
Yeah,
They
same.
even need to be 5 seconds
to
faster in
turn
the
on
overall
your,
than
Yeah.
mandatory
Witchcraft.
to even out that death that they had. But this,
I'm on the
this
Chris,
pull
how you doing?
is so lethal. You cannot have any mistakes here. Mandatory, getting that first Soothe the spell out, making sure the Void Spawn is not giving them any problems. They now need to get the other one down, whereas Echo needs to have perfect timing on that overall to make sure nothing goes wrong here. I believe there was a single Soothe from Clicks deployed as well onto the one that's a little bit lower as they're chewing through those Void Spawns.
They
One more
catched
Void
up,
Pulls for
but-
Mandatory, and they will be on their way to Nerzul. Again, a little bit in the lead over Echo.
9:50 for Mandatory is when Nerzul got engaged. For Echo, 10 minutes, but Mira's going down. It looked like that might have been a quaking death. I couldn't tell exactly what happened, but Mira's going down. They deployed their other battle res, but I don't know if they have 10 seconds to give now, Makes.
They didn't have 10 seconds to give from the very get-go. They had 5 seconds to win, right? To take. They needed them. So this could very well be the upset in this series here, as Mandatory is going to move on. This boss is not tyrannical. It is a 22 fortified team. So Ner'zhul shouldn't give them too many problems. They need to be careful with those omens. They need to be careful with the malevolence. We're seeing a beautiful bait out of Mandatory here as they're breaking the ritual of bones and moving on. Same thing happening for the side of Echo, and it all comes down to how quickly can they finish off this boss. Bloodlust will be ready for them. You can see across the board, everything is being held. We have Incarn, we have Combustion, we have Army of the Dead. For both of those teams, nearly ready. Gingy a little bit late on that Combustion. PI is also ready, allowing Mandatory to have an even stronger single target burst, and it is going to come out now.
Dude, the fact that they have pre-planned their thundering 11 minutes into this dungeon for this exact moment for their second lust is just gross for both Echo and Mandatory. And look at this. Is Mandatory committed to killing the boss here? I don't even think they're killing the wall, Mix. Or if they are killing the wall, it's just Combust.
They're killing boss. This is a commit. Wow.
Yeah.
11 minutes, 26 seconds, and Mandatory equals out the score
That was-
in this game against Echo.
That was crazy.
Hey, I mean, people were saying the dungeon was Mandatory favored. And,
11
apparently it
minutes,
is, but only by the
26
slimmest of
seconds.
margins. I mean, just a couple deaths for Echo, slightly perplexing. And
Just the
a couple
22.
things like Bone Maw dying slightly slower. Mandatory, though, getting the edge and getting the win and tying up the series. I feel like, though, Dradnos, I feel like there's a lot to unpack with what we saw in that dungeon.
Oh yeah, that was something for sure. I mean, it was really
He's
close
such a
most
good
of the way
boy with
through
his
as
nose
well,
work
right? We're
and
talking about
Madeline. Oh, that's so
slight-
nice, Monte Cristo.
slight time losses
That's awesome.
and gains here or there. Echo, of course,
I
got
am
this first
also
boss
doing
hold fast, but they had
cognitive,
to die here.
obedience.
That actually only ended up costing them 5 seconds-ish plus the res time, so 5 more seconds, maybe call it 10. And then
was awesome.
they ended up being 1 second faster still in terms of dungeon
based on
time,
that,
like in terms of progression,
okay.
after killing that first boss.
Not
But
good
then
enough.
they ended up being 2 seconds slower than Mandatory after killing the second boss, but they had to wait for that Exhumer, whereas Mandatory, they're playing a priest, right? So they can Mind Soothe and just run past. So that actually was more costly than any of the deaths or anything else that happened earlier here. This Mind Soothe and run past was like plus 10 seconds. And this game ended up being decided by a very small margin. So that time, plus some time gained on the path and on the fight with Bone Maw, ended up meaning that coming out of Bone Maw, now Mandatory have actually gotten up to about a 20-second advantage, which
they're gonna play
was really, that's a lot in Shadow Moon ever in general, but it's a lot especially when you have teams of this level, right? And no big mistakes are being made. 20 seconds was a huge deal, and that was the lead that Mandatory had out of this boss. Even if everything had gone well for Echo, even if everything had gone perfect from there, I'm not sure that Echo could have caught up. But Echo actually were making it look close, right? They did that blueberry a little bit faster even for Echo in terms of how long they spent on the blueberries than it was for Mandatory. They gained back a couple of seconds there. But they had this very strange Mira's death that we'll get to see again here, hopefully. I'm not 100% sure what the cause of it may be. My thinking was maybe it was one of those left behind swirlies, something like that. It's a quake. Yeah, so you can see Zalia like hovers and goes away, or I guess glides and goes away like that, but Mira's just unable to escape there and gets, I guess, triple or maybe quadruple quaked and went down. Weird though, because it's physical damage, so you wouldn't expect it to just take a DK out like that, but I guess it just did, and that was really costly for Echo. At the end of the day, I think Echo weren't at the spot though where you could look at one of their mistakes and say that was it, because there was kind of like 2 or 3 either mistakes or the Mind Soothe thing, which is a comp difference, and they probably needed 2 of those to not go wrong, not just 1, in order to catch us up, because Mandatory, ended up being 25 seconds faster.
Yeah, 2 or 3 tiny things. Mix, I want to go to you next and ask, what jumped out to you as far as like the best things Mandatory was able to do to stay ahead?
I really
For you guys who don't know,
prefer the Disc Priest in
I've
that
changed the name to
dungeon. I
Mandatory.
think with that PI is going to allow you to have access to the empowered combustion, to the empowered
wouldn't be
Army of
fun
the
if
Dead
there
as a
wasn't a
DK. I kind of
competition.
have to say that, right? I think I prefer the Prot Paladin, but Mandatory was able to do the same pulls without the Prot Paladin and keep everything under control in regards to interrupts, which just is incredible. And it allowed them to have a little bit of a safer pull on Nalish. So I feel like pretty even on those tanks, but definitely I feel like
Frenchie's birthday.
maybe the disc priest
Or maybe
is the edge for me here.
That's true.
Interesting. Okay. Well, we're going to Halls of Valor next for our final map of the dungeon. The winner moves on to the grand finals. The loser goes down to the
Fucking
elimination
halls.
bracket to the lower
Everything
finals
could
to face
happen
the
in
winner of our
halls.
next match. But talking Halls of
Everything could
Valor,
happen in
Tunnels, anything? What should people be watching for more than anything when we look at this? This
I hate
tournament?
halls. I
First
kinda
boss
like
pull,
halls.
I think that it's pretty common that we see like a matchup, especially against close teams. For some reason, one team will have like a full wipe to the first boss because they're taking all of the trash into the encounter, and then like somebody gets sniped out by the breath. That's pretty common. So I think that that's the first moment of the dungeon that's like very pivotal. And then the second thing is
Also, it's a
a
strong
lot
game
of
for them.
teams now
That's
are
actually true,
taking
Zarek.
a very
It is
large
true.
pull into the Herja mini boss trash into Solstin and Olimir, and depending on like sequencing or like what's going on there, that can also cause a lot of problems. There's like, is my healer going to get Goomba stomped 3 times while in a lightning storm by the aspirant? That's a situation that we can see players also die in. So I think that those are the 2 moments of the dungeon that are the most pivotal.
All right. Well, it's
Yeah,
time to get
and
things
we-
started here. Echo mandatory. One of them. We'll move on to the grand finals. Let's find out who it is.
Different
again-
Let's
comps.
fucking go.
Yeah, there's a difference in the healer particular here between Echo and Mandatory. Echo opting to go for that Resto Shaman Mandatory
All I
once
hear is
again
background.
with that Disc Priest.
See
Now
if
we
I
know
hear
Zelia plays a great Disc Priest as well. It's not about that, I promise you. They just think that the Resto Shaman brings something that's better here. We know that the
Can I have
fastest
some
time in this
whispers in
theater
the
is
chat?
18 minutes and 21 seconds coming out of Mandatory. Will all be about whether or not they can keep that up, but RX going down for Mandatory, which is fatal during that pull here. He sent his army, he ramped up his damage, was not able to see that through. They're going to lose out so much damage here due to that death.
Yeah. Oh, dude.
And he
do
whispers.
you see what Skylark did right there? It's actually crazy. He lines the breath on this pillar here to be able to avoid taking damage from it. These tanks are out of this world with how good they are at being able to avoid the damage from this dragon. This Storm Drake does insane damage. I think the big difference
once
between
again.
the comps though is like the Fire Mage for mandatory versus like that Shadow Priest-ish composition on the side of Echo.
Has.
Yeah, absolutely great. But when Mandatory locks in that Disc Priest, you know they're bringing crimps on that mage as well. It's a combination that they called out even before the very first group stage as if we're playing Fire Mage, we're only
how it
playing
is
it with a
now
PI.
if
So
they,
I think that
the
was
last
to be
boss,
expected with Crimps
this
also
dungeon,
being a
is there any-
mage main. Now I'm gonna see
I haven't
how
played before.
that Shadow Priest
I
plays
stopped
out. I
playing
think they
like
need it for
mid,
the Mind Suit in particular.
season.
And also maybe for a little bit of
Sailor
extra
pump.
healing on the Vampiric Embrace. Of course, it also does good damage, but that's, I think, the main points for what you want to bring it here. Now, Echo is moving on here. They skipped the upper part of the stairs, and they're now going to grab these hallway Wallajar up the stairs and into the mini-bosses. And on the side of Mandatory, you're seeing exactly the same thing, just a little bit slower due to that death at the very beginning. Mode backtracking there a little bit, getting rid of those explosives, making sure nothing is going to hit them through the wall.
Just going.
Mandatory polymorphing a mob off to the side, whereas Echo utilized that Hex to be able to get that mob CC'd. And both of these teams are actually taking all of this trash into Solstin. So this mob is actually the most dangerous because of the Eye of the Storm ability. So you need to make sure
Zalia.
that you get all of your players into melee, and Zalia going down. Now, he does have Ankh, but he can't press it right now because he's outside of the Eye of the Storm range.
was
Now,
that?
Echo needs to make sure that all of their players are able to keep themselves top through that Eye of the Storm. They did have Vamp Embrace and Nature's Vigil rolling, so everything was okay. Zalia then is able to press his Ankh and res himself. That was a very scary moment for Echo Mix.
Yeah, and
My
he
goodness.
got
Such
jumped
a
right
dumb
after that by one of the
Alphonse.
maidens, just targeted down.
Mechanics.
Thankfully, he goes back to
Dude,
full
that-
health, but it
dude,
happens
that-
again. Both
They-
of
they
them
went
go
right
down.
there.
They only have one battle rest. They will pick up Zalia, but Gingy has to walk, and Zalia accepts that rest and gets downed once again. Tragedy unfolds for Echo here.
Are they gonna
Everything
wipe?
is still
It looks like they've killed off Solstin, and so they're going to be able to get Olimir pulled here in just a couple of seconds and have to deal with the
Everything can
Sensitive.
still happen.
Maybe they're just going to try to stabilize.
Probably.
Gingy, I think, had to run back And so
No, it's not over.
okay, so they're actually having to take this slow now because of those deaths. With all of their players not alive, they have to wait. And on the right side of your screen, you see for mandatory, Olimir has already been engaged.
Witchcraft and just focus on Scarlet
one of the shield
and
mains.
Misty.
Valajar Aspirant is left alive.
Then Crimson.
I think that mandatory is going to be able to be somewhere in the order of 45
Just
seconds
gotta do
ahead
full
off of
team.
those
Team
deaths from Echo, plus 20 seconds of death differential.
I'm using
Yeah,
witch power.
this is a big bad if you're an Echo fan. Mandatory able to finish those mini bosses. Now they can take the trash
do
that
what
they
you gotta
tagged
do.
earlier and actually rooted it, I think, can tag it, pull it into Herja, and go on their merry way. And that's exactly what's going to happen. We see Mandatory now in fight with Herja on top. There's a little bit of Valajar, but that's a nice trash to pull on top, right? You saw that damage out of the Aspirant, 22 fortified. She does quite a little bit of damage, and Zillia was on the receiving end there for Echo. They're trying to still get through Olmir, and then I think we're going to see them also pull something onto Herja, but they're definitely behind now, not only in the dungeon progression, like you said it, but also with those death differentials, which is going to hurt them. Interestingly enough, Mandatory opting to not invert Herja is something we have been seeing from, I think, all teams so far. Let's see if Echo does it.
Dude, I cannot believe that Mandatory is able to play this boss with that much trash. This is one of the hardest bosses in all of Mythic Plus. They're doing it on a 22. And the fact that they do it with that much trash, particularly like the Rune Carver and the Thunder Caller, which does like random group-wide damage occasionally, and you have the arcing bolts from Herja, and you also have the expel lights. That is just ridiculous for Mandatory to be looking to do that trash into this encounter. And look at this. They have even count on both the sides of Echo and Mandatory, but Herja, a 35% HP lead for the side of Mandatory.
Didn't stand in the fucking.
Yeah, that is so
Quinn, he stood
big,
outside.
but this dungeon still
like,
has a long way to go, so it is not all over yet. Don't count out
Mechanics, what's
Echo.
that?
Mandatory definitely leading right now. Skylark taking a bunch of damage here from Herja as she is in her final percent, opting not to pull her away from the Sanctify side. You're just gonna kill her right here and right now. We'll move on. Now I expect to see another very big hall pull from these Valajar that are here in that hallway. Yesterday, we saw things go very wrong for Cheese during that pull. There's a lot of interrupts you need to get, and you need to be very careful with where your melees are standing. So let's see how they do here, assuming Echo will finish Herja in a couple of seconds and follow up with that exact same pull.
All right, so yeah, looking at Mandatory, like you were saying, is it just a double? We've seen teams in this area before do like a triple pack into this corner, and this may actually be a triple for Mandatory. There are a lot of interrupts that you have to be looking to get here, and it looks like they're getting some of this rune healing on these mobs. Now, it isn't the most amount of rune healing that we've seen from the weekend, especially even from them. But I think that Mandatory are doing a good job of continuing to throw the Avenger Shield to get interrupts. They're making sure the Mystic's Holy Radiance isn't getting casts off either. And look on the left side, Echo grabbing that 3-pack that's in front of this hallway area, and they're taking this 3-pack into the corner with all of this trash. Very interesting strategy from both of these sides and both of these teams about where they're going to be getting count. Because at the end of the day, you have to have 83.7% coming out of the Fenrir area. That's the number that we know that these teams need. How you get it is a little bit up for debate. But in general, teams have been pulling a similar mix of mobs.
Yeah, we have seen teams at Valajar or pulls onto Fenrir in the first place. We've seen ginormic pulls of wolves onto the second phase of Fenrir. We've even seen dragon pulls. It's all allowed. They can do whatever they want as long as they get the count. And Mandatory opting to go for the Valajar here onto that first phase. The difficulty in this is that the bear traps will come out, and you need your team to stay very close to Fenrir to actually soak him. So they now need to watch their feet. Yeah, that Claw Frenzy, need to stay in it. Happy little feet, Death Grip from RX helping and getting that marksman back where it belongs, right in that Zerg and the AoE passive cleave. But this is not entirely easy. Let's see if Echo does the same thing. They finish off their pull. They're on the way here, have a little bit more trash count. And will they also pull something on top of Fenrir?
double death grip is just phenomenal utility whenever you're pulling these marksmen on top of this boss. Every single time they leap away, you saw RX for the side of mandatory just gripping those marksmen back immediately, utilizing both of the charges to be able to make sure that mob is stacked up. And right now, there is about 40% of Fenrir's HP separating these two teams, and the count is dead even at 54.81%. Now, for mandatory, here is one of the final few hard parts of the dungeon. These even claw wargs, they do an ability that leaps onto players. It does AoE around them. Now, there are ways to be able to avoid them from jumping, and that is creating a no path available zone. And this, what is going to happen here for mandatory is their ranged DPS players are going to hop up on this rock, as you see Mode doing a little bit of parkour. He's going to grip Crims up here in just a couple of seconds, and then those wargs are not going to be able to leap. Crims is actually sitting in block out of the group right now.
Yeah. That was very interesting because, the RX going down. Skylight taking so much damage here. Crims is still down there. I'm not sure what happened. Maybe he gripped them and then it didn't work. But yeah, stuff is unfolding badly for mandatory. They seem to realize that now as well. And they are going to wipe here and redo that pull. This is the thing that Echo needed to get back in the lead here. Very, very unfortunate for mandatory and Echo. It's working out for them. We see Clicks and Zalia both up there on that stone. They're safe and protected. Clicks actually going down here as well. They need to finish this. They can grab him back up. They do have a battle rest, but it is going to be very hard to rest him in the position that they're in, because if Gingy rests him, he'll be down and he'll get attacked by these wolves.
Yeah, in addition to that,
they have 6 deaths now.
That is terrible
No
too,
spoilers, but
blood
sorry.
actually went on Zalia. He has to come out of the spot, and these wargs are nowhere near dead with that Click death. And now they're starting to kite the boss around. This is starting to get really scary for Echo. They may, if this pull lasts too much longer, they may also have a wipe. Look at this. Gingy is dropping incredibly low. Miraz is dropping super low. We're going to start having bursting rolling in here in just a couple of seconds. Now, okay, they do a good job of getting... They do a good job of getting I think the prowl on Fenrir to make sure he doesn't leap on everybody. Gingy going down to that AoE, and Clicks does get the battle res, but Gingy's dead. But it's less costly than what we just saw from mandatory with the full team wipe. I think Echo's going to be able to pull it off here.
Yeah, we should too. And with all of these deaths across the board, mandatory and Echo have even out the death percent seconds that they get here. Both of them are on plus 30, and you can see mandatory just has such a long way to walk all the way back to Fenrir. RX trying to help his team here with the power cross, getting them across this pond. There was a battle rest deployed for Echo. They did pick up Clicks now that all of the wolves are gone, whereas mandatory is just now restarting that same pull again.
Oh, dude. I mean, for mandatory, it looked like Crims just wasn't in the spot. Like, whether or not the grip didn't come through, he couldn't. He just wasn't in time. He had to sit in the ice block, and he dies again. He gets left on by the wargs. They actually have 7 to be able to get into the spot. And so with Crims going down, we're in a similar situation to what we saw from Clicks earlier, where he was just, with Clicks being dead, it was just a no-win situation.
I'm so scared, Daniel.
If you accept the res,
So
you
fucking
get left on and die immediately again. And so we are in a no-win situation.
We need to do witchcraft
come out of the snap because he gets
They're
the
gonna pop. Oh, the wolves are coming. He has to dodge. Momo is running. Happy little feet all across the board. This is what he has to do.
Any whispers in the chat?
Around it. He cannot stop moving.
Any witches in the chat?
This will be the end if he does. You can see the rapture being deployed, trying to get the team a little bit safer.
Any witches in the chat?
Start to die off, but Maystein also goes down here. This is so tragic for mandatory. RX once more dying on the side of mandatory incentive. Blood hits smoke mode again. They're trying their very best to somehow finish out this pull, but I don't know how they're going to do that with 2 DPS down. Can get that battle rest back up, but it's going to take them forever to do it.
I think that they're at this point, they're looking and they're like, I hope that Echo wipes to something. And it's from this part on, Echo's at 83.7% enemy forces count. It's possible that they're
sitting in the fucking same
it would be
as my
very atypical of a team of this caliber to wipe from what we have left to see. So basically what Echo's going to do is they're going to do a 4 kings pull.
By the way,
It's not the safest thing ever, particularly for tanks. The amount of tank
Belisari
damage
here
is
is
rather
Mike's
high.
best friend,
Mobs just
so,
melee for a lot. But
and
beyond that,
also
I don't
business
see what
partner
necessarily can
IRL.
wipe them
They
in
known each other
mandatory.
since
I
they
don't
were
even know if they're
kids.
going to be able to get
So
Fenrir
that
killed
guy,
off. The boss is still at
you don't have to.
20% HP.
Yeah,
He knows.
it's just a healer and a tank currently trying to get
sitting
that
here
done
soon.
here, and it's tragic. They still need count after that. It will not be enough for the side of mandatory, and now they also have 20 seconds against the clock
They still have
for
6 deaths.
themselves. This is all looking very Echo favorite as they're engaging the kings. Using those ALs that you can pick up in the hallway down below, they're making sure that they can actually grab all of them. The way it works is that you throw that AL onto the kings after one another and then engage the first one. And because
Fucking
the
hell.
first one is engaged while the others are in that state of,
Fucking
I
hell.
guess, being drunk,
That was
they
not
can
fun.
then be talked to after because they do not get that debuff of, oh, another king was engaged.
That was not fun.
Yeah. Look at this. Echo on the big screen here. They were able to get all 4 of those kings dealt with. Again, I think one of the
It's
key
not
ways
over
to wipe
yet,
from this
though.
position is having a now death. Now I think now can die to this 4 king pull. It does a ridiculous amount of
not over
damage,
yet.
particularly like the sever
have some eye
cast on the
contact.
tank. It makes them take more damage, and they absolutely can get blasted by it. But now they have one of those kings down. Now is seeming fairly healthy here.
What is going on?
It looks like
Mandatory.
mandatory having another death on Skylark. I think that they're going to end up wiping to Fenrir. Also,
Come on, Mode. Come
Mo killing the
on.
boss?
The Rapture, go strong. Scent of blood, maybe trying to get in here. Can they kill this boss? Please at least kill Fenrir. It goes
Okay.
down eventually for
So-
mandatory.
So that is bad. However,
Thank you
if they
so
had
much,
wiped, I'm
Sai.
pretty
Let's
sure
go
they
Echo less than 3.
automatically lose. Now the situation that they were in is if they wiped there, they just auto lose the dungeon. Now they are in a situation where if Echo wipes on this boss, I think mandatory can still win, and that's because Echo would have to run back from the very beginning of the dungeon. That is the only reason that I even think that this would be the case, because Echo would have to run back.
Yeah,
from
I'm
the beginning of the dungeon.
spying.
Now fate is in Echo's hands here. If they can
I'm
avoid
zooming
wiping, they're in an okay position.
They're halfway
They
up
can even
school
have
now.
deaths on DPS, and I think they're still in a fine spot.
It's
But the thing
just
that they cannot have is a full team wipe at any moment. And they don't have a battle res, which is not ideal.
the
I
door
think
is
they're okay.
tilted. But like I said,
Yeah, we are seeing mandatory now back alive. They're
Everything
doing the
can
beers and the bulls
in there.
as Echo is
You know,
chugging
it's-
through here. Got
especially when,
down to
Echo
70%.
have,
There's only Odin waiting for
witches
them
as
after
gods.
this between
pretty sure
Echo
Sophie
and
is
the
also
final
sitting
game
completely
of the global finals
giga
where they will wait for
focused
whoever
on
gets out of
wiping
the lower
mandatory.
finals. There's going to be a little bit of a lower bracket run going on after this series, but Echo, I mean, that second map
This is
did
the
go
last
to mandatory
map.
and it was very close in this
This is
dungeon
the
here.
last map.
I wouldn't be surprised to see mandatory back up in that very
And
final
the last,
game.
last boss is also viable. The last is also.
All right, so God King Scovald for Echo here. 30% HP remaining. And then all
this
they
is the
have
last
between them and being able
last
to
map.
make their way
And
into the
Echo
finals
lost the
again
last.
is
So,
Odin. That's the
if they
only thing
lost
that's
this
going
one
to separate
too,
them after they get
that
God
would
King
not be
Scovald
good thing.
killed off here in just a couple of moments. It wasn't the cleanest run of Halls of Valor I think I've ever seen from Echo. And I think if Mandatory run it back, and those mistakes don't happen on Fenrir, Mandatory, like, they have a very fast Halls of Valor. Their Halls of Valor is spectacular. And I think that it's a position that this MDI in particular has been one of the closest MDIs I've ever witnessed. This is crazy.
Yeah,
That is because it's the
absolutely right.
first
Mandatory now
MDI of
also
the
reviving
season,
there
or
on
the first
the
MDI of the
game
expansion.
area, but Echo already finished one entire boss in the lead as well as all of the kings. They're just waiting for Odin to show up and down him. They only need to get him to 80%. No bloodlust available for that, but looking across the board, we're going to have PI for that extra rune buff. We have Army of the Dead ready.
Only 92%.
It's looking pretty good. Incarn will take another minute, so it won't be ready right away, but we're on a good track to get this done quickly for Echo.
It's fucking.
The thundering timing is actually decent too. So you typically want Odin pulled whenever
Any
thundering is
whispers in
45
chat?
seconds to have perfect timing with those runes. That's
Gonna stretch
that's
side.
generally the timing that you want to where it lines up with the first
Fucking
shatter
hell, that
spheres,
was
and then
not
you
cool,
don't have to
Mike.
clear it before. But the timing that they do have is going to allow them to get a full thundering
Maybe.
buff during those during that Valajar phase.
13 deaths.
And so it is nice. They're going to get a pretty sizable damage amp. That should be
So.
that by itself should allow them to get the ability to.
Oh, my boy.
Very close to the ability to be able to one phase coming out of
Oh
these
my
things.
god.
Now players are
He
going to be
didn't
marked with these
stand
runes,
in the
and
bubble.
once you reach
That's what
these marks,
happened.
you gain a fairly sizable damage buff. Everybody is able to get the.
This is
the
me and
Valajar phase,
Sophie's.
all of the offensive cooldowns are being
I'm
popped.
pretty sure
Thundering
Sophie's
is going
also
to be
sitting
summoned
and
here
doing her
in
witchcraft.
just a couple of seconds,
Without us
and
girlfriends
Echo
here,
is going
well,
to be able to
then
deal with mandatory and
they
not
wouldn't
the
have
cleanest
won.
run we've ever seen, but it's definitely something that they kind of got a little bit lucky, but they will make it to the finals
Sophie
anyways,
who?
and that's the big point. It doesn't
Robin's
matter how you
girlfriend,
made it
now's
to the
girlfriend.
finals, just that you made it to the finals, and Echo are going to be able to take a deep breath here as they do finish off that boss. As you see Mira is here clapping, and he's like, "Oh yeah, maybe we got away with murder here." That's what he said.
Hey,
I know it.
You know, I call it plot armor. We talked about this earlier in the weekend. Echo's got the plot armor, but you know what? It only works if you pair it with some skill, and they certainly had that too. And like you said, Tunnels, not the cleanest HOV that we've seen, but man, they got it done. And mandatory, how heartbreaking for them. But again, they're going to be a huge threat in the elimination bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be a brutal lower bracket here. Now, this series actually had some uncharacteristic issues for both teams, right? We had some deaths coming in. We had RX dying for mandatory on the first boss during their lust during Army. But all that paled in comparison to what happened to Zayla here. So this first death was actually to Mortal Hughes from the Shield Maidens. That caused him to be dead outside of the Eye of the Storm. That caused this whole thing to just kind of start going wrong. We started having just a lot of mobs there. Out of control, damage, never quite able to stabilize. Ended up losing quite a bit of time to that. So that was, taking a small time loss on RX's death on the first boss to a pretty big time loss for Echo there. But then we had this huge time loss coming in for mandatory on Fenrir, which was cringe.
How do I copy
Got
my
gripped up, and I think was gripped up a little bit late, ended up falling off, hits the ice block here.
Like a quick
But unfortunately
button
for ice block, it only lasts for 8 seconds or so. He ends up canceling his block, or coming out of his block rather, and just immediately gets the bop. That is one of their bops used, but then you could see RX actually ends up going down. Well, so he can't get up easily, right? You have to jump up, and it takes several seconds to be able to make that happen. And Leap of Faith was already used by Mode to get him up the first time. Yeah, but it's like it takes like parkouring up against the edge there.
Yeah,
in order to get up.
But
it's not an easy thing to do mid combat. I think the alternative was to get max range and just start.
Huh? Holy shit, I'm feeling so stressed. I need to fix something here. Came up. I'm just gonna... Oh. I don't know how to fucking find my Discord. Discord.
Thing is, like, why? But you
Streamer mode. I can't find my fucking tag. Change? Because before it was always go to account. Since I have a boost server thing is around. Annoying. Sorry for AFK. Always some popping up.
Fucking.
It's not where it used to be. Where do you find my disc tag? I can't find it. No kiss Ricky. No, not yet. You haven't won yet.
But the thing is, I
You haven't won yet.
also had the. I
Where can I find my Discord tag? Guys, I'm going crazy. I can't find it, and this is important.
was happening like.
Okay, I think I found it.
I mean,
Maybe. Yeah, I found it. Never mind. Battle tag. I'm not even playing WoW right now. I need to fix something here, so I'm super offline. Let's see, so I don't. Yeah. So this isn't the Dark Moon Fair? See if I can find my battle tag. I don't know. Because apparently they implemented a rule to post stream MDI, and there is no other stuff or anything else. I just need to follow the rule here real quick. Force Blizzard need to be special.
I thought. I have to follow where back. I don't know. We're not wait like push. Should have made it a little bit more stacked. The back. I mean, coming out. Walk around. Well, right.
Well, fixed. Everything is green. Everything is green, and I can come back to you guys. Oh, sorry for that. Estimate. I'm actually gonna ask Mike when it's time. Baby. Baby. Estimate for. There is one series
Wait,
more.
two more.
Two series more, and then grand finals. So that means roughly 2 hours, 1.5 hour. I don't know. Just guessing. Really nice sneakily joining the witchcraft. That is so nice. I'm sorry for being. Days we were doing MSQ meantime, she knew Echo was going to win. Oh my god. That was close though, very close. Very close. Oh man. Let me see. Mouse over on the name. It didn't work. It didn't work like that, Yuka. That was the thing. Okay, I fixed it. See here if I can come up. Now. Yay for fixed. Yes, very, very nice. Very nice. So, I'm feeling so stressed right now. I'm like all the way up here. And of course something like this should always, you know, show up. Okay. So I'm just gonna explain what happened. I got a message on Discord. I'm happy that I saw it. And it was the manager. No. No. Yes. No. Yes. Yes. Yeah, soon. It was from the WoW esport team that wrote to me and said that I had to fill in a form to stream, like co-stream MDI or restream MDI, because I don't know if everyone knows that even. That was a little interesting, because and I'm just like thinking, have someone reported me? Maybe it's the mod that reported me. Maybe she's been in here trying to do everything I can. No, Fafina. No. It's a well-known guy. It's Sira. He's well-known. So I know that it was the esport team. It's just that it was still, you know, you need to fill in a form to just show that you're playing and streaming. And it also said that if you are a player and want to restream, you need to have a 2-minute, what's it called? You need to have a 2-minute delay. But I'm not a player, so we're fine. Delay, yes. Just like there is a delay in the chat right now. Fucking idiots. No. I mean, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know why. It was like a survey. They wanted my name, my Discord, my battle tag name, my Discord tag and my battle tag. And then please indicate if you will be streaming MDI as a competitor or viewing the main broadcast as a watch party. And then broadcast channel link I had to do for the co-streaming. And please confirm the primary language will your stream will be in. And it says, please note, watch parties are only available in English this season. I mean, can they do this? Is this okay? I don't even know. I mean, is it Twitch or is it Warcraft who decides this with the watch party thing? It's probably Blizzard. It must be Blizzard. And then please provide a brief overview of why you're interested in co-streaming and anything else you want us to know or improve for the broadcast and viewing experience of MDI. And then you will need to include MDI or Myth and Dungeon International in your stream title. And if your competitor co-streaming gameplay, you will have to have a 2-minute delay on your stream. I need to ask.
Guys, we don't even know who.
Let's. All right.
It. No more shambles.
Okay, now. Sorry. Sorry. I just had to fix this. Where am I? No. It is WoW. Fafina. It is WoW. It's a very known guy in the World of Warcraft, and he also said you can ask Mike. He knows me as well. I know that it's him. If I go into the MDI channels and stuff, he's there. It's legit. Everything is legit. And there is literally nothing that could even lead to phishing, because the information that I gave is nothing of that kind. So we're fine. Now I'm back. It has nothing to do with. I actually asked. It has nothing to do with ad revenue, and I'm not a partner, so I don't get any ad revenue anyway. I get like nothing in ad revenue. But anyway, they wanted to just have some data tracking and then DMCA protection. So that's why, just in case there is something legal about it. Just don't restream. No. I mean, I think it's important. I mean, I understand. I'm using their content. So it's good that I'm protected now. And I talked to Mike because he's also been co-streaming or restreaming, and he also had to fill in this form. So we're fine. This sort of a thing is that Valve does for Dota 2 tournaments too, is so big streamers don't take the tournaments org viewers. But a stream of 90 few who can. Oh, Bill Jacko, that's not nice. What do you mean? I'm happy for my 90 viewers. No. I mean, if you see it like this, of course, they need to have some sort of checkup on who is rebroadcasting their material. It has nothing to do with money or anything like that. Nothing to do with viewers or anything like that either. It has nothing to do with ad revenue. Yeah, gonna catch up with stream a little, which requires it as well. Other streamers can't co-stream someone else's content without their permission. Yeah, I think that's really good, Kaylas. And I'm in for MSQ. Yeah, let's do some MSQ. 101 now. That's so nice. Hi, Bloody Rage. How you doing? It means that Big Curve doesn't care about 90 to 100 viewers. Not that I don't want to hear that. I know, but I still don't want to hear it because I'm very happy for my 100 viewers. Even if I'm not a big streamer, I still feel that even if I'm a big streamer or a small streamer, of course, all the rules should be implemented to everyone. It would be strange otherwise. Doesn't matter how many we watch anyway. Thank you all. I appreciate it. Doesn't matter what they care about. We don't care about that. No, but I'm happy that he contacted me. It was really good. It was good because I needed that. Anyway, I need to go and take out my dog a little and take in my horses and stuff like that. So I'm gonna take that 10-minute break. Smaller students have coziest communities anyway. That's actually true. That is actually true. The real answer is it's complicated as copyright for broadcasting. Yeah, so while if I just filled in that form, I'm completely safe, and I'm also allowed to rebroadcast. I mean, imagine it. Otherwise, it is because I've been feeling like that. It feels a little like I was stealing their content with no, with no reprimands or no give back or anything like that. So I have had in the back of my head that it felt strange that it was suddenly just okay for all streamers to just go and make a co-stream. But this makes sense, and I mean, they don't ask you to do anything. They don't ask for anything. They don't ask to turn off your stream if you get too many viewers or anything like that. Everything they want is to know that you're gonna use their content. That was actually it. That was the only thing they wanted to know. They want to know who you are, why you want to stream it, and that's pretty much it. Anyway, I'm gonna be back in 10 minutes. I need to take care of my little doggo. She's been in her little timeout pen while Mike's been playing because we don't want to go too close to him or mess up anything. I should have asked where to send the check. That would be nice. Hydrate. I'm gonna hydrate. I'm so gonna hydrate. So yeah, I will be back in less than 10 minutes, I hope. Then when we're back, we're gonna do MSQ. I'm gonna change game to Final Fantasy. No rush. Oh, that's awesome. I will be back. Please keep chat alive. Talk about your favorite food or your favorite color and why it's your favorite food and why it's your favorite color and your worst food. Why don't you like it? Why don't you like? Why do you hate your hated colors? I don't know. Be right back. Blackpink is good. Blackpink is good. Be right back. there we go. Sorry for that. As always, I am slow. Oh, Mew! What is this? Salt and pepper. Okay, raid cancelled. You bait. You baited. Oh, wait. Ooh. Salt and pepper. Oh, what is this? Thank you, Mew. That is nice. That is nice. What are those? Now I'm excited. I wanted to add a scroll too. Oh, gifties! Yeah, we got gifties. Let's see here. Salt and pepper seal. What a seal. What a mighty good seal. It's a minion. Hi, Crowl! Thank you so much for the sub, Crowl. I appreciate that super much. How are you, Crowl? Long time no see. I hope you are very good. Cute minion. Let's see here. Use. Let's use this too. There. Let's see. Yeah?
Banana ook even op.
No, don't give her any. Here. Here. It's here. Hand over the seal. Oh no. It's an actual seal. I thought it was a ghost. That is so cute. That is so cute. Okay. Slash hand over. Wait. None can say how the seal pup came to be a Lochseld at Lochseld. But the person who first saw it took to calling it salt or the briny water. Then someone else came along and added pepper, because why not? The rest, as they say, is history. That's so adorable. Okay. Let's try that. Get the seal to a bottle of water. It's fine. It's fine, we're fine. Did I miss something? Is here, hand over. It's looking at me. Isn't it cute? Oh my goodness. No, look at those eyes. Oh. That is so cute. That is so cute. Okay. Let's pet this cuter. Wait. No. Wait, I think we need to look at this. Does it have eyelashes? I don't know. That is so cute. Oh my god. Thank you so much, Mew. It's actually so cute. Okay. Eyelashes inspection. Nope. You don't have any eyelash. Oh, wait. You? You. No. Or? I can't zoom in more, so I wouldn't know. Maybe got tiny eyelashes. She's got small eyelashes. These are small eyelashes for sure. Small eyelashes. Sus. I'm just like totally small eyelashes. Now, I told Mike. Okay. I told Mike to tell me in good time for when they start playing again. So on again. Good time. It's the grand final next. It is the grand final next. So they're just playing 2 series now. And then it's the grand final of MDI. The global final, the world championship of MDI. It's tonight. Tonight. So I was thinking I should do some MSQ. Oh wait, what? Yes, it is tonight. They're playing tonight. Didn't think it was tonight. Oh yes, it is tonight. It's tonight. And I'm nervous. I'm really, really nervous. So there's gonna be a part 2 of ASMR. But for now, I guess I can just leave it. Nah. No misclicks tonight. Why are you nervous? You're not playing. Well, there's a lot on stake. Let's put it like that. And I think that's why they're extra nervous as well. Especially Mike. Okay. So, I have a feeling in my stomach that this is a little bigger. Oh, we went the wrong way. I have a feeling that this is a little bigger quest. Because it says, go through the first checkpoint and defeat any Shahagan that appear. That made me feel that it's something going on right now. So, I think we have an hour-ish. 1.5. No, maybe 1 hour. Oh, Shy, it's more than that. It's more than that. Or maybe it's not. Wait a minute. For the first prize. No, it's not. But then there are 5 people sharing on it. You need to remember that. There are 5 people. Of course there's a cash prize. Why should they do it otherwise? But I don't know the exact amount, to be honest. And that is maybe a little bad of me. Do not be interested more in money. But there is a prize pool. But I'm actually not sure if it is the total prize pool, because, or what I'm thinking about, so that I'm not even gonna say it out loud because I don't know. I don't know if I'm thinking about the total prize pool or if I'm thinking about the prize pool for only the winner. You know, because it's not only the winner that gets prize money, you know. So it gets split up for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I think, plus all the tournaments leading up. 300, yeah, I think it's $300 US, but that's like not only for the winner. That is important to remember. That is for the whole event. So, and I don't know what the first prize is. Maybe that's also somewhere. Nico traded me some water. It's fine. What do you mean, Priscilla? What did I miss? What did I miss? I want to send this to Daisy. Oh! I see. I was like, huh? Too many chats open. Oh my god. Multitask 2.0. I'm so happy for the support though. I'm super happy for the support. Yes, say hello to Daisy from me. Even though she didn't watch the MDI this time. She was so safe, they should win, I heard. That's so good. I love it. We're double shotting. I love it. I love that. First prize 120. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. Yeah, if it was 300k in the first place, that would be something. Then 40, 20, and so on, yeah. And then it's split on 5. So it's no League of Legend money, that's for sure. But it's not, I mean, it's okay, but it's rather low depending on what level they play on and that they're professional in a game and how much time they have put down to become professional. Yeah, I guess you need to play golf. Managers and sponsors. Nah, what? I don't think we have that, Brick. There's nothing like that. It's only 5 people. Split it on 5. Exactly, Rick. Exactly. Oh, in football, Pray do not concern yourself. It was but a glancing blow. Come. The Aetheryte is close at hand. Let us press on. Oh. Seems like doing literally anything for Blizzard means getting paid nothing near what you deserve. I agree, Noxy. Amen to that. Oh no. It's the super scary ones. Oh no, it's the scary walking fishies again. It's all voiced.
They have made thralls of soldiers and civilians both.
Did I miss much?
Oh! Help, Red! Oh. Okay.
So that is how you fight in the Far East. Mental note, pick no quarrel with Domans.
What is he doing? Tancred? Don't hump the corpses. For fuck's sake. Hump, Red. Stop it.
But seriously, if I am to keep up, I must needs forsake elegance for efficiency.
He's not. Well, he was. Hump, Red. Stop it. But seriously, if I am to keep up, let's go. Is something gonna happen to him now? Oh. Oh. Yukiri gets thirsty. Humpred. Sure.
To the Aetheryte.
Let's hydrate. Oh my goodness. He may be a fuckboy, but he's a very agile one. Ain't they all, Yesor? Ain't they all? But he's our fuckboy. Boo. Can someone give Ishtola a real weapon?
You'll forgive me my lateness.
We're like Mary Boobs having like a gun. I have a bow, and Ishtola stands there with like a tree branch. Let's go, Mary Boobs. No. I'm joking, guys.
I've been something of a liability of late, I know. 'Tis high time I set about making amends.
You know how much it hurt to get a twig in the eye? That is so funny. Ishtola is the weapon. That's a good response. That's a really good response, too.
Long have you shriveled Sorwalkers tormented our kind. But no more! Your time is at an end! You shall perish with salt in your wounds and sea in your lungs. Lord of the world, hearken to our plea. Lord of the world, deliver us from our misery.
Lord of the world? Oh, what is going on?
You feel that?
No. No more.
I know this sensation. It's the echo.
What the hell?
What? Such power! It is transcendent!
Is that eyelashes? This is not good. That doesn't look good either. Oh no! Oh no! If you kill them, they become stronger.
Hell.
Strike me down if you will. It is futile. I have mastered the gift. I am eternal.
Next out.
What?
Oh, mighty Leviathan, ruler of the seas, born of waters primordial, I offer unto you this frail flesh, that you might grant your faithful servants. I beseech you, come forth!
This is actually really scary. What's going on?
Die, damn you!
But
The voice I think was on medicine. No, and then it will be stronger again. Oh man.
Foolish Shorewalker! is eternal.
Oh no. Okay. Is that fucking Kraken?
Damn it all!
Might be am the way. But it should by right be infinite.
Snake?
Am I not
Danger Noodle?
mortal? Curse you, emissary. You promised me everlasting.
If the Danger Noodle is eating that one, then we are... Run? Very big Danger Noodle, yes.
Where did he go?
Yeah, shatter, folks. I think it's time to shatter. Run,
What
Shat.
say you? Nary a single ship. Hells take that sea demon.
Run.
Gather the survivors and get to shore. Leave the wrecks for the pirates.
She's such a badass. She's just like, run?
Next.
We are gonna run to the fire. Into the fire.
In
Leviathan
Boss,
wastes
right?
no time. The diversionary squadron is
that's
lost.
After she became a floating crystal, of course she was gonna get licked. She's obviously been on Twitch lately.
By the way,
Can swap bodies from having the echo, but can be eaten from Leviathan. Yeah.
For a mercy, 'twould seem the primal now makes for open sea. But why does he not press his advantage?
Unless what?
God save us. He means to unleash a tidal wave.
Okay, tsunami incoming. No thanks.
yeah, and then we have to deal
No
with
thanks.
this, like the whole fight. That's
Ah, this turned fast. Understand, I speak of no normal wall of water. That which Levi makes ready to conjure carries more destructive power than aught seen in nature. Enough to raze entire coastal settlements. If his last attempt is any guide, we cannot suffer history to be repeated. Yet how in the seven hells are we to prevent it? You tell me. You're the leader. This part of the game was postponed due to the tsunami in Japan. Really? Oh man. Though our plight cries out for action, we must take thought. So long as Levi remains in the open sea, he is effectively beyond our reach. Our fleet is second to none. Of that you may be sure. But Limlian herself would struggle to best the Lord of the World in his element. In a straight fight, he would make meat and matchwood of us. We need another plan, that much is plain. Let us return to Limsa and see if we cannot think of one. I shall await you in the command room. We have a danger noodle to kill. You had to throw in something else, so we got King Moogle. Oh, really? Is that what happened? That's crazy. Thank you for the info. I really appreciate it. That's interesting and very sad. Tsunamis are like one of my biggest fears. To be honest, it's... nature is so scary sometimes. You're expected in the command room. Pray do not keep the Admiral waiting. I promise.
There used to be a hamlet beyond South Tidegate in western Lanosha. Hearthstone, it was called.
There is actually, well, living in Scandinavia, we don't have to worry about it, luckily enough. But there is actually, like, how should I say it? There's other threats, but thankfully there is no tsunami that much around here. But it doesn't mean that it can't happen. That is actually also pretty scary. Especially if something happens, you know, with an iceberg or something like that. I'm so happy for the voice acting, though.
Some years prior to the Maelstrom's founding, Leviathan rose from the briny depths and set about unleashing watery hell upon us. On that occasion, the Company of Heroes put him down before he could do too much damage. But when the bastard came next, this time in the wake of the calamity, we were not so fortunate. Weary of ravaging our shoreline, he summoned a tidal wave which fair leveled Hearthstone and washed the soil away for good measure.
Hi Devies, how you doing today? I'm sorry if I'm a little low energy, I'm just so nervous. My whole body is a nerve right now. I'm like a whole living nerve. Because of the grand finals that is soon coming up.
The area was subsequently occupied by the Sahagin.
Aye.
Oh my god, they have a slow information.
Damned creatures transformed it into a spawning ground for their brood.
And they have it cooldowns.
Given the quantity of crystals stolen to feed him and his legion of thralls, we can be fairly sure that Leviathan is stronger now than in his previous incarnations. If that sea demon is left to wreak havoc, what befell Hearthstone may well befall a larger settlement.
The bait people are dropping.
That cannot happen. The primal must be stopped.
Epan actually disconnected.
I mean, how many primals is there? I mean, we are fighting one primal and there's popping up a new, and then we're fighting another and there's popping up a new again. Why? Is there ever gonna be an end to this? Are we gonna be able to like lock them all in? Kill them, yeah. It feels like you can't kill them, or? Don't answer that. But yeah. I am concerned. Chat doesn't know.
Our objective, Admiral. But how are we to achieve it? The sea is Leviathan's uncontested domain. The ships of the 3rd Squadron could not close to within 100 yards of the Primal, nor could their cannons pierce his defenses.
I have read the reports, Master Thancred. Our warships may as well have been bloody pleasure barges for all the good they did. 7 hells. Is there no way that we might strike back?
Hold me, mommy.
The Company of Heroes defeated Leviathan, having first lured him into an inlet, but we must needs contend with him upon the open sea. it will avail us little to consult past experience.
Admiral, if I may.
Speak freely, Marshal.
By all accounts, Leviathan's most formidable weapon is the very sea itself. Waves and whirlpools, tides and currents.
Yikes.
All these things are his to command. The key to victory, I believe, lies in disarming our foe.
Deleted all memories from MSQ from my brain. Oh no, Rafan.
This, in effect, is what the company of heroes achieved with their ruse. We cannot lure Leviathan from the sea a second time. But what if we could weaken his hold upon the element of water? I have heard of devices capable of such wonders. They draw upon the power of corrupted crystals, I am told. If mounted upon a ship, such a device might be used to prevent Leviathan from bringing the full force of the sea to bear against us, rendering him no more dangerous than any other sea serpent.
Of course! Sid built a similar device to grant the Enterprise safe passage through Garuda's Tempest, did he not?
Go, Sid.
Begging your pardon, my lady, but to give credit where it's due, this is something I heard from an old arcanist friend of mine.
Oh.
It makes little difference who thought of it first, so long as it works. Beg the specifications of this device from your friend, and I shall pass them on to our people at Naldic and Vermelis.
That's side-eye, though.
But before we proceed any further, I would voice one concern. Piercing Garuda's defenses is one thing. Suppressing Leviathan's attacks, quite another. In matters of science, I am as a babbling babe, but I cannot well imagine that such a feat would be possible without a veritable mountain of corrupted crystals. The question being, do we have a ship big enough to bear such a burden?
Mayhap not, Admiral, but two might. Recall you the tale of Mistbeard's greatest haul? It is said that he lashed two ships together, side by side, the better to bear his plunder.
Ooh.
By your leave, we might attempt to repeat the trick. The gods know it would be quicker than building a new vessel.
Exciting?
Mistbeard did this. Truly, Marshal, upon the subject of the Pirate King, you are as a scholar.
Good boy. Let's drink some water. Let's hydrate. Let's go for you too, everyone. Alright.
Now, from what I have gleaned of these matters, the device will need to be in close and constant proximity to the target. To wit, we must lash our twin vessel to Leviathan.
I like that there's so much VA already. What is VA? Remember, I'm a boomer.
This in itself will be no small feat. Ramming speed will be required, but given the weight of the cargo, that will only be attainable with the aid of a towing vessel.
Voice acting. Oh, actually, I feel very quiet now. I don't know what to do with myself more than sit here and listen. I mean, when I'm reading it, then I kind of feel active, you know, with you guys at the same time. But now I am just sitting quiet and listening. Let's go,
Suffice it to
Flans.
say, the task of piloting said vessel will entail considerable danger, and I would not ask it of another. I volunteer myself.
Stay a while and listen. You may cry if you want to. What the hell, you fucking vampires. Fucking vampires.
It will be dangerous for all involved, but we have no better recourse. Very well.
Don't worry, listening to VA cutscenes is very liked. That's nice. I laugh when I see complaints of the game. Like voice acting. I actually have started to like it. I mean, I stutter and I'm not the best voice actor, but I kind of think it's really cozy to read out loud. I didn't think like that in the start, but I start to feel that it's pretty cozy. But it's not like I get disappointed when there's voice acting.
Commodore, assemble the remnants of the fleet at Morabee Bay. Give priority to our soundest vessels. The repairs can wait. Storm Marshal Slafierson, command of the operation is yours. I want that twin vessel ready to sail post-haste.
I like to read stuff out loud. Helps me understand it better. Actually, for me, since I'm not... I mean, if it was Swedish, yes. I love reading out loud in Swedish, and I'm good at it. If I can say it myself. But since I'm not the English speaker, and there's so many hard words on top of that in this game, or I'm not a mother tongue English speaker, then I think it's a big challenge. It's a super big challenge. Glad to hear you're more comfortable with reading out loud and enjoy it now. Yeah, but I think it's pretty cozy. I think it's cozy.
At once, Admiral.
And then there is the small matter of slaying the beast. The fate of Limsa Lominsa rests upon your shoulders once again. Go well, warrior of light.
Okay. Yugiri? Beings held as gods also exist in what you call the Far East. Legends tell us that they walked among us in day of yore, but I confess that I never truly believed them. That I should live to behold one is humbling and horrifying in equal measure. Now that I have come face to face with the primal, I do begin to understand why Gallians fear them so. What is it? A message, Admiral. I judged it best that it be delivered at once. I am listening. According to the Yellow Jackets, a man has appeared who claims to have defeated Levy. What the hell? One of the company of heroes? The details are just hazy, Admiral. We have dispatched one of our own to question the individual. Is Nero? Wouldn't it be so cool if Nero, the anti-hero, just came and... Yeah, no biggie. Oh man. Or it can be the boy band as well. It can be the boy band guy. Hi Sass, how you doing? How you doing? Welcome. I shot him in the face, no biggie. Yeah, he's just like, now, where's my coffee? I am disinclined to put any store by this claim. And even though it be true, it is as Ishtola said, none save the company of heroes, have bested Levi, and we know how they went about it. If this man is on their number, what could he tell us that we do not know already? Oh yes, are you also playing Final Fantasy? Sass. I remember actually botching an expensive craft once because I wasn't paying attention. I go, oh, is it possible to destroy the craft? That sounds scary. And yet, having wagered Limsa's survival on 2 ships, some rope, and a pile of crystals, can we afford to ignore this man? If his testimony could yield us any matter of advantage, should we not hear it? Damn it all. The twin vessel will soon be ready. We have no time to wait for the Maelstrom report on this supposed primal slayer's claims. Miss, seek him out and learn what he knows. At the very least, it will spare you the torment of waiting for the reckoning in idleness. The man you're looking for is believed to be a resident of the Grey Fleet in Lower Lanosea. The storm private sent to question him should already be in the vicinity. May your journey prove fruitful. I wonder. I guess maybe it's no one we know. Now I'm so excited. Let's go out to see where we are. You started! Oh! That's nice. That's awesome. Another little Sprouty. A Stormblood Sprouty though. You're a little more ahead than me. But that's so great though. Let's see. Okay, we're here. I think it's gonna be the fastest to just run. Maybe not.
Okay.
Because I'm a dum-dum. I think it's best. The best will be to just take this one. You need gear and stats and need to use. Okay. I didn't know that, Noxy. That's actually really cool. That's why you have gear and stuff for the crafting. Oh, we can fly. Awesome. Oh, costed a soul. Oh well. Is it? Let's see, let's just fly. And explore at the same time. Enjoying it a lot. Started off a bit slowly, honestly, but the story got better from Heavensward. Oh, I think it's awesome already, so I'm so looking forward to see what the game has in store, if I already like it so much. When you see people knelt over with like anvil cooking knitting, all the little noises. I think Rain was doing, yeah, Rain had been doing it, and also Ellie have been doing it a lot in the background. They're just like sitting in the background. Never mind me, I'm just crafting at the same time. Okay. Oh. Oh. Oh, we have Traktum with his No pants. This guy, yes. The lying guy. He's been fighting Titus. A slow burn. That said, the slow burn does build the foundation upon which the rest of the game rests. Are crafting jobs good to do while you're going through MSQ, or is it better to wait until max level? Good question. Track Tomb, of course. Had to be him. I don't think we need to talk to him, though. We need to talk to the Storm Private, at least first. I hope almost we need to speak to Track Tomb. Oh, yes. Now, look here, you. Oh, wait, he's Scottish, isn't he? But I don't remember Scottish right now. I'm so burned out in my head because I'm so stressed about coming up soon. Yes, do not skip the story. And do not expose yourself too much to spoilers, Delil. But welcome to Final Fantasy then. I'm also pretty new. And it's such an amazing game. Azerite. Champion. Now look here, you. You'll have your bloody story. Right after you carry those sacks of grain over the mill. But sir, that's what you said before you had me pick up those oranges for you. And before I marked out the chocobo stables. And before I rolled that millstone over to the mill. And also before... Godsman, I've been working 3 days straight. Without a wink of sleep. 3 days. And do you hear me complaining? That smirk. I suppose some of us just ain't made for the rougher stuff. Alright. I give you what you want. Never let it be said that the old Traktum ain't a generous soul. Now prick up your ears, champion. Gotta heal Azeroth's wounds. Cause I won't be repeating myself. Too modest, see. Besides, there is only so much epicness a man can take in one sitting, you can. Ahem. The tale of Trashtum's epic victory over the dead primal Leviabetus. Oh no. It is Tractum who says that he's been killing the Leviabetus. Titus and Leviabetus, minsan. Now. And I'm just standing there. Leviabetus, huge. Make no mistake. To give you an idea how big, each of his scales is about as wide across as me members long. And that's no mean feat, let me tell you. Garotus. When I fought him, I could barely see for all the brine he was pelting me with. Must have been a lagoon worth the least. He even knocked me trusty axe out of me hands at one stage. Of course, that proved me to be a grave mistake. What happened next? Why, I grabbed him by the tail and tied him up in the knots. But not wanting to take all the glory for myself, I let my mates in the company of heroes handle the rest. Like I said, I'm a modest as well as heroic. Perhaps too modest. Now, there is some as say you can never truly beat Leviabetus. That you got to learn to live with him and make the best of a bad situation. Not the company though. We even have been busting him once that he's not in the company, and now he's just continue lying? Is he for real? Is he for fucking real? It's you! I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I was just enjoying the attention, that's all. I take back everything I said. Compulsive liar, yes. I was never a part of the company of heroes. I'm no martyr. I'm actually a complete coward. I'm nothing. I'm a shokabodang. No, I'm the maggots you find wriggling in the shop go by dung. I have to lie with... I have to lie to women to tumble him. And that don't happen much. Me member is tiny. It's pathetic. I sure as hell didn't fight Leviabetus, but I have seen him. With me own eyes. Small dick energy, yes. Small PPL. Jesus. Very small PPL. It was a fair few years back when I was working as a baker's hand. I was shirking my duties one day, loitering about the harbor when I saw it. A great big massive sea serpent, some months off the coast. With a fleet of galleons making straight for it, cannons firing. I was so bloody scared I saw myself right there and right there. And then... What? Oh the gods, just remembering that day made me saw myself all over again. Hey, wait! If you're asking after Leviabetus, it means you're planning to fight him, aren't you? Well, take care. It really is terrible, dreadful, I tell you. If you're not careful, you'll end up in his gullet or in the bottom of the sea. It is a coward. He's even shitting yourself just talking about them. Why, you worthless, lying whoreson? Language? I can't believe you made me handle Shokobudang. Ring ring. Miss, this is Memphilia. Were you able to learn aught of use against Leviathan? I beg your pardon? Leviabetus? I see. That's unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Leviabetus. At any rate, I have tidings for you. The twin vessel is now complete. And I was hoping for... I was so hoping for another guy. You want to talk about language? I'm doing my best. We await you at the Moorby dry docks. Pray make your way here as soon as you're able. Unfortunately, yeah. Nobody's ready for Tractum. I don't know, is it possible to talk to him? Small talk? They call me a working man. Oh, he's singing. I reckon that's what I am. Drinking under the chief's nose. Sneaking out over the back door. And nobody will never know. Okay. And Haldis, thank you so much for following me. I appreciate that. How are you doing today? I'm actually gonna try to implement the swear jar. And I'm thinking... I haven't come up with a good idea yet. But I think I want to do like a jar where I donate €1 maybe for every swearing I do. And at every, I don't know, 10 swearings, 20 swearings, we maybe can gift a random a sub to a random streamer. Do we do a good idea of it? We can't afford one. Well, what's the reason having a swear jar if it doesn't make you better? You'll be out on the streets in a week. Cleo. I thought you were on my side. You think it's that much of a bad idea? I'm told your jaunt to the Grey Fleet proved fruitless. My sympathies, lass. I'll wager it served to take your mind off the events of recent days, though. But enough of that nonsense. The moment of truth is upon us. So, Miiju, funny thing. In our situation, it's not that big. It's actually not that big. It's just gonna be that's gonna be something that is gonna been taken into a very big black hole that we are in right now, cause of the loans we have from the scammer and all of that. Which is, it's so sad. It's actually fucking fucked up. That's why I said it. Thank you, Cleo. You're on fire today. You're actually really funny. Ava's swearing away all Ginny's money. What money? Two year already. Well, I don't have I don't have a jar yet. No jar. Then I hope you looked for comfort bridge. Bridge? What do you mean, Miiju? Any hoodles. The twin vessel. The 4 liter. 4 liter. I call her. Is complete. Oh. Well, I can live under a pine tree. It's soon summer. It's fine. The 4 liter, I call her, is complete, and she surpasses all my expectations. In addition to the prodigious ton sage, she has been fitted with a platform that you and yours might maneuver freely in battle. I would mention also that she is nigh unsinkable, but I'm not one to tempt fate. Unsinkable, I've heard that one before. The whore leader and her crew stand ready, my friend. Just give the word and we shall bear you to Livy Levy. Yeah, exactly. The whore leader. Oh, the whirl. Wait, they say hurl. Whirl. What either? I mean, to be fair, if you never saw this word before, would you say whirl or would you say whirl? This is not whirl. It has nothing to it. But you're just gonna say, yes, we would say whirl. We would say whirl. Any live doors on that vessel? We'll see. That's actually comforting, Fafina. We didn't say anything. We don't say anything. I'm sorry for turning to you. For turning against you. Ah. I know that look. You're ready. Having been constructed in some haste, the Whirl Eater may not be pretty, but I assure you she's capable. She has been fitted with what our friends at Naldic and Wirmeli are calling an elemental converter. Assuming the thing works, it will use the power of the corrupted crystals on board to rob Levy of his hold over the water. Oh, sorry. Depending on how the battle unfolds, you may well need to activate the device manually. Keep that in mind. Okay, I'm gonna try to keep that in mind. Oh. Some words are easier after a couple of wine. I doubt that. I doubt that. I think we established that life doors worked poorly. We need life coach instead. Heck, I don't know. The only thing that can save me is not putting my foot there in the first place. Which NPC would you pick as a life coach? Mary Boobs. Because she's a pirate, so she's a really good swimmer. It is expected that the Sahagin... But she's a cat, Ishtola. Cat doesn't like water. It is expected that the Sahagin and their thralls will attempt to come to Levi's defense. Accordingly, the Maelstrom will once again employ diversions. Tancred and Ishtola, I would have you assist in the effort. What NPC would you pick as a life coach, guys? Anyone but Alfie. He's not here now, luckily. Exactly, so she be anywhere but in the water. That's safe as well. Well, not dumb. If it is to fulfill its purpose, your diversionary force must not want for numbers. By your leave, I too would volunteer my blade. Yes, Alfie is only 16 years old, but he's a grown-up guy in his head. Uberdanger, oh my goodness, Emale. I would just like, no, don't save me. Don't be anywhere near me, don't talk to me. We would welcome it. Having seen you fight in Sapsa, I dare say the fishbacks will find your presence highly diverting. Tancred and Ishtola, if you would join the third levy and Lady Urigi the fifth. But what words have I for the women who have made a sport of slaying gods? Only these. Go warily, for the sea is an unforgiving place to wage war. May the navigator guide you through the storm, warrior of light. I would echo the Admiral's sentiments and add a few words of my own. Know that we all have the utmost faith in you, miss. May the crystal bless and keep you. I have a question though. Is there anyone who's watching MDI right now and knows how's it looking? Because it looks like we are in a dungeon spot very soon. And I don't know if
I mean, guys, ask for.
Okay, let's see here. Game are they on? Okay, so they're in the second game. And Pretty even or? Okay, they're already at the mini boss though. Maybe no, they are ahead. Okay, so legendary is ahead. Am I? Well, we'll see. I told Mike to tell me, but I don't know if I will be able to play this world leader. Corey Bowler seemed like good coach material. Where's that person? It takes 15 minutes. Okay. Here. Maybe? How long do you think it's left? 1 more. 25 minutes. Okay. 25 minutes, so if I do it now, I actually will be able to. Is it a dungeon or is it a is a dungeon? Okay. Trial. It's a trial. Okay. So there's gonna be music. 8-man. Oh, it's 8-man. Oh. Okay. If we do this really quick, we will manage. If it's 15 minutes. There are no more 4-man. Okay, damage. Okay. So is there anyone who wanna join? I need 8 people. Need 8 able bodies. We have Auntie here. Do you want to join, Auntie? Me and Adro. Okay, awesome, Emale. Oh, awesome. Thank you so much for... Yeah, just whisper me in game. I think that's the best. We have Auntie. And we have Kiwi. There. And Miyu. And let's see, Adro? You guys. Let's see here. We are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we need 2 people. Save a spot for Keith. Saving a spot for Keith. Let's see here. Where are we now? So Rick and Keith. Then we are 8. Awesome. Awesome. I'm so grateful. We don't need anything, actually. Where are you? Remind me. Sagittarius. Yes, I am not gonna stream tomorrow, Brick. I'm not gonna stream tomorrow. I'm gonna take a day off since the whole day is gonna be... where in the world are you? Oh, that doesn't matter. You don't have to get here. You will... I think you will get summoned anyway when we go inside, or... But I am here. More be dry docks. So there's no need to gather. Okay. Have Brick. And then Keith. Awesome. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Look at that. We have a full party, fam. So I guess our little fam need to decide how to put this up. Do I need to tank? Well, I actually don't know what we need. I think they're on it. Yes, they're talking about it in game. If this was only a cross-world party. I heal. I need experience. Okay. So Keith will heal. And who will tank? Anti will tank. Alright. Do we need two? Oh, we need 2 tanks. Okay, Q will tank. Awesome. 2 tank, 2 heal. Alright, alright. Holy shit. Okay. I'm gonna do a red check. Okay, we need 1 more healer. Priscilla? Are you healing or are you DPSing? What do we need? Maybe we are fine. Okay, Miu and Keith. No, didn't Miu say that they should... No, that was Q. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. So Miu... Is Miu healer? How many healers do you want? 2. Okay. Okay. There we go. Then I think we're good. We need to hurry up a little. It might be, I just want to say this, it might be that we need to pause mid-fight or something. Just in case they start playing earlier or something like that. Because you never know, the times are a little fluid. Fluidy. Now. Let's see, do a ready check. Expect everyone has to at least 1 job. Okay, everyone is ready. Everyone has at least 1 job of each role. Okay. Tweety, we are not gonna trash anyone up. We are friends here. We're not trashing people up. Thank you, Miju. Thanks. That's awesome. That's awesome. Thank you. Ooh, this is cool though. Oh shit. Will I be able to do that? The music? Should have told me before. Okay. After the cutscene. Oh. I can't do it during cutscenes. I learned that yesterday. Thank you, Jimmick, though. Super nice. I will do it after the cutscene. A little laggy? Oh, man. Hey, wait. That didn't work. There we go. Ready. The music is on 100, yes. Oh man. I guess I'm just gonna stand. Maybe it's smart to dot up here. Dotting them both. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wow. Leviathan. Buy your phone, buy your phone. Oh. Buying fruit, buying fruit. Buying fruit, buying fruit. Was that all? Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for the help, guys. Thank you so much for the help. I appreciate you guys so much. Holy shit. Levy's dead. Buy your phone, buy your phone. Buying fruit, buying fruit. You attacked the head with the DPS weapon. It did no damage, only to the tail. Yeah, I was mostly hitting the tail though, didn't I? Because I saw that something did not happen. But the reason why I was on the head was because I was putting dots on them. I was putting dots on them just in case. Dots, you know. Damage over time. I was thinking that that was a smart idea. But then again, I'm not very smart. Okay, it reflects damage. Okay, okay. That's good to know to another time, I guess. Thank you so much again, guys, for helping me out. I really, really appreciate it. Okay. So we killed Leviathan in a finger snap. Now we need to go to Maryboobs. Pray you return. Yeah. I mean, I'm aware that I will do a lot of wrongs because I'm going in completely blind. And sometimes you see, I mean, I saw that it was taking more damage on the left side. MDI 1-1, really, Kal Sulu? Is it like that now? So then there will be one more game. One more map. Is that what you meant, Zulu? Because then I will go in after. After that, it's time. Some future trial won't be so easy. We will make it, Andy. I'm pretty sure we will make it. Third map. So thank you so much, Zulu. Thank you. That was actually exactly what I needed. Doing things wrong is how you learn lessons properly. But do something wrong and learn than just be told. Actually, that's what I say when I play WoW as well. I need to do my wrongs, you know, I need to have the mile under my feet to actually do stuff correct. I'm not so good at learning when being told, I'm better at learning by doing. Mandatory was with 10 deaths. Oh, really? They are choking. They're choking really much. Hi, Whitley Wee. How are you doing today? I think if I'm going to bed and rest. This COVID is serious. It's screwing. Yeah, COVID is not good. I hope you will get good. Oh my god. I didn't know you had COVID, by the way. I'm so sorry for that. Take a big rest. Sleep it away. That's what I did. Is MSQ? It is easy. I hope so, Rifan. They really lost their focus from last time match against Echo. That's actually really sad. At one time, I mean, I feel sorry for them in one way. Amount of mechanics will gradually increase. I like that though, Amale. I like that because I don't know if you heard me. I mean, I felt a little question mark because I haven't seen any combat in this game. I like high-end combat. So I actually told Mike the other day, I hope it's gonna be a little harder if I'm gonna like start actually play the character, you know. Because of course it's hard now. I don't even know what I'm doing. I'm just clicking all the buttons I have on cooldown. Yes. Drink a lot of water. Drink a lot of water. All normal mode trials and raids are very easy, so there's nothing to worry about. Okay, Nox, that's good. That's good. Story mode content is pretty easy for a reason. Yeah, and I mean, I want to do it the story mode way. Extremes of Savages raids ultimates are where things becomes a challenge. I can't help but wanting to look how it looks like. I mean, it will be fun. Because I have no clue. I'm completely clueless what it's even mean. How hard is it compared to a mythic raid, for example? Maybe Rain, maybe you know, since you're raiding mythic in WoW as well. is Savage raid. Is Savage the hardest, by the way? Yeah, I heard that you stopped the TOP, Theater of Pain.
So
it would be fun to watch. Too bad, I mean, I didn't even know what it was. Ultimate is the hardest. Okay. So is Ultimate is less common. Okay. Sorry. We could try a min item level extreme sometime. Extremes are the entry point into challenging content. Savage is the real raid stuff, and Ultimate is the hard content in any MMO, pretty much. In any MMO. Really? I'm about to raid Savage with the glamour of the Golden Butte. That's so nice, Rain. But Rain, is Ultimate harder than the Mythic raids? Really? Would you say so too? Savage is the hardest raid tier content. I'm confused. But what is Ultimate then? Wait, Ultimate is sort of like you're strung 5 mythic bosses together as a boss rush. And if you wipe, you start over. Echo 6-month Ultimate rock. Oh, shit, okay. Ultimates are 16-17 long fights with multiple bosses back to back. Can't compare. Can't compare the two. Really? Wait, took 6 months. Let me see. With breaks to beat DSR. Because Ultimate is a gauntlet. Okay, Amala, hope you will sleep super tight. Yes, let's hope Echo will be victorious. Can't really compare WoW and FF. Nah, I guess. Ultimate is like with the 3 mythic bosses together into one fight. What? Don't have anything to compare with in WoW. Okay. The games are so different, I don't think you can compare. Okay, so Katie, you can't say that it's harder than WoW then, I guess. I don't know. It's so hard, since I haven't seen it myself, it's so hard. And hi, by the way, Katie, how are you today? You said it's like a bunch of mythic bosses together. Okay, Aurora. It's interesting, I would love to take a look. Ultimate are a boss gauntlet. Imagine doing the 3-4 bosses of Mythic one after another with no breaks. The pin message. I think Ultimate is the most... Yeah, they said that. Who said it more? I think it was Afina who said it? No? Or Noxie. It was Noxie who also said the same thing. I haven't tried WoW dungeons, so I can't say, but I have seen a lot of people who have done both, saying that Ultimates are harder than Mythic Plus. And quite different. Mythic Plus is something else. Mythic Plus is dungeons. I mean, and Ultimates is raid, right? Or is Ultimate also dungeons? I'm so confused. Fights are super long as well compared to WoW bosses. Okay, Cleo. You can compare them when it comes to difficulty. I think you say it's harder than WoW, but can I only compare them to gameplay level? Okay. Still sick. Oh no. I'm happy to hear that you're better though. Damn, it's never nice to be sick. There's so many people who are sick now. There's so many people who are sick, so I guess there's something really in the air. Someone show her a Uwu fight. They are not spoiler for her. Oh man. Yeah, dungeons are 4 man. Yes, in WoW dungeons are 5 man, and then the raids are 20 man in Mythic at least. In WoW. Ultimates are raids. Okay. DPS check is on way due to enrage counter. Oh, okay. There is enrage counter in Final Fantasy II. They have that in WoW as well, Zephyrian. I'm sick, but I'm going to work tomorrow anyways. Oh, Valentine. That's bad. Why? Can ask Geeth. Yeah, maybe I should drop into his stream and ask him some questions. Okay, I just go from what people have said. Also, from Wonders of Mythic Plus is the hardest content in WoW. No, I wouldn't say so. Or well, it depends on what level it is. So Mythic Plus is dungeons. And those dungeons, you can go infinite level. Or not, it is actually not infinite. I think level 30 is the highest, but you can't go that far. Maybe it's higher. I don't know, 32 maybe. While Mythic raids is on the same level all the time. But there's also 4 types of raids. There is the looking for raid. That is like you use the dungeon tool and get a random group. It's the easiest. Then you have the normal raid, and then you have the heroic raid, and then you have the mythic raid. Yeah, but I think Mythic Plus is harder because it's infinite difficulty. Enrage counter DPS check, 1 wipe, all mechanic plus 10 times. Oh my goodness. Gotta make those, yeah, I guess. I feel you though, Valentin. As long as you don't make anyone else sick. Isn't the video of an ultimate weapon refrain to you so you can see? Okay, Rain, I'm gonna take a look later. It's important to understand that Uwu is far the easiest ultimate. Okay, Midu. Okay. Mythic raids week 4.
Yeah.
A nerf to hell. Then really high Mythic Plus keys are harder. Yes, the thing is, when the raids are being released, they're much harder. And then they're being nerfed and nerfed and nerfed as it goes. Because people can't manage it otherwise. But the World First Raiders are killing it less unnerfed. Obviously there will be some corrections and nerfing during the plays as well sometimes, but we tried to implement a Mythic Plus dungeon in Final Fantasy. Oh really, Auntie? Oh no. Oh no. Final Fantasy are more about puzzle solving, as WoW fights are more reactive. It's very reactive and snappy. Very. Here in Nurselude, the difficulty of Mythic raids really fast. True, Refan, that's actually true. The better gear you have, the easier everything becomes as well. The situation I can bring from WoW is imagine you are doing a whole encounter for approximately 20 minutes with Il'gynoth, Carapace and Thoth on Mythic with a lot of different faces. Oh my... Fucking Ensoth as well. Fucking Ensoth. Okay, so it cannot be compared. No. I think it's really hard to compare those two games. I guess we shouldn't even try. Let's see here. I think it's time for me to start tabbing out a little. How is it looking for the gamers? Who is winning? Yes, it's it's pretty even still. Mandatory have one kill death this far. I guess they won't make the same mistakes again and choke in Halls of Valor as much. It's more difficult. Let's see. I'm just gonna prepare a little here so I don't have to stress later. Let's change game.
Right on the PI time is bad, right?
Or at least I'm gonna have it ready to press done. There we go. We have 600 wipes on Ensat. We lost healers 3 times on Prague. Actually, my favorite guild disbanded during our Ensat Prague. And then I haven't really been raiding Mythic since. Which is so sad. I mean, I have been in and just been getting some gear in some of the easier bosses. Other than that, I've only been going Mythic Plus. When you got? Oh, you got your cutting edge. That's nice, Rain. That's so nice. We do know, but yes, I'm very grateful, guys, that you're giving me some info. I'm so grateful. Gear is very important for ultimates. You want savage gear from that tier or dungeon gear. If you're wearing appropriate island level gear, you can go in with the melt. Okay. It's gonna be a lot to learn. We got it. It is well killed at once and never stepped a foot in the raid again. Well, I can feel you in that one. No reclear?
That's what we did now, though.
I was just like reading it, and after a while, I'm just like, no, it wasn't for me. I just realized that, so I'm just. It's okay, Andrew. I'm still learning. I'm clueless most of the time. Yeah, it's so much. I'm just like meld, and just no. I'm not even gonna go on with that conversation. I am feeling a little, how should I say it, low energy right now because I am so stressed. I am so nervous. You have no idea. I'm having like competition nerves 2.0. So I'm just sitting here kind of waiting for the game to begin so we can have it over with. Because it stresses me out. I'm nervous too. Oh, Daisy, I feel you, man. Second-hand competition nerves. I don't know if it's second-hand or if it's actually first-hand. I'm sorry. So I'm just gonna go on a quick toilet break. And yeah, it's just gonna take 2 minutes. So I'm just gonna leave everything open. Thank you, Priscilla. I'm gonna need all types of hugs possible because I'm fucking freaking out here. You might know the answer. If we win tonight, how many backs to back? 6, Stacy. And it's 6 back to backs to back. Wait, backs to backs to backs to backs to backs to back. But I'm not jinxing anything. I'm not jinxing anything yet. But, no, just gonna go back to the bathroom. We're back. Go back to the bathroom. My head right now. we go. ASMR coming up. Oh hell yeah. Oh hell yeah. There's gonna be ASMR. And this time it's gonna be best of 5. In the grand finals it's gonna be best of 5 maps. Which is a lot. So I just hope that they win. If they win the first 3, then they're obviously safe. This is impressive. Yes, they have been unbeatable for a very long time. But it's been close very many times as well. Back to back to back to the bathroom. That's funny, actually. How many teams are there in the grand final? It's 2. It's 2. Yeah, it is 2. It's the final, so you know it's just the first or the second. 5 heart attack generating maps. Oh lord. Yeah, exactly. I can feel it. Coming in the air. Oh lord. Okay. And they're still playing. They are at... Oh, they're at Odin now. Okay, they're at the last boss. Okay. And baby? Pepsi. The winner here will meet, right? Yeah. And we can watch this. So, the players... Just gonna exit this for now for less lag. So the players of the game that is now... We're gonna watch the last boss because I'm not so very supportive of the other teams. Let's see. Put some sound on.
Mage on my team as well. I think that is the one that I am looking at. I'm like, this guy owns.
The winner
However,
here
if you look on the side of Legendary,
will meet
Eagle's
Echo
damage
in the
is
grand
very
final.
high. Just being able to pump out 45k DPS, so that's something that is maybe a little bit in the favor of Legendary.
Well,
and both of these teams are going to be going into
both
this
of those
rune
teams are
race.
very strong.
Mandatory able to get
Let's
there
put it
just a
like
little
that.
bit in advance, and we've seen
Mandatory
teams
is
be
the
able to
team
kill
that
Odin in this runic
is
brand
most
phase.
scary.
For Mandatory, they need to make sure
Mandatory are going to get a
here.
Thundering as well. They are going to
But-
get a Thundering for the end of their runic brand, whereas Legendary had to clear theirs before this started. And I
This
think
is
that
such a
going to be
fucking
the main
annoying
of
boss, by the way.
Legendary's weapon here, but gets killed with the Thundering. Thundering giveth and Thundering taketh away.
Yeah, one.
Oh my god.
5 seconds.
5 seconds of death timer.
No.
Oh, no way. Okay,
What?
2 seconds.
Wait, what?
Oh, they won. They managed to kill
It's
it.
going to be mandatory by the 2 seconds, but we
Okay.
will have to get an official clock check here as mandatory sinks
Mandatory
down.
won.
Really
Okay.
sad in his
There it is.
chair there,
There it
but
is.
it is
Oh
mandatory.
my.
Let's check
Winning
this-
despite that. Wow.
Dude, you know, we talked about this dungeon being close when we came into
You
it.
see my
but,
Steam?
that
He
was
fucking
on a
jumped
whole
off the
nother
chair.
level.
Yeah.
Mandatory
He threw himself
managed to make it
backwards.
back to the grand finals against Echo, but Legendary kept it so close. But the curse remains. The last stand tournament team ends in 3rd, but what a show.
Just give me a second,
Zyronic's got his
Hars.
head in his hands. I can see it. He's still recovering from this.
Calm down a little bit. What?
How did I
comeback,
jinx it?
what is
It was a really
serious
close game.
From these two
I
teams
was
for
like-
mandatory. They complete the.
That was so
they
crazy.
Completely knocked.
Imagine
team
dying and
out of the competition
killing the
already.
boss
Remember,
at the
they were
same
team that
time.
knocked
Did it
Legendary down
still
the lower bracket
count
earlier
though?
on.
That
They finished
death?
the job here in the lower finals.
No, I don't
An insane
think
performance. And
it's
this is the
something like
first
that.
time
That
all
the
weekend
death
that
doesn't
we've
count
seen a Heimdall
if there's like some
clean from
seconds
both
left
teams. No deaths on
of
Heimdall
the
from
boss
both teams.
only.
And what a map it was.
I don't
Mandatory
remember how it
played
is.
clean
Maybe you
most of the
guys
way
know.
through,
That was wild.
totally
That
timed.
was
They had
insane,
issues or
Marvin.
a couple spot deaths from mode 1 on this trash pack here, and then of course that one at
Maybe?
the end of the dungeon on Odin as well. Forest Legendary giving that back with a death
Oh,
right
was it?
after Fenrir too. But
If you
it
died
was
that
neck and neck
close
the
to
entire
the
way. These
boss
teams
kill,
were never less than
does
10
it
seconds
still
apart.
count?
It was a matter of inches, and it came down to the last couple of seconds here. There's a little bit of a nail biter moment.
I'm in the dungeon.
Crims, are you going to
Yeah.
strafe off the edge with combust? Not this time.
Oh yeah,
around.
true,
50
true,
seconds
true,
in.
true, true,
Just
true.
Honestly,
okay.
it wasn't the fastest run.
It's
of
a
the
high.
weekend, but the nerves
Scratch
to
what
try
I
to
said.
run together like this in such an important game. Mandatory are going to be feeling good going into this grand finals against Echo.
Oh my gosh,
Yeah,
dude,
that's right.
what is
It ended
this
up being,
MDI?
Okay.
Just like, what is
It's
this
great.
MDI, man?
That's
Every
what it
single
is.
series
the under one
is just ridiculous.
Fucking
1.982 seconds is the difference between the teams at the end here. You can see on this scoreboard, and oh my goodness, what a close game. Unbelievable as well.
Yeah,
and
that
within
was
seconds of the
so
fastest
scary.
times we've seen this weekend in here. But you know what? The thing that both teams are going to be thinking about as well is that both teams have put up faster times than this in previous series as
I
well
wonder
by
if
a
they
few
think
seconds.
that
So they both
if
know,
only we
oh,
were
wow,
playing like this
one
against
could have gone
Echo
either
the
way,
first
and
time.
we could have won this if we'd played our best in here. So
What
that is
Mythic Plus
rough
level
for
is MDI
Legendary
played
as
at?
well. And Mandatory 2 now looking again at
It's
the rematch with
different. It's
Echo, know
different.
that they need to,
It's
not
20.
even just
What,
keep
baby?
up this level,
What
but
keys
probably
are
pick it up
the
if they want to triumph
dungeons
in that
at?
best of 5.
Level?
Yeah, if you want to beat Echo, you have to not just
20 to
bring your
23.
best, you have to bring
Yes.
your best
Yeah, thank you,
plus,
Kalsusu.
right? You
All
have to
Susu.
bring something else because
So
they're
it's
going
between
to.
20 to
Final
23.
day of the tournament,
It
Echo
depends
is a
on the
different Echo
dungeon.
than we see in other parts of the tournament generally, and you know they're bringing that. But I'm glad.
So
that we
this
get
is a
to see that.
22,
The first
yes.
series of the day
There's some
was-
dungeons that
was
are
great between
23,
Echo
and there are some
Mandatory. Now
dungeons
we
that
get a
are
best of 5 between the two.
20.
It's going to be a lot of fun.
I know we meme on these graphs a little bit sometimes, but look how close together
Guy.
those peaks and valleys are. This was just
Yeah.
a grudge
Mm.
match from start
Order
to finish.
Tortelu.
Both teams matching each other the entire way. Absolutely, just a banger match from these guys. But unfortunately, we do have to send Legendary home.
My dog is just like,
And
I'm
what a
not
surprise they were coming into this weekend, right?
enjoying
They went to
being
the last
here.
set of the tournament. I don't know if anybody
And
really
I'm
expected
not
them to
enjoying.
get
Oh
all
my
in
god,
third
I'm
place match,
freaking
but
out right now.
These guys blew all those expectations out of the water, right? They played insanely well, so I have to give a hand for them. They were a great team.
So we're gonna have Cyronic, Dratnus, and Tettles
Yeah, you have to.
casting, or
As I say,
will
like,
we?
coming
Who
out
is
of the
gonna
last
cast
end,
the
you
grand
saw
finals?
them in Cup A. They didn't look that consistent. It looked like they had like a lot of struggles at some different points. But the ability to be able to recover, they improved dramatically whenever we saw them in Cup A to last stand. And then they just put up some insane times. Had the craziest court of stars to the point where no team was willing to
So,
play that versus
from
them
now
again.
on,
And so it was like, oh,
no
great.
spoilers for me.
They really showed
This
up.
is the grand
It's so
final.
sick.
Just so you know,
Look at who
I'm
they
gonna
beat,
say
too, coming through
anything,
this. They had to go through Sloth, Cheese,
and I'm a little
and
scared that I
Perplexed
can
to
get
to this
the
point. And it was only Mandatory that was finally able to knock them
That
off. Like they had to beat some
Blizzard
extremely
can
good teams
become
to get here.
angry with
Cheese is a
me
surprise,
if
but,
I am
you know, Sloth and Perplexed.
if I
teams
am
that we know have done well from
spoiling.
previous seasons. So yeah, quite the accomplishment for Legendary, and I hope we get.
Oh
to see
no,
them again
Rifan.
soon. They're super
We
good.
have put her in the timeout.
That does mean that our grand finals has been decided. Echo versus Mandatory to see who's going to
Not
come out
bin.
on top.
But
Of,
we have a
Dragonflight
timeout area
Season 1
where she is at
here at the
now,
MDI, and, yeah,
because
once again, the question, as always,
we
will it be Echo? Or
can't
will it be
have
somebody
her
else?
anywhere
And,
around
generally
Mike.
always Echo,
And if
but
she's,
I
you
feel
know,
like this
running
time
up
there's
and
really
trying
good
to
chance. I know
jump
we
up
always
in
say
his
that,
knee
but I
or
feel like
something,
it really is.
that is not a good
Either
idea.
way, we're going to take a bit of
Pop
a
her
break
in the
and
bin.
when we come back,
No.
a best of 5
Not in the
between two of the
bin.
sickest dungeon running
Timeout
teams in the entire
area,
universe.
yes, but
Do
it's
not miss it. We'll see you in
She's
just a few.
having a very big bed, and she's having a very nice time, so it's pretty fine. She was jumping up and just looked at me, and I was like, Sky, this is serious. You're not making a fuss out of this now.
Wait, someone tweet me.
Okay. We have a cooldown. The clock is ticking. Echo versus Mandatory. Yes, this is the grand final, Hotalot. This is the grand final. Fuck my life. I'm so nervous right now. there. I had to just remind my WoW community on my Discord that we are doing this now. I don't know what's going on, but I'm sharing for Echo. I'm so scared, Katie. I am so scared. I don't know if you know anything. Do you play World of Warcraft yourself, Katie? Or have you any insight in World of Warcraft at all? Let's go, Echo. Starting. It's time for me to go whisper. I'm so scared. Time to whisper. Whisper so loud. Oh, it's a lot. I know, right, Panasonic? Imagine that. Oh, sure. That would be terrible. I don't know. I don't want to think. There. The memo. Any whispers? Have you plans for celebrations? Ah. Oh. If they it's just gonna put into the black hole. Dead to the bank after we got scammed. Fun. So fun. So heartbreaking. Hi, Agina. How are you doing? Echo careful ASMR and witchcraft. You can hear just fine.
Well, it all comes down to this. 24 teams is what we started with, spread across 3 groups. We're down to just 2. Echo versus Mandatory for a champion's crown here at the MDI Global Finals. Your host over here with Dratnos, Nagura, and Zyronic. And I think this could end up being one of the closest finals we've ever had. It has been one of the closest finals weekends we've ever seen in MDI thus far easily. But this finals, this best of 5, it's very difficult to predict who's going to win this one. And, you know, I'm not being facetious with that. I mean it. Echo is playing great, but Mandatory, the other teams in here have all given them runs for their money. They've taken maps off of them. And so here we are. Dratnos, going into this final match, is it going to be Echo? Is it going to be Mandatory?
It's going to be Echo. Echo is going to win this MDI. I've become a caster by saying these words over and over again. So I'm sticking with them. At some point, it's not going to work out. We've thought it would happen before, but I'm staying with it. It's going to be Echo.
All of us except for Tettles and Makes predicted Echo to win MDI. And again, like based on past results, hard to disagree with that pick. That said, Mandatory showing up there quite a bit on the list as well. Nagura and Zyronic, you both picked Mandatory as runners up. Do you think you might be wrong? Do you think they might take it?
You want to take that one first, Kara?
You go.
Okay. Well, first of all, we can both pat ourselves on the back, and Tettles as well.
Yeah.
But he's a Moonkin, so never mind. Well, you are too. Never mind. We're casting, so we can pat ourselves on the back, but not Tettles. Because we did pick both the 2 teams to go in the finals, right? And I am going to stick by it. I mean, how can you say Echo isn't going to win? They've won the last 5 of these in a row. I think Mandatory in this spot is the strongest competition that they've probably ever had. And I still wouldn't at all be surprised if Mandatory finds a way to win this series, but I do just ever so slightly still favor Echo.
With a record like the one Echo has put together, you really can't pick anyone else until they finally do lose. And here's some messages from some of the players earlier. And, you know, now admitting that Echo had a little bit of an engine as well, admitting that it was a little bit of a shaky, messy way to get to the finals. They know they need to tighten it up. Mode, happy to be here. And I agree, the teams are all good. And yeah, it is interesting, though, to see Echo coming into this one, kind of acknowledging that, yeah, we weren't maybe at the top of our game, but now the question is, can they bring that highest level? That's going to win them another
They need rage. Yeah, and I mean, I can give you some stats and some numbers now that we see those bans as well. Academy being banned by Mandatory and Local Offensive being banned by Echo. So with the maps that we have left in this series, we actually have Echo with 2 of the fastest times of the tournament. They have the fastest time in Asher Vault and Temple, but Mandatory has the fastest time in Halls of Valor, Shadow Moon Burial Grounds, and Ruby Life Pools. So technically, Mandatory has more of the faster dungeons here, but the first 2 are the ones that Echo is faster in. It's a best of 5 though, right? So they would have to win 3 maps, and we haven't seen Mandatory play Asher Vault at all yet this weekend.
So you calling for
see that one right away?
Here? Is that the
reverse sweep? Yes.
I mean, if we ever have an MDI finals go to the 5th game, it's going to be this one.
Absolutely. I mean, we've been seeing 2-game series in all of our, or 3-game series in all of our best of 3s rather, so not unreasonable to expect a 5-game series in this best of 5, but it does start off with that unbannable Azure Vault. So we'll get to see who has the better path in this one.
It's time. The global finals, grand finals between Echo and Mandatory underway, and we have to get right into it because we know this first poll can be a make or break poll in the dungeon. Both teams running through all of this trash, jumping straight down into Laymore's room, gonna get everything snapped up together, get all 3 of these arcane tenders together, and the bloodlust has popped, and we're off to the races. Both teams doing the exact same strategy. Who can get it down faster with their AoE, though?
All right, so it does look like we have the exact same pool here from both of the teams. There's a little bit of a difference in the cooldowns they're committing, though. RX did use army for this pull, while Mirrors is holding on to the army, presumably for boss DPS once Lamer spawns. Now we do see the bosses engage for both of the teams a little bit quicker for Mandatory actually. They managed to finish off the tenders that spawn the boss a little bit quicker. But because Mirrors has the army ready for the boss, Echo might be catching up a little bit of boss damage here.
They should be, you're right. Saving the army for single target boss damage definitely seems like a very smart play. Now, of course, the army will come up earlier for Mandatory on one of the next few pulls, so we'll have to see if that does factor in. But also, the army without Lust or PI, you know, maybe not the greatest use of a cooldown. If they could get it with Lust and PI, I guess they just really wanted to make sure they PI'd the mage. But you can see it has pulled them ahead ever so slightly on the boss damage, even though they pulled it later. But I think it's going to be hard to try to compare this damage. I think it's going to be a neck-and-neck race. We're going to be swapping back and forth the entire time here. Now, the question is, when it comes to strategies in Azure Vault, which strategies do the teams do? Are they going to do the same thing they've been doing all weekend long? And I believe both of them have been doing that snap onto the third boss, and then going on to kill Umbra Skull, then both teams do the backtrack and pull Frog's Root. If that is the case, we do, once again, have to look forward to and heavily focus on the snap on the third boss. That has been a make-or-break pull for all of the teams this weekend, and runs have died on that particular pull. Not going to be there for a few minutes, but do have to look forward to that.
Yeah, one more thing I just noticed is that Mandatory actually does end up having 2% extra trash here. So they must have pulled maybe one additional leisure pack somewhere to get that extra percentage here. And that means that maybe Mandatory can do a smaller pull somewhere else, while Echo has to do a bigger pull, possibly resulting in Mandatory catching up some time later on. But now looking at the bosses, Echo definitely finishing off this boss a little bit quicker in comparison. But because of this thundering timing, Echo is not going to utilize this thundering at all, while Mandatory can use it to finish up the boss. And you can see 4 seconds in favor of Echo on this first boss.
Yeah, I'm looking at the damage meters. There is a big DPS differential on the bottom two players. They're now in Zalia, both doing around 20k more DPS than their counterpart over on the side of Mandatory. Is that going to be a case? That's been one of their major strengths all weekend long. Now in Zalia's damage numbers have just been significantly better than their competition, and that's helped them so much. But look, we're getting a difference in strategy here. Echo pulling the Thrasher Mandatory. Are they snapping these down?
Cool. Yes, it looks like they are. We used a Gust of Wind potion here by RX, and everyone else used Slowfall and other means to get to this platform. If you're in combat, you cannot click the book. But if you don't need to click the book, if you just jump down, then it doesn't matter. Look at that. All of the Furies, the Thrasher, plus these elementals that they've pulled here, all stacked up for Mandatory. This is an incredibly... I mean, this is such a smart way of dealing with this trash. Wow.
I mean, if you're going to be killing the trash, snapping it on top of things is definitely something to do. This is something that we saw teams attempt to perfect during the last stand, but a lot of teams that were going for it ended up not trying to do it because it was too difficult of a strategy for them to pull it off. Somehow Mandatory has somehow found a way to pull this off. Now, they're not out of the woods just yet. Any extra piercing shards going off on Skylark could easily be a death for him, but they're doing a great job at getting as many AoE stops out on them as possible. And with that Thrasher dead, the major danger in this pull is pretty much gone here. Mode dropping the barrier to keep everyone's HP bar alive. Looks like Skylark does get the lay on hands on himself just to keep himself topped there. And yeah, looking very, very safe here. Now, the bursting stacking up again. Do they have the Mass Dispel this time around? It looks like they do. Yes. Massive pull for Mandatory pull off, but in the meantime, Echo, with a smaller amount of trash, has already made their way into Azure Blade's room, and they're already off towards that first intermission here.
Yeah, so even though Mandatory did a pretty smart snap, Echo engaged the boss so much quicker, and look how low Azure Blade already is for Echo. Even though they pulled the whole trash room with the lieutenant on top of the boss, they somehow managed to still fully... Now does go down here to the lieutenant. He's still alive. They have to get a battle rest to get him back up. Mirror's almost going down too. Does manage to survive here, but Zalia has to get the group back up to full health, because this intermission phase does a lot of damage to your group. I think they did finish off the lieutenant now, so a little bit of a scary moment here for Echo, but they seem to have recovered. But yeah, this was really quick by Echo, just funneling off of the boss and just like leaving the trash down passively. So scary on the tank.
Health bar's low for Zalia here. Clicks ends up going down to the swirly damage here. That's going to be one player down for the second intermission phase. They've also pulled trash on top of it. So they're really going to have to make sure they burn through this. Now, fortunately, this is a low-key level. They should be able to get through the boss with the DPS dead before the next intermission happens. But this is what Mandatory needs to come back in the dungeon on this boss and even take an even bigger lead. Because remember, they have all this extra trash percentage that they have from that massive pull that they pulled off here. And I think even though Echo is the favorite in this dungeon based off of timers this weekend, I think Mandatory has a pretty significant lead.
Be quiet.
They definitely do. Echo now finishing off Asher Blade, and Clix did release. He's going to be able to get back to the group pretty soon. But now Echo is walking back. They're going to attempt a snap onto the next boss. So we're going to see Clix possibly off-tanking the boss here for a second, while now is gathering up trash on the top. Never mind, it's actually, looks like it's Miras and now that are gathering up the trash. Now, when they jump down, Zalia needs to hit the life grip onto Now, because if Now does go down, then the trash might actually reset. So let's take a look if Zalia can do the grip here on Now once he has gathered up all of the trash upstairs.
I'm a little worried for Mandatory here, because these two Vault Guards are taking forever for them to clear down, and only spending time killing two mobs off is not necessarily the best use of time in this key, because look at what Echo is doing on their end. All of that trash that Mandatory snapped those Arcane Furies on top of is now being snapped onto Talash Greywing by Echo here. They're not out of the woods yet. They've got the grip down on Now, but the Absolute Zero is... Okay, they lived through the Absolute Zero. Most of the danger is gone here, but the frontals could very easily take out either Clix or Miras here. And also, have to remember, the safety net of that battle res is completely gone for them. Any death from any player on the side of Echo here could be a disaster for them. It could cost them too much time. Zalia is doing his best to keep everyone nice and healthy here. And with all of the constructs dead, they're through most of the danger. Oh, Gingy has to block just to keep himself alive. Scary moment, completely mitigated from the team there.
Mandatory actually deciding to do the frog pull here before they do Grey Wing or the last boss. They did skip two of the breakers that are at the end of this hall because they did this other snap pull earlier. They don't need the extra breakers here. And that's why they're doing this pull now, because they don't have Bloodlust. Usually teams are using Bloodlust for this pull if they pull all 5 breakers. But Mandatory doesn't need the breakers, can do this pull without Bloodlust. But now they're gonna have to walk over. We can see a lot of bursting stacks. Mode actually really low on mana here. They have to finish off one more of these frogs, and then they can jump to the bosses. They should be almost done with percentage. The last thing they need is either a snap from these 2 breakers onto a boss, or they're doing the same thing as Echo just did, where they're snapping trash onto Grey Wing.
Well, let's see. It'd actually be really difficult for them to get things on top of Grey Wing, aside from these 2 breakers, right?
Yeah.
Because they'd have to have somebody upstairs, 1 floor up. They could maybe do it after Talash Greywing, but yeah, I think you're right. I think those 2 breakers on the last boss is probably going to be the play, and they are going to have the Bloodlust here. So we're going to once again this weekend have a finish where the teams are doing completely different things. For Mandatory, it's going to be when Umbral goes down. However, for Echo, it's going to be when they finish off that frog pull after backtracking, the pull that we just saw Mandatory complete before heading to Talash Greywing. Now, one of the things I like about this pull for Mandatory is that they don't have to worry about cleaving ads down here on this boss. They can just full-on burn the boss, and that allows them to potentially skip an extra intermission phase that Echo might have gotten by cleaving that trash down.
Yeah, exactly. It does look like they're... Definitely looks like Echo is ahead, but as you said, they have to go backwards afterwards to do this frog pull. They do have Bloodlust available, but Mandatory will have Bloodlust for Umbral Skull, and whichever trash pack they decide to snap onto the last boss to get that last 6% of trash that they need to finish this key. So different routes here, but both of them look really quick, and both of the teams having very few mistakes. Of course, Echo has those 2 deaths on the board, so that means there's a 10 seconds difference in favor of Mandatory. And Mandatory is melting Grey Wing here because they didn't have those extra trash packs to deal with. They might get one last intermission phase, which is actually going to be in their favor here as well when it comes to boss kill time.
Here we go, the second Absolute Zero coming out for Mandatory here, and you've got to love the position they're in. 0 deaths on the board here. Talash Greywing will be going down for them before Umbral Skull does for Echo here. And then, of course, they'll be snapping those 2 breakers down as well. they'll have the Bloodlust right away for that. And we've talked about this backtracking to go to frogs. It's really not that much time lost, but those 5 to 10 seconds that it takes to port back could come into play for Echo and Mandatory here. Mode goes down at the end of the boss here, trying to find a way to not cleave his team. Maybe he died on purpose, though. Maybe you're right. We'll have to see.
He's grabbing trash.
What is Mode up to here? He released. What is he doing?
Furies, possibly.
What's in the play?
Yeah, he's grabbing the
He tags a Whelpling. He tags a Whelpling. He's going to spawn the Furies, and the Furies are going to be the thing that snaps down to the boss here. He's also pulled these as well. Gonna fade them off.
This is really cool.
They're global aggro. I didn't even realize that.
That is
Instead
such a
of the
cool
2
innovation.
breakers.
Not enough.
But look at Echo though, they're already gathering up the frogs, and this is the last pull Echo has to do. But keep in mind, Clicks have to grab the other side of this area. Clicks dropping pretty low, already used Spark Skin and Survival Instincts. There we go, Clicks now meeting up with the rest of the group. They have Bloodlust and all cooldowns available, but Combustion is still on a cooldown for 30 seconds here. They're gonna have to deal with this trash bag pretty quickly, while Mandatory is just blasting the boss, and they're gonna be done with trash as well in just a second.
And the Power Infusion Combust is about to come up for Crims as well here, so this boss is definitely not long for this world. It's going to be a photo finish, and remember, the extra death timer is still there for Echo here. Skylark dropping incredibly low to the tank damage from the boss here, but Mode is able to keep him up. The trash is mostly dead for Mandatory. They already have their 100% trash count. It's just going to be when the boss dies versus when the trash count is gained for Echo here. And with 30% left on Umbral Skull, I think Echo might just barely be taking this one. Breaker needs to go down. Frog needs to go down. They don't have count. They don't have count. They need one more mob. 20% left on Mandatory. They have to kill this Looter off. It's Looter versus Umbral Skull with a 5-second advantage for Mandatory.
Yeah, this might go to Mandatory because this Looter, I'm not sure if the Looter's even enough.
Is the Looter not enough?
I'm not sure. They're looking for other trash as well. They're missing something else. The Looter is
Looter's
not enough. This is going to be Mandatory.
Mandatory wins.
Winning the first Asher Vault against Echo here. Oh my god.
What happened once?
Wow.
Something missed in the snap before.
I did not expect the first map to end like that. Just not enough trash count for Echo. If they had 2 more mobs in that group, they would have won it, but no, Mandatory with a different pull makes it happen. Saronic.
Shades of Incarnation here, coming back to Echo here.
Like,
Echo's done this before. This happened before where they missed mob count. Unreal.
They knew here.
Can happen to the best of us. What can you say?
There's no.
I mean, just a crazy turn of events. First of all, with this snap that RX and everybody's that all the Mandatory set up here onto this big downstairs area, right? Such a cool path out of them. Something that you guys are right has been tried by several other teams before, such as in Last Stand, and not something that had worked out yet, but Mandatory found a way to make it happen, and you could see Skylark, look at how low health he got there, but ends up lay on hands to survive. Incredible set of abilities used to really keep them alive here, and again, the Priest also making this possible with the Mass Dispel against those bursting stacks. Grievous bursting, a really nasty affix combo. Now went down on this part, and that was a extremely sketchy moment. They were able to recover with the res, but then they ended up having Clicks die as well, and lost quite a bit of time to that. But even with all that considered, they still were looking in pretty good shape, right? They got this life grip, which we've seen go wrong for several teams, onto boss. They got this snap, and that was all working out rather nicely, but then somehow they just didn't end up having count at the end of the dungeon. Something pulled earlier was not how it was supposed to have been done, and instead it was actually Mandatory with this different route that we've seen, right? Not doing the frogs last, instead doing the frogs a little bit earlier, getting to 94% count by setting up this big old frog pull. Mode intentionally dying here, you could see, dying to then set up the final snap of the last few enemies, just a little bit more optimization. Really, really cool stuff out of them. And I mean, yeah, I just wonder where that count came from. I was looking back and trying to find it. I couldn't see exactly what caused it, but just such a crazy way for this to go. And especially if you're Mandatory, you've got to be so delighted by this, because the other maps, as we've talked about earlier, later in this series, those are the ones where you have some of the faster times. This one was maybe one of the ones that was Echo favored, but if you can get through, this and the Temple 1-1, I think you got to be so happy about the last 3 maps in the series.
The only thing that I can think of that potentially cost them count in the dungeon, thinking back to the first boss, Echo had 2% less trash counts than mandatory, and we thought maybe they just pulled an extra lasher pack, but I wonder if something went wrong with the snap. Of course, snapping tech is not necessarily something that is like frowned upon, but it's not something that the teams are encouraged to do either. It has weird things that can happen where things can reset, like what happened to mandatory in that Alcathar Academy earlier today. I wonder if that just happened to Echo and they missed out on a little bit of count that way.
It could be. I mean, it's not an exact science, right? When you're kind of playing around with the game mechanics, as it were, there you do open yourself up to some funky things happening once in a while. But I am very curious if we do end up getting to talk to Echo later in the day, if they do win it. I wonder if they know, what happened there, if they know what was missed at some point. You'd imagine they do, but strange things happen often. So our next map, Temple of the Jade Serpent. Let's look ahead to that one a little bit. Nagura, mandatory, taking an early lead. I'm surprised we're saying it, but that's where we're at. Do you think they can take a 2-0 lead?
They talk in the background. It's possible, right? We play the Temple now. Temple is a dungeon where Echo does have the fastest run of the tournament, but they actually banned that exact dungeon against mandatory before. So it does seem like they're a little bit scared to play Temple maybe against mandatory, even though mandatory had also banned that same dungeon against legendary as well. So I think this dungeon is just generally very volatile.
Yeah, these two teams are teams that can both handle the same pulls. Like anything Echo can do, mandatory can also do. And that's not the case with some of the other teams in MDI. Even teams that make it all the way to the global finals, like looking at Perplexed on this map earlier, they decided that they had to do that last room in 2 chunks where a lot of other teams did it in 1. And they were already, deep in the global finals. So mandatory being able to kind of match Echo, I think, pull per pull if they want to, definitely puts up a bit of a threat as we look at the dungeons here coming into this one. You can see the ban for Alcathar Academy by mandatory, and that does bring us to Temple of the Jade Serpent. I'm hyped. Like, this finals is already going to be good, but the fact that mandatory was able to take an early lead the way they did it definitely raises the excitement level for me. And I'm sure the rest of you.
Yeah, and just Echo's they've been looking shaky all weekend. I mean, in all of their earlier series as well, there's been these vulnerabilities that other teams have failed to exploit against them, including mandatory in the upper finals. But now when it all matters, it's happened and it's cost them that first game of the series. Now it is a best of 5, but if mandatory can strike again here, they are going to be in such good shape in this series.
We're right back into it already, into the Temple of the Jade Serpent. Mandatory must be riding high off of that first map victory, but here we go into this first pull. So volatile. Bloodlust popped for both teams. And once again, very similar comps. Of course, the main difference being Prot Warrior for mandatory versus the Prot Paladin for Echo here. How does this first pull end up going for them? Very stable for the very first part of this pull, but those second set of corrupting droplets do join the group, but it's not going to be an issue for either Zalia or Mode. The Quaking! They died to Quaking. Clix and Genji go down to Quaking at the very end of the pull, trying to get away from the Spiteful Shades. It's 2 deaths on the board for them right off the bat. They have to release and run back, but in the meantime, mandatory already on to Wise Mari.
Mandatory engaged the boss so quickly. They still had mobs up in the back that weren't fully finished, and they already engaged the boss. So even if Echo did not have the deaths there, Echo still would have engaged the boss later, but of course those extra deaths even caused them to wait even longer. So now definitely mandatory in the lead by a couple of seconds. We'll see how much of a difference it is once they finish up the boss, and we'll see the difference in the boss split here. But yeah, really looking good for mandatory. Echo did not have to use a battle rest because they could still release since they were not in boss combat. So they still have that battle rest available in case something does go wrong later on. They definitely have to be careful now because we saw how close all of these dungeons are. So having those 10 seconds death differential already is not looking good for Echo.
I can't see what's happening.
Already in such a significant lead right into the dungeon. Can they hold on to that lead, though? This is such a volatile dungeon. Massive pulls. So many Spiteful Shades that you have to worry about. Even bad Quaking overlaps could cost us here. Look at Echo here. They have to spread out during the wash away, make sure they don't get hit by the knockup. Good movement from Zalia to make sure that Chris doesn't have to stop his uptime on the boss there. Great potential outplay of the Quaking there. But the advantage is huge here. 20% boss damage, an extra 10-second advantage from the deaths alone. I mean, fortunately for Echo, they didn't already pull the boss, because if that had happened, it would have been a worst-case scenario, like you mentioned, right? They were able to release because they weren't in combat just yet, but if they had pulled the boss, they would have had to wipe it instantly, right? Because there's no way you're doing this boss with the DPS down.
Yeah, definitely. So that was good that Echo did not engage the boss yet. Mandatory now, done with Wise Mari. They are going to be moving on. Going to go into a really big pull onto the right side of the dungeon. They're going to have to be careful with that pull because there's just so many things that happen simultaneously. You have a lot of tank damage, a lot of interrupts you have to do, plus all of those tiny shas exploding at the same time. Well, I believe Moat is going to be finishing off that book to make sure that boss spawns early. So lots of things have to work out here for Mandatory as we see them gather up all of this trash. Stampeding Roar being popped by Maystine, making sure everyone is a little bit quicker to gather up this pool.
Anyways, birds.
Yeah, huge advantage being opened up, but it's still dangerous. Like we've mentioned, massive pulls coming out here. The important thing to mention as well is that neither of the teams are running that Warlock comp. Of course, there was so much that we were talking about at the very beginning of the dungeon. We didn't really have too much time to go over the comp. We just talked about the fact that the tanks are playing different specs, but there's no Hellstones. They don't have any of those curses to help them out. They don't have an extra, magic dispel for some of these packs as well, although they do have the mass dispel from their Shadow Priest to help out with that. But a lot of the infernal stuns that provide great utility for dealing with those spiteful shades as they start to spread out and chase after people, neither of the group have that available. So these AoE pulls are just that much more difficult because of that, and we have to keep a very close eye on the damage output from all of the casts that you really can't get just from kicks alone. You really need a bunch of AoE stuns to help out. So have to keep an eye. First pull here for Mandatory goes pretty well. Looks like it's going well for Echo as well. Easily chain that straight into the next pack. You can see the explosion from the Golden Beetle there when that shield gets popped is so much damage that Moat has to heal up for Mandatory, but they are already underway onto Strife in Peril.
So there's a big difference here that makes Echo catch up a little bit again. Echo actually finished off that book quite a bit earlier compared to Mandatory. I mean, not earlier in the dungeon, but since, if you look at the first boss split, 27 seconds, 22 seconds difference in favor of Mandatory, but Echo got there so much later, but finished off the book earlier, which meant that they had the boss spawn while all of this trash was still up, which means that if you look at the HP from Strive and Peril now, Echo actually caught up a lot of time again. So they still have the 10 seconds death differential, of course, but Mandatory being a little bit slower on this right side of the dungeon.
Little bit slower, and you're right, Echo definitely catching up just a little bit in boss damage here. You can see with all of their cooldowns, the PI plus the army on Strife, they actually got it down to 30% here, so they are actually neck and neck on the boss damage here. The only thing separating the two teams right now are those death timers. Now, looking across the board here, are the cooldowns going to be available at the same time for this massive pull coming up for both teams here? Neither of the teams will have army. Power Infusion was used at the exact same time. The Incarn was used at the exact same time. Everything is equal across the board between these two teams right now. Echo once again somehow finding a way to get themselves back into it after a massive opening mistake.
Yeah, look at the second boss split. Echo clearing the second boss in 2 minutes 43, while Mandatory needed 3 minutes and 10. So Mandatory being quite a bit slower on this right side, unfortunately. Now both of the teams are skipping that in faster. They're so close to one another. They're literally the same moment in the dungeon here. And they are both pulling that bridge trash pack. In fact, Mandatory actually used a hex on the Mistweaver, so they don't, and Sally actually doing the same thing for Echo as well. So they're doing the whole pull here without that Mistweaver. They're gonna get that later, and this is another huge moment of the dungeon because there's just so much damage going out onto the group. You have all of these shots exploding. There's so much damage on the tank as well. And keep in mind, we have a difference here: a prot warrior for Mandatory, while with the prot paladin for Echo.
2 minutes active for Mandatory, but Skylark goes down. They have to get the instant battle res, but this is going to be tough for them to get aggro back on everything right away during the explosions. That death is happening. RX has to kite out. Look at all of these Guardians and Minions of Doubt that he still has aggro on. This is costing them so much time. Meanwhile, for Echo, the pull has gone perfectly for them. No mistakes whatsoever. Zalia even has the great overlap of getting both of the debuffs on him, so with just one Curse to spell gets rid of both of them. that is enough to get Echo right back in the swing of things here. Maystein also going down here while the trash is still out and spreading around is just going to add insult to injury. They don't have a battle res to get him back up, and that's one extra curse dispel that they don't have active here either. So if they get overwhelmed by these Mistweavers, this could be an issue. Bode doing his best to try to keep the remaining team members alive, but this is looking really, really unfortunate for Mandatory here.
Yeah, the definite spell took them so long to recover. I mean, it's a miracle that they even managed to recover, because this is such a crazy pull to do if your tank goes down. So the fact that they didn't fully wipe here is really impressive. But Maystein going down because of multiple casts that they were not able to control anymore from the Mistweavers just going off on Maystein. He didn't have anything left, and he does go down. No battle rest, which means they have to actually finish off these shades. They have to use an out-of-combat battle rest before they can engage this boss. So even further time loss here for Mandatory, as Echo is now already on Flameheart. They're going to be entering phase 2 in just a second, or they already are in phase 2. But yeah, this is another difficult part of the dungeon. It's a 21 tyrannical. This boss does a lot of damage to a tank, especially because they just did such a big pull, where now had to use a lot of his defensive cooldowns to actually survive that. And now you have to deal with this boss's mechanic as well.
It's so important to mention, as Mode gets bowled over by one of the waves there, but pops his Astral Shift just to stay alive. I feel like so many other teams that we've seen in the MDI would have crumbled to that pull. Your tank goes down. How do you come back from that?
That's what makes them the best.
The presence of mind from team members to instantly get away from the mobs, not get meleeed down instantly after your tank goes down, kite it out a little bit, and still finish the pull, has given them that slightest of windows back into this game. They're not out of it just yet. Yes, they're 40% behind on a boss, but there is still one massive pull coming up, probably the hardest pull of the dungeon. So many casters, so much tank damage, and to try to chain it into the Shaw of Doubt as well, Spitefuls during the boss and keeping melee uptime is so incredibly difficult to do. It's still not over just yet. Echo gonna get their first crack at it in a little bit here once Yulon goes down.
And when Yulon goes down, they're going to have to do that big pull that we've seen many teams fail to, just because it's so dangerous, as Sarah just mentioned. So we'll see if Echo can execute it. They do not have Bloodlust available just yet, and most teams actually save their Bloodlust for Shaw of Doubt, for the actual boss, to manage to get through that as quickly as possible. We see a Root coming out of this Guardian here, and a Hex on the Mistweaver to make sure they have a little bit less trash to deal with here in this initial pool, but they gather everything else up. This is so dangerous on the tank and on the group as well. So many debuffs going out, so many Shahs exploding, and they already had a death earlier, so they're just, there we go, Shaw of Doubt engaged for Echo. So now they have the boss plus all of this trash. It's going to be very difficult for them to execute.
That is an early tag for them as well. Gotta make sure you dodge this Flames of Doubt from the Shambler Zalia right over your shoulder there. Dodges it just barely, and they do have that Mistweaver that has just now been gripped in from the team as well. But here's the dangerous part. As the trash goes down, the Spiteful Shades start to spawn. As they go into the intermission here, a Flames of Doubt also coming out. They have to dodge that frontal too, and now the fragments are out. They have about 25 seconds to 30 seconds to finish off and kill these Fragments of Doubt. And now, finally, thankfully, Spiteful Shades are gone, and they can just freely AoE these Fragments of Doubt down. Echo has done the pull. They are through the majority of the danger here. Now it's just about getting a 21 Tyrannical Shaw of Doubt down.
They just need to kill the boss.
Tough boss, but they should be able to do it. They even have the Bloodlust saved from the massive AoE pull just to try to beat one of the intermissions.
Definitely looking really good for Echo. Mandatory now doing the same pull on their side as well. They're going to be engaging Shaw of Doubt in just a second.
Still playing me,
Mistweaver Hex in the background. But Mandatory actually going a little bit slower, delaying the pull of Shaw of Doubt a little bit. Presumably because they know they're behind, and at this point they need Echo to have a full wipe. So no reason for Mandatory to actually just pull the boss preemptively. Just better play it safe on their side. Echo, of course, not having any more trash left. As you said, this should not be an issue. They are waiting for their cooldowns to come back up. They're waiting for PI to be ready. They have the army from Mirrors as well. So they can, in a second, they can use all of their offensive CDs to nuke down this boss.
They should be totally fine. And yep, there is the Bloodlust to help get through the intermission that much quicker as well. Power Infusion up in 10 seconds will be used on Mirez when he already has the army out too, so it'll be used on the tail end of the army here. Nature's Vigil just popped during that intermission phase just to make sure everyone is nice and healthy. Here we go, Shaw of Doubt down below 50%. Mandatory has gotten through their trash pack. They are poised if any sort of mistake happens for Echo, but they are going to need a massive mistake to come out from Echo here with the boss now below 30%. Echo might be running away with this one on the final boss.
Armpits.
Yeah, they still have the Bloodlust running for a few seconds. There we go. They should be able to skip the bound of reality the next intermission phase. If they have enough damage here, 9% more on the boss, there should be no problem for Echo. Mandatory is close behind, but because of this very unfortunate death on their tank on this previous pull, it's just too little too late, as Echo does tie up the series here with a 1-1.
Wow. That is amazing, and that is kind of exactly what we expected, right? Echo able to tie things up, able to do things just that much cleaner, and we have a series all tied. And I said it before, I think we're gonna get all 5 games here. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think it's very, very likely to go pretty deep into this series. But it didn't look that clean from Echo either, right? Again, vulnerabilities from Echo in their run. So right at the very start of the dungeon, we had this quaking death come out there as Clix and Gingy, I think trying to clear Thundering, ended up cleaving each other down there. And of course, fairly dangerous spot as well, because you have those spiteful shades hunting you down at the exact same time. So this cost them a little bit of time, and this is the sort of thing where if the run had been perfect out of mandatory, it may have been enough off of that to win. But Echo were even overtaking towards and after the second boss, right? They caught up. By the time they pulled this boss, it was about the same time, even though they were about 20 seconds behind out of the first boss. They actually killed 2 seconds faster than mandatory, that second boss, although there was still death differential in mandatory's favor. Of course, the biggest problem though came in that courtyard area where Skylark died. They attempted to recover it, and they weren't quite able to get it back up after. Well, they were able to get it back, but then Maystein.
Just gonna update.
No battle res for Maystein, so that was the big problem for mandatory. Of course, was the courtyard, a very dangerous section of the dungeon. Echo able to capitalize on that, putting up the 1-2-3-4. Unfortunately, then 0.05, but pretty close to 1-2-3-4-5 there in their timer. That's almost a big achievement for us. Really was rooting for that.
I think you get an extra trophy for that. I'm pretty sure. I'll have to check the rules, but I'm nearly positive.
You win outright, I think, at that point. So they've just been a little bit slower.
They cursed.
It's called the best of 5.
So, yeah.
Oh,
he does 5 digits.
I thought that was just. I guess it's not Yahtzee. I guess it's what? It's a straight in poker.
I think it's a bingo.
It's a bingo. That's right.
But here's the.
They have Monopoly.
The graphs. Yeah, you can see
Golden, are you fucking
off of that courtyard, right?
Everything
looking about the same. Start of dungeon, mandatory getting that edge at the start. Echo clawing it back, and then Echo just getting that 10-minute spike a minute faster than mandatory because that courtyard didn't go wrong for them. That was the story of this one.
I think
that's right. And I mean, oh, go ahead.
That second boss split, Echo pulled 40 seconds out of seemingly nowhere. Like, the way that they pulled that second boss room was insane. To get back to where they were pretty much neck and neck in terms of progression, even though they had those 2 quaking deaths at the start of the dungeon. Very, very impressive. It's important to mention once again, this is a 5-game series, best of 5. So the next game doesn't win. We're essentially down to a 3-game series now, right? Because of the tied up at the start here. First to 3 map wins takes this series here, and we're going to Halls of Valor next. Interesting
rematch of our upper finals that Echo ended up winning despite having some stuff go wrong for them, having several deaths as they were doing the Herja trash as well, but mandatory ended up throwing it away on Fenrir. Now that's going to be something that they're hoping to not have happen this time, because I do feel like mandatory's Halls of Valor is very strong. We've seen them play it 20 or 30 times so far this weekend. It's a dungeon they are very familiar with. I'm pretty sure it's been in all of their series or all but one of them, so definitely one where they have a great strat. But yeah, I mean, this is where it counts, right? Upper finals now, down to effectively a best of 3 at the end, with these first 2 games getting split 1-1. Which I think if you're mandatory, you got to be pretty happy about escaping these first 2 maps 1-1. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you're playing against Echo. You're playing against a team that's won like 5 championships. Like if you can go 1-1 and turn the best of 5 essentially into a best of 3, I think you're sitting pretty decently there. Just to kind of review what Mandatory's best hauls was this weekend, it was a 18-21 with 0 deaths against Legendary. So, you know, is there a little bit more they can do to optimize that time perhaps? But they have finished this dungeon as clean as you can, death-wise at least. So that's kind of the mark to beat for Mandatory to get back to, for Echo to try to exceed. But we'll see. I think it's just a great story for... Oh, go ahead.
Honestly, I would be happy if they were just able to match that time. They've played this map, what now, like 5 times this weekend? Something crazy like that? They've played this map so many times. And in their first run, they put up that 1821, but they haven't been able to come close to it since. They haven't had a clean run in this dungeon since. They had the issue with the 4 kings in one dungeon. They had a death in that dungeon as well. They lost to Echo with 13 deaths with 2 wipes on Finir as well. And even in their match versus Legendary just now, they did win that, but it wasn't clean. It was 30 seconds slower than the other one. So I think a lot of eyes on Mandatory here to see if they can put together that clean run. If they can put together a 0 or even a 1 death run here, I think they have a pretty significant advantage over Echo.
Yeah, and there's also the side story going on that, in case you missed it, Mandatory is Monka. They're the team that we've seen for a lot of MDIs, got picked up by a big French organization called Mandatory. So to at least get to the finals, to get to this point right after being signed, that's definitely a success story right there. You're impressing your new org. That's always a good thing. And if you can win it, so much the better. But they got to play it clean on this Halls. We'll see what they can do. We're about to jump into the game right now.
Love you guys.
And we're essentially starting. We've wiped the slate clean. It was a win for Mandatory in our first map. It was a win for Echo in our second map. And now we're down to essentially 3 games left potentially out of our best of 5. I still think we're going to get to the end, but we'll see who retakes the lead. Echo or Mandatory. Time to get in the dungeon.
Alright, so we do know that Echo and Mandatory are playing different comps here. Mandatory is playing the Disc Priest and the Fire Mage combo, while Echo decided to not play the Fire Mage here, playing the Feral and the Unholy DK Shadow Priest with the Rest of Shaman combo. And we know how much damage Dahlia can do on that Shaman. Both of the teams bloodlusting that first pull where they have everything pulled on top of Himdall. And look at the damage onto the boss. They're just fully cleaving off of the boss here, and the boss is melting for Echo. Just a little bit ahead of Mandatory on boss damage.
Little bit ahead, but once again, I think this is probably the dungeon that we've seen the most this weekend. Right? We've seen this dungeon run so many times by so many different teams, and very, very rarely do we get through this boss in this trash pull with less than 1 player dying. If nobody dies, that's a good run here, but look at how close together these teams are, even with the comp death, with the Fire Mage on the side of Mandatory and the Disc Priest from Mode instead of the Rest of Shaman from Echo. It's neck and neck once again. Now, last time around, this dungeon wasn't decided between Echo and Mandatory by who had the better strat, who had the better routing. It was determined by who made the most mistakes, and that time around it was Mandatory. But like we were talking about pre-match here, we know Mandatory, from previous experience, actually has the faster route in the dungeon. However, a little birdie landed on my shoulder right before the match, literally 10 seconds before this started, and said, keep an eye on one of the polls. I'm not going to say which, because I don't want there to be any extra information, but apparently Echo might have something up their sleeve. We'll have to keep an eye out for that. I am very excited to see what they could possibly have planned out in the last hour and a half or so since the upper finals were played.
Yeah, that's the advantage for Echo here, right? Because they won the upper bracket, they didn't have to play that lower final like Mandatory did. So Echo actually had time to come up with something for Halls of Valor, because on paper, Mandatory does have the faster route here when they execute it perfectly, which we've seen them only do once so far. Echo never executed their route perfectly and also seemed to be a little bit slower in comparison. Echo now is already ahead in the dungeon. They are engaging Solstin here with all of this trash. Mandatory only a few seconds behind though, as they also now engage Solstin. The first After Storm is coming out for Echo. There's so much stuff going on. They have to be watching out for this, as Dahlia is getting jumped by the Aspirant. Now the Aspirant is going to be casting the frontal they have to dodge. The tanks get so much damage as well. Now actually using Bubble here to survive all of these frontals that are really hard to kite when you are restricted by that area of the Eye of the Storm where you have to stand inside the bubble.
Doing a good job so far. Solstice is going down for Echo. Not long for this world for Mandatory as well. Crim's taking a lot of damage from that Aspirant jumping on his dome. Not enough to even proc the Cauterize for him. As they get through Solstin, both teams with all of their trash still alive. Although it is a little bit lower, I would say, for Echo. Going to be pulling that into the other mini-boss here very, very shortly. We have to keep an eye again on that trash pack that they had CC'd behind. Ring of Frost coming out from Crims to make sure it's nice and CC'd up. Also going to be mass polymorphing it as well. Huge tech, love to see that from the teams. Not something team players are normally talented into, but a very specific play for this dungeon. They'll keep those ready to go. They'll put them into Herja later on. Both teams now on to Olmir. Trash dead a lot faster actually for Echo.
Yeah, Echo doing a really good job executing this pull. We also see the control mind come, that I always say wrong, that ability, but we do see basically a map being mind controlled by clicks here to make sure they don't have to deal with those extra casts from the Thunder Caller. They're probably going to be dealing with it while they do Hersha, so also gets an extra target as well to gain a little bit of extra damage onto Hersha as well, which is really nice for Echo, as Freddy actually gets a moment to sit down and get some mana back, while Mandatory, I don't think they're going to be able to get that because they're in combat with this trash pack here. And Mode does not have Shadow Melt available, so Mode is gonna have to do Hersha and this trash pack with that 10% mana that Mode has left.
Oh, that is a good point. I mean, technically speaking, he shouldn't need to do too much healing. He's got the Nature's Vigil from Maceine. They can pop a bunch of personals to live through this Eye of the Storm. But yeah, that mana bar is looking extremely sus from Mode. Hopefully, he will be able to keep his team alive here. We don't want to see any mistakes right now. We want this to be neck and neck the entire way through, of course. But doing a good job to keep people stacked and healed up through this Eye of the Storm. Remember last time around, though, for Mandatory, Skylark did end up going down to the Shield of Light. Actually, both tanks ended up going down to the Shield of Light. We've seen a lot of tanks go down to that this weekend, so we'll have to keep an eye on that as well. Of course, that only comes out a couple times every fight. But still, Echo maintaining a very slight lead here at this portion of the dungeon.
Yeah, Mode completely out of mana though. I mean, they might get another Eye of the Storm here on Mandatory side, so hopefully they can deal with it. Looking at the defensives, they still have some of them available. They have an Ice Block in case they would need it as well on the Crims, so technically they should be able to survive it in case they do get another Eye of the Storm. Yeah, definitely not looking ideal on the mana side for Mandatory. Also going to be a little bit lower on damage as well, because a lot of the damage spells that you have to cast also cost mana, right? So Echo, though, on the other hand, no issues on their side as Hersha does go down. They are going to be on their way to that next pull that we have seen teams make mistakes too as well, right? So this is another pull that is pretty dangerous. There's lots of stuff you have to interrupt. You have a Mystic there you need to interrupt. You have a Thunder Caller you have to interrupt. And there's a Marksman as well that you have to watch out for whenever he jumps out and does the penetrating shot.
I guess mana is just a concept for Mode. He doesn't need that to do healing to his team. So no issues for Mandatory whatsoever as they get through Herja, but still, you can see the gap opened up between the two teams there in the bottom on that boss 3 timer. Echo sustaining a 15-second lead at this point in the dungeon here onto their next massive pull, similar to what Mandatory goes through as well. You have to keep an eye on the healing in this pack. Rune of Healing has been a huge problem for some of these teams. Even letting a Holy Radiance go off is a problem, but too many casts go on to Clicks for Echo. Clicks goes down. They instantly commit the Battle Res to get him up, but that was his 2-minute cooldowns. That was his power infusion. That was a lot of damage just lost for Echo there.
Yeah, that was not ideal at all for Echo. Clicks just getting focused down by some of these casts, presumably, and just losing their Battle Res. Mandatory, on the other hand, look at their side. I mean, I think, yeah, they're done. They're going to be done faster than Echo, even though they did reach this pull later. They also pulled a little bit less trash, though. So Echo did pull that King pack that was standing in front of the door, while Mandatory did not do that. So that means Echo has less trash they have to do in this area. Now, we're going to go up to Fenrir in just a second. Mandatory already on their way.
Here we go into Fenrir's room. This has been the cause of a lot of problems for many teams, notably Mandatory in that last matchup versus Echo here a few hours ago.
No, I'm not okay.
They had some time before their previous match to clean this up a little bit. Of course, they were the originators of that strategy of getting up on top of the rock, so I'm sure they're plenty practice on it, and that was just a one-time freak occurrence for them. But on to Fenrir here, and you can see Mandatory has done a good job of staying ahead after that Click's death from Echo, and are actually pretty significantly ahead on Fenrir. So again, just like every other dungeon we've seen so far, when played relatively clean, it's just a back and forth bouncing between which team throws the tiniest of mistakes towards the other team as an advantage.
Doing a good job.
So great to see teams just at the top of their form playing insanely well.
Yeah, so Echo is actually not pulling this marksman pack here onto Fenrir because they pulled that extra trash pack into the previous pull. They didn't need the marksman pack here, so both of them actually finishing up this pull simultaneously, and now their trash percentage is even again. Now the most important moment is going to come up though for both of these teams, because we're going to see the tanks gather up all of these wolves onto Fenrir, and we need to see all of the range players, so Zalia and Clicks for Echo, and Moat and Crims for Mandatory, they need to make it up onto this rock to be untargetable by the leaps of these wolves. Otherwise, they're going to go down. And it looks like Mandatory did a good job. Echo did execute it as well. So now they have to finish off those wolves as fast as possible before Fenrir starts casting too many spells and before the tanks run out of defensive cooldowns.
Both teams going at an insane pace through this dungeon here. The Bloodlust not available for another minute for both teams getting to this section of the dungeon. Gingy using that Shadow Meld to make sure the Ravenous Leap doesn't go off onto anyone. Same thing for Mandatory over on their end. It was the Shadow Meld from Maysteen. Skylark dropping incredibly low. Mode has jumped down because I believe got the scent of blood on him, but not going to be an issue as the Wolves have ended up finally dying here. Not going to be any deaths they have to worry about from those wargs. However, the claw damage from this boss still a huge problem for them to deal with. Ravenous Leap goes out. Crim's Mage going to be the person who prevents the leaps going out with the greater invis there, making sure people don't get those bleed debuffs on them. And once again, it's just a very slight advantage for Mandatory.
Yeah, Mandatory already kiting the boss towards where they have to go with that last cent of blood that they're getting here. Really good job by Maysteen, just saving a little bit of travel time here after this boss is down. And we're still on 5% for Echo. Bloodlust is available for both of these teams, so we'll see if they committed on that next pull. Mandatory is probably gathering up some of these pulls here. You can see Maysteen helping Skylark gathering up the pulls, while Skylark is gathering up the bears.
Right behind you.
Echo, on the other hand, doing something similar on their side.
There was a player running off to the left for Echo there. Who was that?
Gingy.
Didn't quite see who it was. Was it Gingy? Here we go. Echo now pulling the entire forest together. Mandatory doing the same thing on their end too. What is Echo up to here? Doesn't look anything special. It's just another mass AoE pull here. Bloodlust popped for Mandatory here. Has Echo popped theirs just yet? I don't quite see what.
You might be snapping this somewhere.
The Are they snapping this to the Four Kings?
But then they don't have the beers. Okay, so this is very interesting back. So they're moving. So the way this works is you walk through the portal while you still have aggro of trash. It will eventually get to you. The thing though is, of course, that if you pick up a beer, if you are in combat, it will just disappear. So I don't see any shadow melts being used by them, so it is possible that maybe they didn't get in combat. It's maybe possible that Zalia, Clicks, and Nearest did not get in combat.
Look at the mobs!
And so, yeah, there are all the bulls all of a sudden, and the grizzly bears. This is going to be very dangerous for now to survive. They are carrying them all the way to the kings. We actually see a mass route coming in here. They might kill them while the RP is happening.
They could pull them into the Four Kings here, and if they're able to pull this off, they do. They did. They had the beers. You can see the nameplates are orange. That means they got the beers off. Echo has found a way to snap the forest to the Four Kings. No one else has even thought of doing this. Now it's a question of can they pull it off. This is going to be a massive amount of tank damage. If they can pull this off, the advantage will be significant, because not only do they get the Bloodlust on the forest pole, but they get it on the Four Kings as well. Is that trash going to come in?
There's the lust.
There's the lust. Here comes the bulls. Here comes the forest.
Alright, let's see how much damage they can do to it and how fast they can finish this off. This is just so incredibly dangerous though, because now has to tank all Four Kings, which do an insane amount of tank damage. And then you have all of these bears and the bulls, which also are known to do so much tank damage as well, while you have to kite the kings away from these spirits that are trying to go and reach them and heal them. This is an absolutely crazy pull by Echo. They also get all of these bursting stacks while all of these bulls are going down, but it's looking really good for Echo. everything is dying pretty slowly. The kings are down in just a second. As soon as the kings are down, they will get the RP to happen for Skovald. There we go.
Right.
Skovald's timer started, so they can finish off these grizzly bears while the boss is spawning. There's nothing else he could do here anyway. This is such a nice innovation. But now he even picks up the shield to get less damage. Prime the bears.
Oh man, I mean, this is the most Echo thing we've seen this weekend. Saving a strat for the global finals until the last second it could possibly be used, and then pulling it off like it's nothing, like it's something you've practiced a million times and shown everybody off. And look at the advantage they've pulled here. God King Skovald already active for them, already at 90%. Man, off the 4 kings, and before we have to think about it, look at the count. Both teams at 100%. There's no bats missing here. It's just going to be a race to the final 2 bosses. But Echo, they found a way to shave off, what, 45 seconds in this dungeon from that? That is insane.
I was hungry.
Yeah, that is absolutely crazy. And so well executed too. It looked so incredibly dangerous, right? There's so many things that have to go right for this strategy to be executed. First of all, you need to have only 2 members in combat with the bulls and the bears, because you need 3 members to pick up the beer so you can do the Quadra Kings, right? So they somehow managed to pull that off. Picked up all the beer, didn't get in combat, did manage to throw the beer, now somehow magically survived all of the damage that these mobs are doing. They managed to interrupt all of the bull casts so Gingy and Varys can still stay in melee and DPS them. Just all of this was executed so beautifully. Used the Masters once they came all the way out the bridge to make sure that they can deal with those grizzly bears and the bulls simultaneously. That was just so well executed. Just a masterpiece by Echo here.
That's right.
Absolutely insane. And yeah, the difference, astounding. 45% ahead on God King Skovald. There is no amount of single target damage that Mandatory could pull to even come back from this. Echo just needs to do one final clean Odin, and they will have taken a 2-1 lead in our series and put themselves on match point to take their 6th global finals victory in a row. Absolutely insane. Not only that, but in the meantime, you know, just casually will beat the best timer of the weekend in a dungeon that Monk has ran. Mandatory's run 4 or 5 times already. Absolutely insane. This is going to be a blazing fast run.
They do it.
Yeah, keep in mind, the fastest run we've seen so far was an 18 minutes 21 by Mandatory. Echo, they're going to be able to talk to Odin here in just a second, going to be able to start the boss fight. And this boss fight doesn't take too long. It's going to take them 1.5 minutes, something around those lines, and that means that they're going to have a faster time by quite a lot in comparison to what we've seen so far this weekend. And I mean, again, just the way they executed this was so beautiful. They only had this 1 death on the board. It didn't cost them too much. They still do have a battle rush available in case something does go wrong. Even Thundering can line up with the brand phase here.
It will. It will. Even the Thunder is going to line up for them. This is about as perfect as this run could go for Echo here. It's easily going to be sub 18, but the question is just how fast can it be for this team here.
They fucking
live. Is gone. The marks will be coming out in just a second. 1 final spear will be spawned. And here we go. The marks will be coming out. Players will get to their mark. The damage buff will be up and will be off. Go. And the Thundering at the same time, the burst will be massive from Echo here.
They're gonna just delete this boss in just a second. Look at all of those cooldowns coming out and the Thundering at the same time. You can see just how fast Odin is dying. Mandatory also did engage Odin now, but it's too little too late. Even though Mandatory had such a clean run with 0 deaths, they're gonna beat their own record as well.
The fuck was that?
Echo is just even quicker.
Mike?
1% left on the boss.
Baby?
And it's gonna be Echo
The
in
fuck
the
was
lead
that?
now. And 2-1 against Mandatory. And what a run that was.
The fuck, YOLO!
That's what I'm talking about. That is the Echo that we know and love. That's the Echo that wins MDIs. And just like that, they beat the other fastest time we saw from Mandatory. By like 30 seconds.
Any screamers in the chat? Okay, we're not screaming yet.
amazing.
We have one more win.
And it also illustrated to me just
To
how
win.
hard it is to talk about WoW to people that don't know WoW and be like, well, see, they had to like throw beer on these kings, and then like they had to do it in the
Wipe
right
the
way,
floor
and then
with
the Bears and the
Otis'
Bulls show
face.
up.
Know what I'm
Like,
saying?
you just have to be there, I guess.
Fucking love you, kitten.
Is there another way? He's just a
This put Echo in a spot where this could very easily have snowballed into a further problem, but luckily for Echo, they were able to
Emotional
mandatory as well. To
Fucking
their
die
credit, able to get
right
this Fenrir fight that had been causing
so
them problems
dead.
in the series earlier. Down
Oh my
nice
God.
and easily. Again, 0-death run,
I'm
right?
not putting
Perfect
aside
clean
my
play. The
witchcraft
best of their
goggles
abilities
just yet,
out of
though.
mandatory just
We need
ended
to
up
win
not
one.
being enough against the
Wait.
against the
We need to-
onslaught of Echo's bull bear
We need to win
snap
2
mass root
more?
bloodlust 4 kings shenanigans.
Hey, Myers,
that they were
how
able
you
to
doing?
sort
Let's
out
go,
here. I mean, this
Gingy.
is just unbelievable how
I don't know.
strong
1
this is
of
out
2.
of them, right?
It's best of
Putting
5.
this all
Yeah, I
together,
don't know. My
getting them
brain.
to snap while they're on
I'm
this,
fucking.
you know, the time that must have taken to
It's
get all this
2-1.
sorted
Thank
out.
you. We need
and
one
then
more.
get
One
this,
more.
you know,
That's what I
beautiful
thought.
mass
I was
root with
thinking
everything all
it was
together.
one more.
Just
And then I was just realizing, no,
absolutely
wait.
absurd.
No, it's not. No,
I
no.
don't have,
It's 2 because
I
I
don't have
am not
stronger
even
words for it.
trusting
It's just-
myself because it was
just
too good
insane
to
what they were
be
able
true
to
to
make happen
think.
here.
My heart. That's
I'm shocked as well that they didn't break this out in
Say
the upper
hello to
finals.
the
either. They
whispers in the
saved this
chat.
for the grand finals. Of
Any
the day
whispers
as
in
well.
the
Just
chat?
Insane.
One
how
more.
Echo
One more.
Really come to game in this series.
Ah,
I mean, that really is it. Isn't
Una
it? It's like they
más.
had a chance to do this
Only
in the upper
one.
finals, and they saved it. They were like, we don't even need it. We
But
don't
look
even
at
need
animals
the secret
running in the
dark
room.
to get ourselves to the finals. But now that we're in
It's a
the
lot of
finals,
animals
time
running
to
in the
pour out all
room.
the stops, and that is exactly what they did.
Jesus.
17 minutes
Oh,
and 37
fucking hell.
seconds. That
One
is
more.
incredibly fast,
Una más.
incredibly impressive
One more beer.
finish for Echo. And what can you do? I mean, is that a backbreaker mentally for mandatory? What do you think is ironic?
Man.
I don't even understand how you can beat Echo in an upper finals match, game 3 of the upper finals, and you don't pull out that strat to guarantee yourself.
They
a berth
want
in the
to
grand
make
final.
it exciting.
love it.
They
How do
want to
you
make it
not- how do you
exciting.
save that?
You're saving
That
the
is
best
unreal. There's
strats
no way to
because
cook that
it
up in
is
2
more
hours.
exciting to watch,
No.
you
The
know?
thing is as well, right? That our observers are telling us that
They're just
mandatory
letting
were
the other.
apparently
It's like a
also
cat
into
and
a
cat
similar
and
strategy.
rat chase or
They were
whatever it's
saving it for
called.
finals as
Dog
well,
and
but then
cat
they didn't
race.
end up doing it. Maybe
Dog
they
and
decided
cat
it was
rat
too
race.
risky. So
They
mandatory
are just
definitely was
playing with the
aware of
opponents.
the same strategy and they
They're just like
probably did
letting them
practice it,
win,
but just
then
decided, you
just
know what,
like
it's too risky, we don't
catching
wanna do
up.
it. Because as we talked about,
Otherwise, it
there's so
wouldn't be
many
exciting.
things that have to, like,
I
just
said
work
that
out.
also, by the way,
Looking
in
at
the
mandatory's
Warcraft
Halls of Valor
stream.
runs,
I got
they
timed
just
out.
not so clean. So maybe mandatory
I
decided,
said,
you know what,
it's
don't wanna
okay.
add another difficulty onto this
Echo
run.
is just
And what we've seen from Echo so far was not that great. So we don't
letting
really
the
have to do
opponents
this,
catch
but
up
little
so
did
they
know
can
that Echo had that same strategy in mind,
so they
and
will
they
have
were
more
risky.
even and more fun competition. And they were like,
executed it perfectly.
time
too.
out.
No extra deaths, no crazy having a tightening
It's so
more than you need
dumb.
to, just
Hi,
so
Trans,
cleanly
let's
grouping everyone
go.
up, getting that mass route, like that was impressive.
Any shakers in the chat?
That is one of the things I love most.
I got bonked. Worth the
And you know what
timeout.
else I love?
So worth.
I heard something during this game. It
Trigger
was
hap.
told
Oh,
to
you
me
don't
that
say.
Across
Right,
all of
if
our
eventually-
streams and all of our watch parties or everything like that, for that the total viewership for the
Only one
finals
more
right now is over
promise.
100,000 people, which
Then we're gonna have
warms my
fun.
heart because this is my favorite thing in World of Warcraft. I mean, PvP's okay, I like that too, but like it's really the dungeon running that I think is the key
And if
hallmark.
they
World
pull
of
out the big
Warcrafty
guns
thing,
before
and
the
so to have
finals,
that many
they got
people
nothing else,
watching that
and
many ways
everyone
and being,
knows
like, that excited
that.
about
Exactly,
it. See,
that's
like,
too.
A finals
That too.
of this quality too, by the way, is pretty
Some
awesome.
stuff,
So
like I
had
told
to
you
put that
before,
out
they
there.
have
That was
stuff
pretty exciting
in
to hear.
their sleeves, but they don't wanna show them, of course, because some of them are pretty simple.
Only on game 3,
but
going into game 4
you
here,
haven't
we
thought
could still
about
have
it,
2
maybe.
more maps.
Or some,
Echo
I mean,
does have
so
match point,
maybe
but like we were talking
if
about
they
at the
saw
beginning
this
of the
strat
series here,
before, then it would be
Mandatory
the
does
worst.
have the 2 fastest times of the weekends in our next 2 dungeons. They've got the fastest time by over 20 seconds in the Shadow Moon Barrel Grounds. They've got the fastest time by over 30 seconds, over a minute over every other team in the Ruby Life Pools. So Echo
WoW mods,
really
yeah,
has to have
Noxy,
been just
right.
hammering away at these dungeons. While
Remember
they've
the
been on
WoW
the road for the
admins
past
on the
couple
WoW
of hours.
Reddit would ban
Have a
literally
chance
anyone who
of beating
mentioned
out
Final
Mandatory
Fantasy in
in these
passing.
maps.
Really?
Yeah,
That's
I
so
mean, you raise a
nuts.
great
Rematch
point.
as well.
How can a man
Right?
be so
We've
handsome,
seen,
muscular,
Burial Grounds
this
being
good at
played
WoW, and be loved by a
versus
beautiful
Mandatory
woman
before,
that supports him?
Mandatory
Wanna be
won the
I'm
SBG,
gonna cry.
and Echo did have some issues specifically this
You
dungeon
will
before where they had
find
11
one
devs
too.
like a full wipe on the bridge
I'm
pool.
so full of nerves right
SBG maybe
now.
not
I don't know why I
the
start
best
crying
dungeon
that.
for Echo, but Mandatory
I
has
don't
been
know, I feel
looking
sorry
really
for you,
clean. They ran
Kitty.
it 2 times,
It will
and
be your
both of the times
turn.
they had a 0 death run. So I
broke.
think this might, on paper
Okay,
again,
I'm back.
be in Mandatory's favor. But I said the same thing about Halls of Valor. So
He
we'll
doesn't
see
have
if Echo
sleeves.
cooks something up for this one as well.
He's always having
I
tank
mean, you're right,
tops.
though. This series is far from over. Despite
He's
Echo
having it in
taking
his
the lead
knee
again,
pits.
being on match point,
His knee
we're
pits.
going into 2 dungeons that look really good for Mandatory. And, you know, if they win that one and then we go to the
Something
Ruby
must
Life
change
Pools,
because
Mandatory
okay,
put
I need
a
to
sub
read
9-minute
more.
time on that dungeon just a little bit earlier today. So if I'm Echo, I want to end it here. I do not want it to go to that Ruby Life Pools if I can avoid it at all.
Yeah, absolutely. This has got to be the
Baby breath.
most
Making me
intense,
nervous.
most close matchup we've ever
I am
seen
so
in an MDI
nervous. I am
finals.
having
These 2 teams
hand sweat.
are both
Having ass
unbelievably
sweat.
strong, and
I'm having
even
gray
though Mandatory got
pants
the edge in the last
that is
Shadow and
not
Burial
gray
Grounds,
anymore
I
in the
think they
ass
probably
region
have
because
hypothetical best
sweat.
times within a couple of seconds of each other in this dungeon.
I'm
which
having
is especially cool
armpit
because
sweat.
They have different ideas about
It's
how to
soon gonna
attack
like
it, right? They've
flush
got different
out.
compositions.
This is the
They've got an
final.
entirely
Yes.
different plan.
If
So
Echo win
it's
this
going to
game,
be incredibly
they
cool
are
to see
gonna
who comes out on top here, whether they can avoid those nasty quaking overlaps that we've
Any
seen
sweaters in the
live
chat?
from several teams this weekend so far.
Yeah, we're just waiting for the teams to zone in. They have done that. This is it. Echo can win it all right here with a win on Shadow Moon Burial Grounds. Mandatory can send us to a Game 5 with a win on one of their best dungeons. Let's see who takes it.
Backs against the wall. Mandatory have to pull out the 2 fastest dungeon runs of their life in order to have a chance at taking down Echo. Otherwise, it's going to be Echo once again for the 6th time in a row, taking that title. But here we go, underway.
That guy didn't
in the
sound
Shadow
super.
Burial Grounds. Both teams holding true to the comps they've been playing all weekend long. We've got the Preservation of Ochre from Zalia, the Disc Priest, a staple for Mode. And of course, I think the more important thing is the difference in tanks here. Prot Paladin for Echo being something that can have a lot of interrupts, right? But it doesn't have access to that AoE interrupting shout that the Prot Warrior has. But here we go, off to the races. Echo already on to the first boss here. Bloodlust popped. Mandatory a few seconds behind. Gonna have to do as much damage to the boss as possible here.
The most important thing here is going to be if they can survive the magic debuffs from the casters, because you get this debuff that is a magic effect that instantly starts ticking for heavy damage, while the boss also casts a heavy AoE damage hit onto everybody. So if it lines up, unfortunately, then it could basically one-shot a player. There we go, it is on Gingy. Gingy did immediately use the Dwarf Racial to get rid of it. Another one on Mirrors has been dispelled by Zalia. Now they're out of dispels, out of Dwarf Racials for now on the damage dealer. So if they get more, they have to be careful. But they finished off all the casters now, so Echo did an amazing job dealing with it. Mandatory on the other side also finished off all of the casters now. They are a little bit behind just because they did pull the boss a little bit later. And actually, Mandatory did have another Mender there, so they could have another bad overlap with those debuffs, but they still have some Dwarf Racials available on their side.
Big thing to look at here, same DPS comps, but a little bit of differing damage from the tanks and healers. Once again, the same thing that has been occurring for Echo all weekend long. It's been a staple for them. Now in Zalia, somehow, someway, find a way to do just that much more DPS than the tank and healer counterpart on the other team. Once again, on that first pull alone, 15k for now, 20k for Zalia. These tiny incremental advantages, securing them those seconds that they need to give themselves enough of an advantage to play just a little bit more crazy, just a little bit more damage, helping them out on those pulls. And once again, they're on to Nalish a little bit earlier than Mandatory here.
Yeah, because he finished up that boss a bit earlier, they did also manage to engage the second one earlier. And now you can see now gathering up those 2 attacks together. They have to make sure they're gathering them all up right before that downstairs phase, because we do know once you get that soul split, once you get downstairs into that other phase, then these mobs are going to be standing still for a while. Not
Eyelashes
too much
out.
for a while, but they need to make sure they're not going down before that happens. And additionally, they also need to have enough damage onto these ads that they go down before they start casting again. If anything goes wrong here, if they lose the damage dealer with cooldowns up, then it could cause a disaster pretty quickly, because there's just so many casters, so many dominators there, and they cannot interrupt all of them.
Here we go. They're out of the soul split phase. This is the combust for Genji. Now, of course, this has happened before, where we've seen the non-PI versus the PI happen before today in the upper finals between these two exact teams. We know Mandatory does make a comeback here in terms of overall damage with the power infusion, plus combustion, plus the damage out from the soul split. It pulls them ahead on this boss. Here we go. Mandatory once again taking the lead here, but it's still just so close. And it's the same thing it's been the entire series. One team gains an advantage, the other team gains an advantage. These two teams are so evenly matched, it's hard to tell who has the advantage in a game over the course of the game. It all comes down to the wire at the end of the dungeon. Mandatory does get the kill on Nalish here, and a very, very slight advantage over Echo.
And they have the Mind Soothe, right? So Echo does not have a priest on their side. They do not have the Mind Soothe, but it looks like they got a perfect timing. They did not have to wait for the patrol to go past. But Mandatory already gathering up that next trash pool. Now, because both of the teams are going to be gathering up 5 spiders plus 2 bats onto this next worm, it's just so dangerous. There's so many interrupts you have to do on these spiders. If any of these casts go off, it can be deadly, because it's a disease on everyone that does insane amounts of damage, and these spiders can only be interrupted normally. You cannot use any kind of disrupts, you cannot use AoE interrupts. Echo a little bit of an advantage here because they have the Paladin, the Prot Paladin, that gives you more interrupts, and Celia also has an interrupt, while Mandatory has Mode on a Priest without an interrupt, and Skylark with just less interrupts than a Prot Paladin has.
Look at the tech here coming out from Echo here. In the back this entire time, Clix has been hammering away at that X-Monster's corpse better, trying to get it down as quickly as possible, so they don't have to worry about too many corpse fighters being alive at the same time. They don't have too many AoE stops, I would say, if they do end up running out of interrupts, but they have so many extra tools that help them with those necrotic bursts if they really need to get an interrupt. They have the pet interrupt from Miras. They have the shield from Now, which can reset for them as well. They have so many just single target interrupts that it shouldn't be too much of an issue, but getting down that corpse spider early on helps them with on the other 4. And look at the speed in which they dealt with this pack. Zalia almost doing 100k DPS on this pull to help his team out, getting that AoE down. Whereas over on the side of Mandatory, they're keeping it close. The first worm is down. They're going to have to drag some of this trash into the second worm. But, again, keeping it incredibly close to Echo.
Yeah, and keep in mind that Mandatory does not have an AoE Soothe. We do have Raging here. This is a 22 fortified Raging dungeon. Echo does have the Oppressive Roar, which does dispel all of them whenever they have Raging on these big pulls. Mandatory, though, only have this single target Soothe on their Druid. So it's a lot of pressure on Skylark, on the Prot Warrior, to survive all of these trash mobs that are raging at the same time. And if a cast goes off, if any of these mobs are raging for Mandatory, it's probably going to be a guaranteed death for them. While for Echo, since they have the Soothe, they might actually survive one of those casts going off. As Mandatory now did engage Bone Maw earlier, even though it looked like they dealt with the bridge slower, they did engage the boss faster.
Just a little bit faster for Mandatory. Once again, holding that advantage from Nalish, just a little bit ahead of Echo. We're talking about a less than 10 seconds difference. Any mistake here could spell disaster for that team. Even just one player going down and instantly getting rezzed. Any cooldowns being eaten up by a death will almost spell certain victory for the other team, so we need to stay 100% safe. But even though Echo pulled the boss later on, they're still somehow keeping up and even just barely pulling ahead on boss damage from Mandatory. It's just too close to call right now.
Yeah, it looks like Mandatory did focus a little bit more damage into this trash because they don't have that AoE Soothe. It's too much pressure for a Skylark to just passively cleave them down. So they did focus some of these trash packs a little bit more in comparison to Echo, and that's why Echo did just pull ahead a little bit, because they don't have to worry about that trash pack too much in comparison to Mandatory. But still incredibly close between those two teams. You can see still 2 corpse spiders up for Echo that they're just passively cleaving during that inhale cast. Mandatory did have a down phase now, have the boss come back up. I believe the boss is going to go down for Echo now as well, though.
it looks like Echo was able to skip a submerge that Mandatory wasn't able to skip. Echo got more time on the boss.
What did you see?
And will likely be able to skip the next submerge. Mandatory might get an extra submerge over Echo, and that might be all Echo needs to secure an advantage here, even though Mandatory had about an 8-second advantage after Knowledge. Now, Big Pop is cauterized here. That's a little unfortunate. That cheat death is gone here. Any mistakes and any extra damage on him could easily be a death. They still both have their battle res available to them, however.
Mandatory does get another Thunder in here to finish off the boss, but yeah, because of those extra submerges, they're definitely a little bit slower here. They're gonna get another knock here as well, but they managed to just dodge that. Yeah, Echo now on the way to those 2 blueberries. That's another pretty dangerous moment. But again, Echo does have the AoE Soothe. So they do not have to focus down one of the blueberries and wait 10 seconds before they get the other one into raging like Mandatory does. Mandatory has to focus one because they cannot soothe them both unless they wait 10 seconds. So Echo can just evenly cleave them down here, maybe giving them another like 1 or 2 second advantage here in this pull.
Back and forth all dungeon long. 7-second advantage on the first boss for Echo, turned into an 8-second advantage for Mandatory on Knowledge, and then it comes back to a 10-second advantage on Bone Maw for Echo. It has been swapping back and forth all dungeon long, but look at the difference in the voice bomb HP. Like you were mentioning, Echo does have that AoE.
Hey, Whisper System Missive 4 Bongo.
Both of their void spawns going to die at roughly the same time here, as long as the void pulses don't take them out first. Everyone incredibly low. One void pulse goes off, but Zalia has the healing to keep everyone alive, and both of their void spawns are dead, while Mandatory still has to finish theirs off. It's still going to be about a 10-second advantage for Echo, with only Ner'zhul between them, and yet again another MDI victory. Can Mandatory pull out the single target damage to deny them the victory on this map?
Mandatory just got thundering right before they jumped down, and it instantly cleared it because once they jumped down, you're all stacked up. So the thundering was cleared off Mandatory immediately, which means that they lost out on that damage buff. While Echo now has the thundering on their side, and they can fully utilize the buff, not having to worry about that as much at all. So getting another little bit of an advantage on Echo's side here. Kelly just barely managed
Yes, man! 6 times, baby! Woo!
Here's the thing for me. The stars are going to align. Our infusion will be active. Kratos actually is sitting on his combust for this moment. It's going to be
They wiped.
It's going to be Army of the Dead. It's going to be combust.
They fucking wiped.
Is that enough to make up the 15% boss gap that they currently have to Echo right now?
Any whispers?
Both teams have 2 battle reses left in their back
They
pocket.
fucking wiped, man.
For Echo here with the Army of the Dead, not waiting for the
Oh my fucking god.
Tori just follows suit with their lockdowns as well. Can they catch up?
Is there another way? He's just
Oh my god. Back to back to back to back to back to back. No, I mean, shame it was only 5 times.
Look how low.
No.
Emotional damage.
Honestly,
Be careful, but it does look
they
like
wiped.
Echo is gonna be the one finishing off the boss first, and it's gonna be Echo.
I'm sorry for spoiling. I'm sorry.
3-1.
Wow, Echo does it again. Another MDI championship.
Oh my
for
fucking
Echo.
god.
And it was less
Oh
than
my
10%
fucking god.
of boss HP difference between them and Mandatory. Mandatory was right there. But you just can't stop the champs. Echo wins another MDI.
Oh my fucking god. Mountain! Hi! Yada!
To this tournament than this game because it was so close.
6 times in a row, boys!
Fucking hell.
And I think you could make an argument that it was pretty much a perfect run out of both teams as well. There were no major blunders, no deaths. There was a little bit of jostling for position early on. Echo ended up getting the lead on the first boss, but by the time the second boss died, it was actually Mandatory that had
Let's go,
She's so happy. Wow, guys! Yeah! Wow!
Huge props to Mandatory. This was such an incredible.
She's also so fucking happy.
The mindset didn't end up costing them any time. Just gotta walk around the side.
Oh, fuck, they're so sloppy. Wow.
Really towards that bone loss split, that bone loss crash area. The boss itself, Echo were just.
Oh my god, the doggo have been in her timeout area because we didn't want, if something happens, if we scream, for example, or anything like that. I mean, if Mike is in something very intense and the dog would jump up on him, that would obviously not be good. Oh, you got drops, nice! I didn't even know that the drops were still on.
Teams at the end, right? This
I don't
Azul
like
boss.
Yeah.
Somehow Echo was able to find the extra time there. Mirez, AMS, and standing
Oh my
in
god.
the wall there, getting a
Oh
little
my
bit of
fucking
value
god.
from that AMS just full.
I'm so excited.
tunneling damage.
Fucking hell,
Everybody is
I'm
just
so
doing
warm.
As much as they can.
This is
They have
so.
fully
This was
optimized
too
this
close.
full run, and yeah, less than 7 seconds even separating the two teams at the end. 0 death run.
MSQ now.
Interrupts as well.
Yoo-hoo!
The teams have such
Yoo-hoo, Tom!
Basically everybody is
Fucking hell! Oh god, I'm so warm.
unbelievable.
I'm fucking dying. I'm fucking dying. No sleep. He's not sleeping in the table. He's not sleeping in the table tonight. Oh my god. You know, he's just gonna use this win to get Ava more Final Fantasy mounts, though. Yeah, actually true. I'm not a real Sprout.
Wow, I'm in shock.
Not a real fucking Sprout. Oh my fucking god. I am so burned out.
Insane performance.
Oh man.
I feel like legitimately
This was.
had a chance to take this.
Remember to hydrate. I'm gonna hydrate. This was insane. This was intense. Yes.
Echo once again finds a way. 6-time champions. Back to back to back to back to back to back.
Did someone clip the second day one? No, don't clip it. Don't clip it. I'm scared that Blizzard's gonna be angry with me.
MDI 2023 champions, our first champions.
I try to not spoil anything.
I mean, just kinda
and we are pretty. It's not. I'm not a big stream. I hope they won't be angry with me, like copy strike me or something.
Good. It's not
The most awesome pull
maybe
was Haas last one. Yeah, that was so fucked up. Hot a lot. What? I mean, really? Those graphs are again very similar. I didn't look at them. I didn't look at them. My eyes are like. You know, like in REM sleep, but they're awake.
Totally not intended, but it's gonna be hard for any other team in the history of WoW to like get.
Was a
close to what
lot
Echo's done.
of fun watch it this way with you all. That's so nice that you feel like that, Marvin. I'm so happy that you guys wanted to be. I'm just so happy that you guys wanted to be here with me. Hi, Vernon. Hi, Vernon. Puppy's fun. Yeah. Puppy's fun. Hello. You're happy. You're happy, puppy. You're happy.
There's so many great teams that are performing so well. And then the fact
It's fine. It's 150. How did that happen? How did that happen? Oh, hi, Special. How you doing? Maybe this will pay for the master bedroom. Well,
they can just themselves together.
You never tried going down with this?
Let's not talk about boring stuff right now, Andy. Because it might sound like it's a fun thing, but it's not. But not talk about that now. Let's talk about the fact that they won.
Team picked up by mandatory.
Okay, Keith, sleep tight. I hope you sleep super tight.
Putting together a run like they did in the
ja, bönan, min lilla böna, ja.
spot on that org, like
the healing done is always slightly lower for Echo. Yeah, because they're not taking so much. They are not taking damage. He's doing DPS instead.
So, in a little bit, I believe.
Watching it with Ava made a whole more instrument than I would normally do. I'm happy that you felt like that. I'm so happy that you felt like that.
In the meantime, we can talk about really whatever you want. But, you know.
I think there's gonna
Can we
be
just talk about how close this bracket went to looking completely
I think there's gonna be
Echo
interview.
In their 2 of their 3 first series were, I would say, substantially behind in a 1-1 series.
Just
and
wanna
ended up somehow surviving and staying up in that upper bracket. But
like
it
this.
is so easy to imagine either Cheese or Mandatory knocking them down to the lower bracket if things had gone just
If I
slightly
can.
differently. Somehow, though, they were able to keep it going and still win. And, you know, if you're somebody who comes to this bracket, looks at it later, and you're like, oh, yeah, okay,
There
Echo
we
beat
go.
everybody all the way through. You know, it's the same MDI as usual. That's not at all what happened this time, though.
There we
This
go.
time around, it was Echo
Oh,
who
man.
somehow won despite being super far behind against both Cheese and Mandatory. in the,
Man.
in the
Man,
Avatar and
Sky,
Halls of Valor runs to close out
man.
those series,
Oh,
respectively.
man.
And then this final, you know, 3-1, it would have been a 2-2 that we'd be going into Game 5. if
2
less
years
than
clean of
7
WoW.
seconds difference
But that was
hadn't
fun to
separated
watch.
Echo
Oh,
from
I
Mandatory
agree.
there.
I think everyone think it's
Unbelievably
pretty
close
fun.
weekend. Again,
And
you can just
Kichi,
see
sleep
whenever
tight.
all the upsets that
Thank you so
happened,
much for stepping
across
by.
there as
Sorry
well.
for the
Cheese beating
ban.
Donuts,
Sorry for the
Legendary
ban.
beating Cheese,
I just
Legendary
couldn't
beating
help
Perplex,
myself.
all of these series where lower seeded teams ended
Then
up
I was
winning.
trained by Chuck Norris.
An
Yes.
incredibly close
That's so
weekend.
true.
8 all-star teams that any single one of them, I would not be surprised.
It's more
if they
divisional
are
raid 2 at
incredible
first. It's
powerhouses
more
in future seasons.
it's more, how should I say
Yeah, I
it?
mean, you have to think about it this way.
There's a lot more happening here.
This weekend. Only
Who's sweating more?
3
You're
didn't go the
Gingy.
distance.
My
That's
shirt
how
also was
close
sweaty. I think it
all
was
these
him.
matches were and how close we
I
had,
actually think it was him that was more
a
sweaty.
different bracket entirely
She's
than
so
what we're talking
happy.
about.
Yeah, she's so happy. She's a happy dog. Happy dog.
Maybe
Happy,
about
happy,
ready to
happy
move
dog.
into the interview. And we
Happy
are. I believe,
and
in just a
happy
second.
dog and
Going to do it.
happy dog.
We'll let you know.
Hello,
Hey, Miras.
Hello, I believe we got Miraz with us. There we go. Miraz, welcome. Congratulations.
She's the
on
happiest and
the
I.
win again.
She
Yeah,
doesn't even know
gotta
why.
ask it, and I'm sure you have a good reason for
That's
it.
so
But
true.
my first question to you is going to be,
What?
why did you wait until the
Hi,
very
Antabita.
last Halls of Valor
Antabitas.
to pull out that tech? What kept you from using in the upper bracket finals? You just didn't think you needed it? Or what was the reason for waiting?
I mean, maybe it was the case we were still
Okay,
cooking on
Seth,
it,
thank
and
you
we
so
were
much for
trying to
stopping
improve
by
it and make it,
tonight.
like, really,
I
really
really
good, let's say.
appreciate it.
And we had a 17:07 run, I think, in practice, and we're like, okay, it's definitely really, really
Celebrating,
good.
yes,
And we
Rivan,
wanted to use it
exactly.
today After like confirming yesterday night how it was going, basically, that it's going good. But then we saw that the mandatory was wiping on their upper bracket halls. So we were like, okay, I guess let's not do it because obviously there is some risk to it, like with every snap, sadly. And then obviously in the finals, we're like, oh no, and we need to pull it out, and that's what we did.
Oh, we're too late. Okay, Seth.
Alright,
I'm
really
so,
cool.
so
And
happy
first
that you
of all, congrats,
stayed.
of course, winning again. One more time.
Just
around
want to
for your
have a
team.
look at this.
I do want to ask though, does this win feel maybe a little bit better than all the other wins previously because it was just so incredibly close? And did it feel like you were definitely a little bit more vulnerable this time around compared to maybe other finals?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, this time around it was every team was incredible. I was really surprised by so many teams, especially by the cost strategies. We were kiting one mob and we're like, is that ethical or is that good? And then you see people kite 3 and we're like, okay, yeah.
Yeah, there was teams that actually counted 3 mobs.
Really insane. The dungeons were really hard.
Oh, good night, Marvin. Thank you so much for staying with us today.
Some shambles here and there. They had
I
to
really
pick up,
appreciate
and
it.
It was probably the most intense MDI so far for me personally.
Yeah, it was very intense.
A question that I have for you is, this is the first time in a long time that you've been playing in the MDI, and I want to know, well, how has that been different for you? You don't have Fragments on the team anymore, so you're not being the out of game captain anymore. You're playing. So has that increased the stress for you at all, or did you guys find out a system to just make it work a little easier for you?
It has increased the stress, let's say, a little bit, of course. Like, for example, if we need any Vigorous or whatnot, I make them.
Good
then
night,
obviously own
Auntie.
play. So, for
Thank you
example,
so
just,
much
like in the evening when we
for
talk or whatnot, I just
joining.
go in the night rather
Night. I'm
than
happy
make
that to
Vigorous,
see
and I look
you.
at the things, but in general, I did really good pre-prep. What I learned from the race to it first, like I had everything prepared. I had Vigor templates for basically every scenario that we used in the past, so I could just copy and like put in what we needed and whatnot. So in general, it was fine, but of course it is more stress for everyone in terms of also like improving on tactics over the weekend, because obviously I'm playing and you can't just have someone.
It's ironic
outside
is looking
like,
deeply into the mic, to the
next day, for
camera.
example, improve the horse because mandatory does like there's cool pull on the left side and we didn't do it. And we like need to, after we play, look at it together or cut playtime in a way, I guess. Yeah.
Oh, Yaba!
I've got kind of a question
Thank you
about,
so much
Yabba
for the
Doobie just
sub.
gifted 1 subs.
Thank you so much, sweetie. That's so sweet of you.
Did the decisions kind of come through
Thank
by
you so
delegation,
much.
or,
We
if
reached the
someone has
goal
to make the
today
judgment in the
too.
moment, is there one
How is
person
that
who
even?
usually
That
does
is
it? Is
so
it you? Because you
crazy.
did coach roles.
Thank you so much, Yava.
Oh, I mean,
That's
it's
super
mainly the team,
sweet.
as a whole. If it's like a
Mwah!
decision, let's say, for example, like oh, we're
Daily
skipping the
sub
snap,
goal.
and everyone's
Thank you
like, "Yeah, okay,
so
we'll do that."
much.
Or
That
in
is
general,
so
like
so
having
sweet of you.
how do you
I
say,
really
like,
appreciate
we need
it.
to change a pull or whatnot. But in general, it's an overall team effort from everyone.
And to
Especially if
its
something goes
feces as
wrong,
well. That's
everyone
so
tries to salvage
nice.
it. I
That's
think
so
that
so
was maybe
nice.
not as well seen.
He's
but
a
in
good
Wars as well,
one.
in the
He's a
upper
good
finals
one.
where Ken died to the barrier, and then everyone was a little bit off feeling, killing explosives, trying to like recover the pull. Obviously, it took like kind of a minute to recover the pull, but it was impressive, let's say, that we didn't wipe there, and we actually kept the dungeon alive, let's say. So it's always a team effort, I would say. Yeah.
I have one more question about this weekend specifically. Is there like any dungeon that you're like really proud of because you executed it so well, or maybe a strategy that you think was really cool that you're proud of?
I mean, if you would have asked me before the weekend, I would have said the cost, because I think our cost was really insane optimized, and only kiting one mini boss basically, as people saw, we were basically as fast as people kiting 2 or 3. So we were really fast. I think it was very
Oh,
optimized, but in the end, it wasn't
Shy!
really like the
Oh,
Shy
Cyril!
_ Rose just gifted 1 subs.
Thank you so much for the subs, Shy. I really appreciate it. That's so sweet of you. And to Cyril, oh my god. I've known that guy, or
the best dungeons. And
I
then, of course, in the very end, the
learned.
horse with the snap
I
tech,
start.
that was probably the most proudest thing
How
we
do I
achieved
even
this
explain
year.
that? I got to know that guy in Legion in World of Warcraft. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Mwah! To you too, Shy. So sweet of you. Can you ask Mike, see if he wants to join Max and Dorky? I don't think he wants that, no.
Of course. I mean, we're gonna play the great push. Obviously, we don't know,
maybe
like,
if they ask
I don't know
him.
where it is yet, and we're very busy
Maybe
with
if
the
they
race
ask
first, so
him.
basically, I don't know. I skipped like I feel like a patch like 10.7. I have no clue. And the next raid is coming out. I don't know, like 5-6 weeks or something.
They want to
I'm like,
talk.
okay,
Oh,
that's cool.
really? Well,
No,
that's
but I
up to
think the
Mike.
push will be really interesting.
baby?
I mean, especially with dungeons changing, right? And
Max
I
and
think
Dorky
it will
wanna
kind of
talk.
be like this MDI, that there will be 8 insane teams in the final, or like competing, let's say, in the great push in the beginning, and it will be really interesting to see.
At
what
least
people
Matters said
make
that.
out of the
I don't know.
dungeons, especially if it's early in the season, because
Maybe they
there's so
haven't
many things
contacted.
that are undiscovered about new dungeons, right? So, but we will be playing.
Yeah, it's gonna be sick. I'm looking forward to that, and we're gonna have more information about that.
I said
very
Matters
soon
said it
for
to
you, actually. But
if they
before
haven't
we let you
contacted,
go,
then
I'll give you a
just no.
chance.
No,
Any shout-outs,
they
any
haven't
thanks you wanna,
contacted him.
throw out
Matters.
there before we end the interview.
I think
I
he's
mean,
lying
thanks, of
down on
course,
the
to
couch,
to
cooling
my
down.
team
No.
if they're watching. Always
No.
And of course, always thanks to everyone watching and making the MDI possible, everyone at Blizzard, every viewer, everyone. Obviously, Echo as our sponsor and guild, to that we can represent them. And in general, I mean, just everyone that enjoys it, I think is great. I think this MDI was probably the most
Hot a
enjoyable
lot.
to watch, even if you didn't have that much clue about what.
Thank you so much for the sub, though. I really appreciate it. You're
25
so
gifted a tier 1
sweet.
sub to Warcraft.
Thank you so much.
They have given 2 gift subs in the
For
channel.
your part in bringing that excitement to all of us. Congrats again
And to
on the
Warcraft
win,
as
and I'm
well.
sure we'll see you again before too long.
Unban me, Warcraft.
Thanks, Miras.
Unban me.
All right, there you
It's
go.
so
Thanks
sweet.
again to
Air
Miras
hug
for,
to you.
hopping in the channel and chatting with us a little bit about the victory there.
He's literally
It's
going
gonna be interesting too. Going
to
from
gift
that
them,
coach
and I
role,
was like, yeah,
Veronica's
maybe
asked
not.
about, going back to the
That's
playing
so
role, too. It
funny.
didn't seem to really miss
I had
a
the
beat in
screen up and their
transition
name typed in. That's so funny, Kitty. That's so funny. I am banned. I am banned hot a lot in the official
Welcome back, Dratnos, by the way.
official World of Warcraft stream.
But I'll do my best.
as well.
I'm perma banned,
All right. Yeah.
and you can see why in that. So I can also explain.
Well, we've got something more interesting
I
to talk about anyway.
was.
Sorry, Dratnos. No, guess what?
Let's see here.
Let's talk about the great push.
Here.
We've got some information.
I
to share
was
with you.
saying that Mike was hot. Oh, thank you so much
Dover
for the
Kitten
sub.
gifted a tier 1 sub to Matters Hunt.
Thank
They
you
have
so
given
much for
2
the
gift
sub to
subs in the channel.
Matters. I appreciate it, Quidin. You're a good one. You all are good ones. Thank you so much for the subs, guys. I appreciate it. No, where was I? I got banned in the official World of Warcraft chat because I wrote that Mike was hot. I wrote, what a hot... I don't remember exactly what I wrote, but I wrote that Mike, my boyfriend, was hot because he was in an interview on the channel. I got a timeout, and I thought that was funny, so I took a print screen of it all and tweeted it, and then they perma-banned me. They fucking perma-banned me. I gifted you a sub to let you know you matters. You matters too, kitten. You matters too. I really, really appreciate it though. Truly. You're so sweet. You're a good one. You're a good one. Are we celebrating? Asmon won. Not the... He fucking won. Mods don't understand some fun. No. But then, and the thing is, I have felt that I was witch hunt a little on those chats, and I felt like, what the hell? Because I got timed out. Didn't matter what I wrote. Didn't matter what I wrote. I got timed out. My friends were even reacting. They were like, what the hell? Did you get timed out for that? People saw when I got timed out, you know, in the channel. And they're like, just how did you even get timed out for that? I've been just, you know, like I am I'm making jokes, nothing that is mean, nothing that is toxic, just a little, you know, with a glint in my eye, or how I should say it in English. I would never, you know, do anything that is over the top or anything like that. And every time they timed me out. I got timed out once because one of the mods managed to put on some, I think they pressed that auto mod, shield mode that it's called. So the whole chat got, you know, disappeared, and the followers only was turned on, the mod subscribers only, no, maybe not subs only, but the other one, the figures, whatever, emote only chat turned on, and I said, oh no, I don't know exactly what I wrote, but I wrote something like silly. I was like, oh no, did you fall on your keyboard? And then like, are you okay? Did you fall on the keyboard? I know how that is. I mean, I was saying it because I really know how it is to fat finger something. And they timed me out for it. I was like, whoa, they probably did. We're so well looking at the roof. I would never write anything like that in other chats. This is my own stream, so I can keep my ceiling as high as I want. But I would never do it, you know, in public. If you get interviewed, make him a sign that says Free Ava. That would be so fun. That would be so fun, kitten. That would be so fun. Or I should go in the background.
Couldn't agree more. Dratnos, what do you think?
I should just come in the background.
I will
dressed up like a noodle.
The meta here has been among the it's been the most open that we've ever seen. There's been so much different stuff that has worked and that has been good. Even just across this weekend, we saw.
If you talk about Warcraft, the mods are very weird. They deleted many messages without reason. Someone message got deleted for a hello. Yeah, lost. They are very weird, and when I posted my Twitter post, there were so many people contacting me in DMs and stuff, and just like had print screens on what they got timed out and banned for. Someone got banned because they were like making a question mark. Or like writing OMG, then they got perma-banned. But I know who this person is who banned me. And it's a she, she's not having a good reputation in the World of Warcraft world anymore. she's been destroying people's lives even. So and when I heard that it was her, I was just like, yeah, then it's okay. I don't care. I actually don't care. It's pretty fine. When it was her, then I just like, okay, I can keep it banned because I don't want to be around her anyway. She haven't done me anything. I never even talked to the person, but I know who she is because there's been Twitter drama where she was not okay. She made some really, really terrible stuff.
We had just had an amazing time watching. So big shout out to the teams for putting up such a good show. And I just want to say I love DMDI.
They will ban me.
I love WoW Esports.
I'm done too.
I'm just watching.
Let's see here.
See you next time.
Yeah, and on
trying
that
to
note, thank you all so much out there for watching.
catch up with the
Especially
chat.
behind the scenes for making this
Here.
all actually work. Thank
This
you to
whole
the players
situation
out
is so
there for
silly.
showing us
It is,
really
Priscilla.
amazing dungeons for
It's
fleshing
so
these
silly.
brains on the screen for us.
Go in the background with the sign saying, ooh la la, look at that hot man. Yeah. Ban me now. Oh my god. I would so do it. I would so do it. I would do it, but they are not doing it. I would do that. I would totally do it. I would just grab a pen and do it. Ban me, Matt, and bad me now, mods. This person is trying to make jokes about me. Well, I'm mod, so I should time them out. How dare they be talking against me? I'm powerful. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly how it is. Completely crazy. Oh, we actually did a level 2 hype train again. What is going on with the streams lately and my hype trains? That is so nuts. Mary's on Discord described. Need help for split, will probably be depleted. Oh my god. Didn't know Doa was casting. I haven't seen him since I stopped watching StarCraft. Oh really, Saware? So yeah, he is actually casting. So there was a guy called Automatic Jack who was casting before. But plot twist. The girl who banned me made so he's not a caster anymore. It's all on Twitter. It's all on Twitter, so it's nothing that is a secret. But and then it was proven by a lot of I got banned by her. Yes. I got banned by her. Fuck her. Yes. Exactly. It's the same girl from Jack Drama. Yes. Exactly. She banned me. She banned me. She is mod in Warcraft streams. She can't stand other women. No. She was even... It's so fucked up. I'm VIP in Jack's chat and she harassed the hell out of me. Oh my god, Clara. Oh my god. No, not Makes. No. Makes is wonderful. Makes is wonderful. Thank you so much for the sub, Clara. I appreciate that. I appreciate that so much. And welcome in. Have you been lurking? You were just like, that's it. That's it. You just had it. Yak is such a good guy. He actually even contacted me when he saw that I got banned. And like, he told me that I can maybe contact someone. And he gave me a Discord channel where I could write to maybe get rid of the ban. Because he also felt that that was like completely ridiculous. Who is she talking to? Yeah, exactly, Priscilla. That's a little how I feel. That's a little how I feel. Very good lurker. We didn't even notice you. Yeah, exactly. Great quality I'm time watching. Thank you, Clara. Thank you so much. You've been watching my Final Fantasy 2? Oh my god. You've been like lurking so hard and then I just mentioned Jack and you're just like, no. Fucking hell. I'm not lurking anymore. I'm all angry now. Yeah, Priscilla. Really, really sad. Please, Mom, don't ban. Hot a lot. You're so funny. I hope you sleep tight and take care. Is it the one who paid for arena boost and made a video about it? Oh, I don't know about that one, Sovex. But I know that she was contacting women and were lying and made up lies. It's better you go to Twitter yourself. Go to Twitter yourself. I think that is better. I don't want to be the second-hand information. I think it's always better to go to the source immediately. I actually think Cloara know the whole story, so maybe Cloara can take it instead if you want to. But she actually attacked another streamer as well. Oh man, so fucked up. I wouldn't even watch the final only glimpse since I had to do keys, but game 14 points. Wow, Lotte, that's so awesome. You're really popping off on those Radar score right now. Yeah, the second you mentioned it, I needed to pop off. I'm so happy you did. I'm so happy you did, Clara. Let's hit this, let's see. I don't think so. The only reason I know her because of Yak, yeah. So sad, so sad. Someone DM me about who are we talking about because I'm lost. Yeah, I'm not gonna say it in chat, of course. I'm not gonna be like that. Please join the Discord. Yes, we can talk about it in my Discord channel. My Discord. Boom. Join my Discord. Because I have my whole little community there. I mean, I just started streaming again, so I just came back and collecting my little fam. So it would be so fun to have active gamers, because there are a lot of inactive gamers in my chat now, or in my Discord nowadays. Who's not playing anymore. Let's see here. Let's stop giving her more attention. Exactly, Miyu. Yeah. Glad Blizzard cleared Jack's name. Yes. I hope they will come back. I hope he will come back. I mean, I'm so happy that they realized that it was all lies that this person was doing. God. Yeah, it's nobody. Gotta say, from a few games MDI, I didn't really had much class diversity. No, there is some. I mean, it's usually less. It's actually less. Sometimes the class diversity is even less. That is like the meta and the comps are so identical, and you're gonna see that later on in the expansion, because this was the first MDI of the expansion. You will see later on that there will be meta classes that will be played over and over again, pretty much. And that is because they're best. There is some small rules that you're not allowed to... What is it? Class stack, I think? Baby, what's more, is it? The rules? Baby? Pepsi? Pepsi! Def again. There are some rules. Maybe someone in chat knows. But I know you're not allowed to class stack. And... yeah. That's pretty much it. I'm ignored. Yeah, I don't know why. I'm just talking to wall again. Oh well. I'm gonna see if... let's see. He almost destroyed his career. Yes, Clara, and that is terrible. It's really, really terrible. Ugh. And that person banned me. And she's been like... follow banning me, and no, not banning, but timeouting me for so long that people in my space have been like reacting. Just what is going on? Why are you being timed out all the time? So yeah, a little weird. Inherently very unbalanced game, so there will always be a big meta for this kind of content. Yes, Noxy, for sure, for sure. You need a little bit of paper throw at him. I have my phone. But I'm so bad at hitting stuff, so I will probably miss. MDI usually figures out the best classes pretty quickly, and after that, you don't play that class, you better not. Yeah, exactly. The thing is, everyone thinks that they are MDI players, so they are looking at MDI, and then they think that that is the only classes you can play in the game. And then if you're trying to pug, well, you won't get invited if you're not playing those meta classes. But Feral Druid is actually so good right now, and I love that because that's been, you know, the underdog or the, I don't know, the laughing pole for so long. Yeah, the strat was really good. Oh my god, I'm so happy right now. The Underkitty, yeah, Sword Dodo. The Underkitty. Take the statement back to the last couple of X-Packs and see how that goes. What do you mean, Misty? I'm talking too fast. Yeah. Feral Druid was like deleted for 5-6 expansions. That's actually so true. That is so true. Played Feral Druid in WoW, and nobody would invite me to Mythic Dungeons in general. So fun. What a great game. Still didn't make me quit early BFA. Aww. Enos is following me on Twitter. Enos, are you following Rain on Twitter? Hype. I played Feral in TVC. Had a good time at the start. Drank all warrior tears. I mean, I've been playing BM Hunter almost the whole time. And it's almost been my niche, you know. I haven't been wanting to go over to any other spec because I am BM Hunter in my soul. But then in the latest expansion, or how should I say it? The expansion before this, I actually switched, and I had so much fun playing melee as a survival. That was actually so much fun. I really loved it. But in this expansion that came now, I went back to playing. The expansion we don't name. This is the expansion that we are now. I went back to playing BM Hunter again. The statement, oh, you don't play Feral Druid, denied. Oh, yeah. That's so true, Misty. All the other expansions, the Feral Druids didn't exist. I remember I loved it. I remember I loved it so much when I actually saw Feral Druid in its natural habitat, you know? I was just like, ooh! So I'm more like, let's invite them because I wanted to see them in action. And it never was bad. It was never bad. We had fun. Ava Lotte smashing mobs. We were just bombing shit. Oh, that was fun. That was really fun, Lotte. Could have made a new character and kept playing, but I wanted to play Druid. I like my Druid. I liked PvP Feral Druid, and I have owned that Druid since. That's so nice, Noxy. That's so nice. Who won MDI? I don't want to talk about it. Wild wishes. Cloara! Asmongold won. Yeah, it was really huge. It was really huge, wild. It was pretty wild. For some reason, I remember Ginny playing Hunter. He's main Hunter for forever. He's also main Hunter in his soul, Sovix. But he's maining everything that is good. That's what you need to do if you're gonna play on the top. Always played Survival Hunter, even after melee switch, but man, the Mythic Plus invites are not consistent through the X-Pact. Oh, that's cool, Shadak! That is actually really cool. That is also very rare. Oh, you get drops here! Oh, that's so fun! I'm happy that you get the drops. Echo lose. And I'm no. They won. They won. Wild Wishes. They actually won. Echo won. They won. They won. I was just mean. I'm sorry. This emote, I love it. It's a little angry unicorn, stabby unicorn emote though. It's a rough day. Thing is,
Isn't there another way? He's just a boy!
thing is, I was so tired before when we did the trial in Final Fantasy. I was like, I'm so tired. And then I was like looking at the first game. I was like, I'm not gonna make this. I'm gonna be too tired. I even was yawning because I was so drained before the games even started. But it changed, luckily. I was been memeing all day that Echo are wiping. Yeah. I had to be there thing. Yeah, I kind of felt that I had to because I'm a little scared that Blizzard is watching me. I'm a little scared because to stream this to do the co-stream or restream. No, what is it called? The watch party. You had to write the form and fill in the form and send to Blizzard that they kind of knew that you were doing it. So I was a little scared that they should like come back and like you were spoiling. And I was trying. I mean, I can't do it better because we sit in the same room. And I was trying my best. I was just like, no, they were wiping. They were wiping. No, Blizzard, just that one mod. Yeah, I hope it was only that one mod, and that one mod it's a nice one. I hope it's a kind one. Oh, no, not that mod. No. There was an actual staff from Blizzard, not the mod. It was a actual mod from Blizzard who wrote to me on Discord and said, "Oh, hello, I saw that you are watch partying the MDI. Could you just fill in this because that is needed if you want to, you know, it's for oh god, what's it called?
What the fuck?
Oh my god, my brain. It's because of data tracking and also because the DMCA protection. So we are safe. Like, you know, we're having kind of we have a green light to do the watch party using their content and actually making it ours. Then I understand that Blizzard wants to have some sort of legal issues, yes. So they kind of just want to have some sort of overview of what we are doing with their content, you know. I
was actually surprised Kid didn't.
Was it a release form? Yeah, no. I'm gonna
outside.
see what it was called exactly.
That was an immediate application. Holy
I can
fuck,
show
that
you
was
how
scary.
it looked like. It looked like this. Co-streaming and watch parties. This form must be completed fully to co-stream during the MDI. And I was a little late on it, but it was fine. They want to save me from DSMA claims, yeah. So they just wanted to, you know, get mail, my Discord tag, my battle tag. Please indicate if you want to be streaming MDI as a competitor. I mean, the competitors were actually also allowed to stream if they wanted to, or as a watch party. And I'm the watch party. And then here I should put in my my stream, what language, and the thing is, say what language you want to stream in, and then watch parties are only available in English this season. Oh, happy it's English then. And then a brief overview of why you're interested in co-streaming, and I just said, well, my boyfriend is playing in the tournament, so I want to just do it because of that. And anything else you want me want us to know or improve for the broadcast and viewing experience? I didn't write anything there because I think it's good as it is. I should have written change your mods, plugs. I don't like the mods. And you will need to include MDI. I did that in the title. And if you're a competitor, then you will have to have a 2-minute delay on your stream. And I'm not a competitor, but this is where I was a little scared. I just realized that afterwards that I have a competitor actually in the room. But that's not me. No one saw what he was doing, you know, or anything like that. So, and after I got this, I didn't say anything of what happened over there. At all. You're not allowed to watch with your friends on Twitch unless you speak English. Yeah, what is that? That's also crazy. That's also really crazy. So. Wait, why am I starting this, by the way? That. I actually think we're gonna quit it for today, guys. I want to hang out with Mike a little, maybe? Are you done? Yeah. I want to hang out a little with Mike. And no, I'm not continuing MSQ at this. It's like, congratulations, but I'm gonna game. No, I want to hang out a little with Mike. But we need to host someone. We need to host someone. Who should that happy person be? And in the same second I say I'm gonna host someone, my viewership drops. Please stay. Please, please, please stay. No, I'm not gonna stream tomorrow because there's gonna be a maintenance, and I also need to have a little rest, and I'm gonna cook up something because I have maybe something going on in the stream that I want to do. So I want to have a day to plan and just, you know, have a day off. So tomorrow I'm not gonna stream, but on Tuesday I will be back, and please join our little community Discord. There we go, because that's where we get to know each other after the streams. You get to know me, you get to know just each other, see who you are. You can show transmogs, glams, whatever game you come from, just show yourself. It's gonna be fun. And I will also write when I'm live because I have horses, so it's really hard for me to go after a schedule, because when you have horses, it's pretty... no days are the same, so I kind of need to go with the flow a little there. So that's why I'm not having a schedule. I'm having kind of days, but I'm not having a schedule. They're horsing around, yes, and me too. So that's why I'm always telling you guys when I'm going live. And if something comes up, well, then I'm just saying that I'm not coming live today. Let's see. Yeah. Let's see. Let's do that. Let's do that. The Reluctant Hermit. Oh, I would love to host free, but I also love to, you know, hosting new people and spreading the love even further, you know, and after a while, we're just gonna have this big sun of love everywhere. Yeah, I'm losing it. But it won't be the last time I am hosting free. I promise. I fucking love free. I think he's a really, really good guy. But let's host the Reluctant Hermit. And please... Oh no, what did I do? Here. Please give him all your love. Follow him. spam that little line there, copy it, make sure to copy it, and wiggle your ass off and show the world that we're coming. Coming wiggling. And join our Discord. And, well, see you again on Tuesday. See if I can do this. I'm always failing when I'm doing raids, so it always take a little while. Okay, now I'm actually doing it. Awesome. And thank you so much for today, guys. Really, really, truly appreciate you all. And yeah, hit the like button and give him all the love that you're giving me. Because that's how we do it, okay? That's the way we do it. And please stay. Please stay for the raid. People are never staying for the raid. Why? I'm sending you now. Go, spam, spam.
Some serious looks at these things, my dudes. It's to help us sleep well, my dudes. Good old-fashioned barter system. MissAvantasia! What? Raidify MissAvantasia! All the hermit crabs will try to make your day. And if you think we can't, we'll always find a way. That's why the people of Twitch hang with Hermit, Clementine, and Pippin! Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, MissAvantasia, if I'm saying that correctly. I am the Reluctant Hermit. I stream Sunday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. This is what I do full-time. Welcome into the server, my dudes. And this, goodness, giddy aunt, you lovely beans, is for you. How did you find us? Thank you so very much. MissAvantasia for bringing friends and raiders to the shrubbery this evening. I know about the term and I stream Sunday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and on Mondays we will be in Discord, and on Friday lady indeed will be in the shrubbery. I know, hope you're all
Holy shit.